Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Takes the snap, four-man rush. Lobs one left. Into the end zone for Garrett Wilson. One-handed catch! Incredible! Well, you may have heard the ruling just as we come back. What you are certainly hearing in the background is MetLife Stadium coming apart at the seams and celebrating an incredible touchdown catch by Garrett Wilson.
Nice call right there to open up the Friday edition of Shan, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy will join us live at 6:30 as we get you set for the Cowboys and the Falcons. And Bobby, I was like you, not very thrilled that the New York Jets pulled this out last night. Well, you're not thrilled for a couple reasons. It makes your Houston Super Bowl pick not look as impressive, but Aaron Rodgers ends up with 3 touchdown passes. The Odell-like comparisons with Garrett Wilson. Jets win 21-13 chop.
Yeah, it was. I'm stunned that the Jets won this game. Vegas had the Jets as a 2-point favorite. Don't know how, don't know why. Took Houston, and the only saving grace is I have Garrett Wilson and Tank Dell on my fantasy team. That's the only saving grace for this one. Live and playing you this week. That was because the Jets also gave away a touchdown.
Yes,
where the receiver dropped the ball.
How does this keep happening?
I mean,
right before the goal line.
I thought every player saw Deshaun Watson do it. Deshaun Jackson. I thought every player.
I hope they didn't see Deshaun do it.
All right. Well, Deshaun would have to score a touchdown first, right? Absolutely.
Oh, you were talking about that.
Yeah. But it's just the fact that somebody still does that in today's NFL, that they haven't coached that out of the kids, the players.
Houston's just not awesome. Like they're talented and they won't get just the doors blown off, but they've just not been very good through 9 weeks. They're not. When we talk about argue what your record says, who are Houston's not a 6-3 football team the way that they've played so far. So that's been disappointing with them.
Speaking of the number 9, how that applied last night.
No,
they gave up 9 sacks of CJ.
That's a lot.
9.
And I mean, gosh, he was 11 for 30. Wasn't there a point in this game where he had like 59 passing yards deep into the third? I felt like
Rodgers had like 30,
27 at some point,
30 at the half.
Yeah, it was just. I mean, it was an ugly game, and the Garrett Wilson catch is amazing, but I hate whenever bad teams have awesome moments like that. It's like, no, you don't. That play doesn't match what your team is. I don't think you should have that. And so, I mean, the Jets are bad, and that's been fun watching them be miserable and watching them get the doors blown off. But, this is just Houston to me. That was the biggest takeaway I had last night is Houston's not very good. They're okay.
Devontae Adams gets one. We talked about Garrett Wilson, and now the New York Jets move to 3-6. The Texans 6-3. Desperation time in New York. It's just, look at the comparisons. First half points, they had nothing, 21 in the second. Rodgers had 69 yards in the first half,
nice.
224 in the second. And then the difference in yards was about 80. But 224 for Rodgers as the Jets somehow woke up. Odell versus Wilson with the catch. They're calling it the jump man.
The jump man? I don't even think it's an argument. I think the Odell catch was appreciably better. Like this one was in front of him. I mean, the Odell one. I mean, he was way back. He was horizontal at the time.
This is a 50-yard pass too. It wasn't.
Well, this one was what?
It was good,
40?
but I mean, this is a Hail Mary pass against the sideline, and I remember watching that play live. And when it happened, they throw the flag. And I remember saying in the living room,
we all weren't watching it live.
No, we didn't.
According to
see it
Jason
live.
Garrett,
Yeah.
The way when he threw the flag, I had said to somebody right there, I was like, "You can't throw a flag that's not a catchable ball." Like I thought that's how off it looked, and then he stood up with the ball. And I was like, "There's no way." Okay, there's no way he got his feet down. There was absolutely that to me is still the craziest play I've seen in any sport. Period. That catch. That's the highest degree of difficulty play I've ever seen.
I also. Technical, he didn't get 2 feet down. He got 1 foot down twice last night.
We got a knee.
The shin.
No, the knee. The knee was out of bounds.
The shin, whatever it equals 2 feet.
No, I know the shin does. This right foot down, and then the slow motion. Then the right toe got down again just before, like the ankle barely got in. The shin can't get down. We know how physics work. All right. I don't like the 2 feet but it's 1 foot twice. That's a little pet peeve of mine.
So you're saying it should not have been ruled a catch?
I'm saying that if you have your first foot down and then your the same foot comes down again, I don't believe that's 2 feet down.
Okay, that it should have to be the other foot.
Yeah.
All right, so you don't think it should have been ruled a catch?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. It just doesn't jive with the rule, right? I know that they said it's a catch, right? They said that the same foot twice counts.
Yeah.
I just don't think that should be the case.
So
I think it should be 2 different feet.
It is 2 different feet. It's the shin. That's why he got counted. Because the rule is, this just happened to George Pickens on Sunday, and George Pickens was arguing that it should be 2 feet, and they made a specification that they said, no, it's both.
All right, so the left foot came down, and then it was the left shin they're counting, or the right shin? I think both came down, like the ankle.
Well, all it has to be is one shin, and so you don't have to. So it was the
doesn't
left
have to be the opposite.
No,
one.
no. It was the left one, I believe.
Because the left one came down twice. The right foot never touched.
I think it should have been ruled a catch. Should we just have 1 foot like college?
No,
you have a problem with college catches?
I do. Well, I don't have a problem with it in college because they're not like as good as the NFL. Like you should be able to control your body in the NFL. It needs to be a tougher, higher threshold.
All right. Meanwhile, and I think everyone pretty much agrees, including Garrett Wilson, that the Odell catch is still number one. He said Odell against the Cowboys, that was the one. So for it to even come up in that convo, I'm blessed. I am honored. What the heck were the Mavericks doing?
Green trying to get by Marshall on the baseline. Step back, 25-footer left side. Got it! Huge three-pointer! Jalen Green with 72 seconds remaining.
Mavs tried a big comeback. They scored 30 in the fourth quarter. That was the call on Rockets Radio, and the Armpit comes into the AAC and beats Dallas 108-102.
Yeah, first off, fire your engineers there, Rockets
yes.
Radio. Holy cow, that was bad. No, this was a game where, I mean, it was just pretty consistently all night.
It's probably Ivan traveling and doing it for them.
Pretty
Inside joke.
Pretty consistently all night. It was 15, 16 points. It felt like they were down, and Dallas was just not really able to chip away. Then all of a sudden they come into the fourth quarter, and Luke is finally making threes. Klay Thompson makes his first couple threes. Kyrie had some insane moments in the fourth quarter, but it's just they couldn't rebound a lot of this night. They were in foul trouble. Derek Lively got 5 fouls really fast. He only played 15 minutes. And I think they finished the night, Houston, with 18 offensive rebounds, including when it was a 3-point game with a minute left. Dallas kind of tips it around. It slipped through Klay Thompson's hands, and then Houston gathers the ball and is able to knock down a shot. And
it was 50-37 on the boards.
It was just that was a big part of it last night, was just the rebounding and also the inability to make a lot of your shots from beyond the arc until fourth quarter hit. Luke, at this point, outside of the Phoenix game, I texted this to y'all last night, outside of the Phoenix game, in quarters 1 through 3 this year, Luka's 1 for 22 from 3.
Oh.
I don't think that's going to get it done.
And going back to the finals, was he really off in the finals from 3? I have to go back and look.
Remember. I mean, he was compromised a little bit.
Sean doesn't want to hear that.
I mean, but like when you're short on shots, because we even talked about this towards the end of last year, he was just worn down. Very Tank Lawrence. Just,
yeah, he wasn't
out.
good. Last few games of the finals, 1 for 7, 0 for 8, 2 for 9.
5-game homestand does not start well. It's going to be the Rockets. They get a huge break against Orlando on Sunday. Banchero got hurt, and he was off to an incredible start. He dropped 50 the other night. He's going to be reevaluated in 4 to 6. So they're going to miss Paolo Banchero. You will too if you're going to the AAC. Then Indiana, Chicago, and the Phoenix Suns before going back out on the road.
Yeah, he's at 81 in his last 2 games, and they're going to miss out on that. Look, I will say this: the next Mavs game I go to, I'm the jinx. Every game I have not seen ever in my life Luka play a regular season game live.
What?
Every time I've gone, it was a night off for him.
Really?
So I will let you know the next Mavs game I go to, do not buy tickets to that game. You won't see Luka.
Mike McCarthy's coming up live at 6:30, but he said something yesterday that set Bobby off and almost ruined my Halloween. That's next inside the Star here on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek!
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, I'm going to save the fight with Bobby over McCarthy for 7:20 because we're not going to have near enough time. He almost screwed up my Halloween. I showed restraint. and decided not to mess it up for my children. Plus, McCarthy is coming up here in 14 minutes, so we're definitely not going to have enough time for it, but it is coming at 7:20, I promise you.
I can't wait to hear how you took something so factually correct, so damn personal.
I can't wait to hear how you took something that was said in a press conference and took it so damn literal.
Boom! 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 Chop! Chop it up. All right, 7:20, we're going to get to it. Our final giveaway of the week during the commercial-free expressway. While we put that off, Bobby, let's preview the Atlanta Falcons as you go inside the film room, and you'll be heading to the game on Sunday.
Yeah, do you want to start with offense or defense here?
Let's go offense.
All right, so the offense is really, really good. And they've got a lot of varied, different skill sets in their offense that make it really tough to just kind of focus in on one thing with them. So Cousins is an example of what reliable quarterback play, just good.
Is he playing any different over the years, or it is what it is?
No, he's the same guy, which I think is a good quarterback. I think he's always gotten too much hate. I've always thought Kirk Cousins was good.
And that back leg Warren Sharp observation from early in the season is a non-factor.
Yeah, like a lot of Warren Sharp's takes, it proved to be complete BS. But Cousins is an example of when you've got a good quarterback and a steady quarterback, and you're injecting him into an offense where there's skill players who have been thought of as underperforming or not reaching their level. Like, you see the difference instantly of what that means to those players' development. So you're talking about Bijan Robinson, Ray McLeod, Kyle Pitts, Darnell Mooney, Drake London. That's 3 receivers, a tight end, and a running back. They are all on pace to have the best statistical seasons of their careers.
Whoa.
All of them. They're all on pace to have career high years, which tells you they were being extremely limited by Arthur Smith offense, because you would think just spreading the ball to a couple individuals, the 5th person down the line shouldn't be having a career year 8 years into his career like Ray McLeod, but that's what happens when you've had such a limiting offense before. But Kirk Cousins he thrives in the middle of the field, the intermediate ranges, so the 10 to 19 yard ranges. He likes to get guys on crossing patterns, get the ball to him in space, let him run. In fact, the only team that throws in the intermediate area and the middle of the field as much as Atlanta does is San Francisco. And that's something that San Francisco hit you with last week. It also goes to show why Kyle Shanahan has always thought highly of Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins plays the exact way that his system demands. But Cousins is a guy who, accurate, I think, except when he's pressured. When he's pressured, like any quarterback, obviously pressure makes them play worse, but he is a completely different quarterback. I think all but one of his interceptions this year are on plays where he was pressured. The issue is you're not getting to him totally consistently. It's not that the offensive line is great. Their offensive line's solid, including Matthew Bergeron, who was the player you didn't take in favor of Mozzie Smith. That was who they were debating over. Bergeron's been fine. He's not been world beater.
Who's the other guy they have up front who is like all world?
Chris Lindstrom. Chris Lindstrom's big. They have Jake Matthews and Caleb McGarry are their tackles. But Chris Lindstrom's the guy who's really, really good. Now, he's been hurt this week. He didn't practice Wednesday. He was back limited on Thursday. And there were centers, a guy named Ryan Newsel, who had to step in when their center went down with an injury a couple weeks ago. Drew Dahlman, he just came off of IR this week, so he's probably not playing. But his window was activated.
Jake Matthews, have not heard that name in a long time.
Yeah,
Aggie.
And so he's good. Their offensive line isn't great. It's very middle of the road, especially in pass protection. But Cousins still is a veteran who will get the ball out and, we'll make sure, all right, let me get the ball going before anybody gets pressure on me. But if you're able to pressure him, you're able to cause issues, and he will get frazzled at times. What's interesting to see is that even though pressure is the way to get to him and that rattles him, teams are clearly too terrified of their skill players to blitz, because he's blitzed at about the lowest rate in the NFL. And so teams don't bother going after him. They try to just win with 4 or, basically do twists and stunts and do different things like that. I think the Kyle Pitts matchup in this game should probably be Israel Mukuamu. Because Mukuamu's the only guy who size, athleticism, everything else sort of profiles similarly to Pitts. Because Pitts is 6'6", and he's a 4'4" type of guy, and is, by the way, is the person who recommended Ish Kabibbles that you guys mocked me for
Kyle
in Philadelphia.
Pitts?
He's a Philadelphia native, and he was asked, when he was going to Philly that week, they said, "Where's the cheesesteak spot?" And he said, "It's Ishkabibble's."
No.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what he said, and he's from there.
Okay, great. But this is why you can't go with food recommendations like that. All right? The other person could have a psychotic palate.
Well, where are you supposed to get the recommendation from?
He's going to tell me Geno's. He's like, "Get some cheese
You're
whiz
just
on
going
it."
to walk out of your hotel in Philly randomly up and down the street?
Yep. Go right. I go for the place that looks like the biggest dump. Okay.
Who has the most health code violations?
Yes,
that's where I
one.
want to eat.
The place that's the most health code violation.
But I think McCwamu, you cannot put Donovan Wilson on Kyle Pitts again in this game because the Pitts and Kittle skill sets are going to be similar. Kittle's obviously a much better player, more polished.
Does Kyle Pitts have an undershirt Wilson would hang on to for dear life while getting dragged down the field?
I don't know about that.
Okay.
He probably shouldn't wear one. That way he can't even drag and carry on to him. But Israel McCwamu is the guy that I would match up on him in this game. I don't know if Zimmer's going to do that. Zimmer's liked playing McCwamu a little bit, either in the box on run stuff, but he's pushed him outside the corner to play. When he's been in coverage at times, it's been boundary corner. So I don't know how much they're actually going to put him on Pitts, but that's the one that makes the most sense to me. The running backs are both really, really good. Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, they would both be 1,200-yard backs if they were lead guys. The problem is that, not problem, but they split a lot of time, and they're both really good catching the ball out of the backfield. No team runs outside the tackles in the NFL more than Atlanta. They run it at the highest rate in the NFL, and they like to get Algier and Bijan in space, whether it be on swing passes or on pitches to the outside, and let them work their magic in space. And that's something that they've had a lot of success with this year and is going to be a concern for the Cowboys. Biggest thing here is just pressure Kirk Cousins. You can load up the box if you want, try and stop the running game, but then Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Darnell Mooney, these guys are going to eat you alive.
But pressure him with blitz because you're not going to get home with the pass rush you have.
Where it's worked effectively. Seattle's had the best game plan against Atlanta all year, and that was they won with interior pressure. Like, you need Oso Odigizua to be really good in this game. If he's good, you've got a shot. On the defensive side of the ball, this is a really conservative defense. Really conservative. They don't blitz a ton. They play man coverage at the lowest rate in the NFL. They play off. They frequently play light boxes, so they want to commit more defenders to the back half of the secondary. They can't get to the quarterback at all. Carl Dukes was not kidding. This is the team with the lowest pressure rate in the NFL. They aren't particularly sticky in coverage. The thing is that they're really fundamentally sound in terms of they tackle well. They keep everything in front of them. They don't have a lot of busts. And it shows you what can happen when you have a less than super talented defensive side of the ball that can just play to their strengths and play within their defense. It's a conservative defense that won't slow you down, or it won't just completely stop you, but it'll apply enough pressure that it allows their offense to win games for them. And so Dallas's big thing is they're going to be able to throw the ball a little bit here. The difficult thing is you're not going to get a lot of, make a play in space or do anything like that because Atlanta's going to make sure they swarm you.
Well done, Bobby Bell, with the Inside the Film Room preview of the ATL. Let's preview it live with the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, joins Shan and RJ next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Good morning, Metroplex. It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Shan and RJ Cowboys-Falcons Sunday on this radio station with the pregame, the play-by-play, and the post-game coverage. Let's bring in the big dog himself, Mike McCarthy, live on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, man. How was your week?
It was good. It was good. No Jerry headlines or anything like that. And then we got some.
So you're bored with that, or?
I'm comfortably bored with it. Comfortably bored with it. Although, I guess sometimes one could argue it takes distractions away from other things, intentional or not. But forget all that. What was your Halloween costume?
Sorry, I didn't participate. Just got home. Got home in time to see a couple of the trick or treaters. But yeah, sorry. What was yours?
I was a piñata. Choppy.
I was garbage.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
You put on the garbage bag?
I put on the garbage bag.
All right, Coach, don't even ask a follow-up on that. Don't get yourself in trouble, political.
Is there a history there? Or?
Yeah, well, I mean,
there's news headlines.
Apparently there is.
Yeah. And Bobby, what were you?
I was a dad following his kids around picking up candy. I was just playing the role I was meant to.
Top 2 candies, Coach. What are they?
Oh shoot! We passed that was Starburst and Reese cups.
Oh, okay, yeah. The cups are fantastic. The Starburst, I mean, you gotta brush teeth immediately after you do it.
Can Starburst be a Halloween candy though?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I think so.
Oh yeah.
All right.
No, they're fantastic. Coach, yesterday, Dak got an opportunity to talk to the media, and he said that there was a point in the game where CD looked at him and said something to the effect of, "Yeah, we're back." Like felt like they were in rhythm and had finally synced up the way they needed to. Did you feel that way, I guess, in the moment? And then watching the tape back, did you say, okay, here it is, it's starting to click into place a little bit for them?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I thought they clicked, obviously with the number of opportunities those two, had Sunday night. And then I think obviously the fourth quarter, plays really stand out. But, I think just like anything, just the fact that, for as much attention and tilt of coverage that, CD gets, it's important for them two guys to be in sync, and obviously that was a good performance, with those two guys Sunday night.
Coach, they've talked about that frustration of trying to get on the same page like they've been in recent years. Similarly, on the other side, have you seen moments on tape where when you're watching the game back, you go, okay, that's not normal for their connection or the chemistry that they have, and I know that's going to come into place, but it's a reps thing, and they've got to get those reps in.
Well, that's just the human nature and the normalcy of this game. I mean, you have to have reps, and it's just like anything. There's a teaching progression and everything that goes on the practice field. I mean, just for instance, we're making a point yesterday. You practice routes on air. You got to make sure the receivers, there's a release component to it, because, the fact that they're just going to be jumping off the line, free access every single play, and we're going to drop back and have a nice clean pocket and throw on time. I mean, those are time clocks that you establish more in the off season. It's the live reps that you need. That's that's just why training camps is critical. The opportunity to line up and do the 1-on-1, 2-on-2, the slot drills, and then obviously the 7-on-7 teams. I mean, just to get that competitive, combative environment in all aspects, not just throwing the football.
Yeah, whenever we go the other way on camp and we're like, oh, does it really matter? Then CD comes out and says, no, it definitely mattered in terms of our chemistry and connection. Coach, whenever people are looking for ways to jumpstart an offense, they're like, all right, pace. No huddle. And we're always talking about complimentary football with you. You balance that against not wanting to compromise your defense. Can you explain how you approach that, how you look at that? Like, all right, we're going to go a little bit more no huddle. We're going to go with a lot of pace, but then you also want to protect your defense.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, you have to have a baseline in how you want to play the game. In offense, I've always been a high pace of operation believer, and we actually, it's a statistic that we keep track of. We keep track of the time that the play entry goes in on a 40-second clock. The time we break the huddle and the time we snap the ball, and that's on every single play in the game, and even more so in practice, because there's a training mechanism to all this. So I believe you have to have pace operation as fast as you can, not only to train, but also you always want to press the line of scrimmage. You always want that defense to know, okay, here they come, here they come, here they come, because it makes them communicate quicker, and makes them look at the, and then pace operation doesn't stop when you break the huddle. It's really, getting over the ball, getting set. If you have a shift or a shift in a motion, is doing them with the urgency and the specificness just to really keep pressing the defense. So, yeah, so that's the starting line for us. As far as no huddle, and there's benefits of when you do it, whether it's home or away, based off of what your team needs. So I think no huddle is not just so this is when you do it. I think there's a lot of benefits to it because obviously you want to keep challenging the defense. But yeah, I'm a big believer in pace of operation, and because it's always easier to slow things down than to speed them up.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. When you go no huddle, is it more onus to, does the quarterback take over more calls, or it's the same level in terms of you making all those calls, or you just can't do? How does that change if at all when you go no huddle?
The percentage of it is, I think there's I don't want to say misconception. Or maybe just an understanding that, football has always been played at the line. There's adjustments that are made on every offensive play, whether it's the lineman, making an adjustment on, how they're going to block because, they're not going to line up in the same front every single time. Yeah. And if they do line up in the same front, now you got to anticipate line movement. So there's always adjustments that are made, and then there's run to pass options. There's pass to run. There's run to run, pass to pass. So that goes. So I'm just so we do it all the time. Always have. It's always been that way. But the percentage of how much is on the quarterback, maybe a little more. But that's really the world that he lives in. That's this process starts as soon as we get out of the game plan meetings on Tuesday. Scott Tolzien's on the phone with Dak and the other quarterbacks, and they're getting them the run checks immediately and the protection checks, and so their process starts Tuesday night. So they come in here Wednesday. They got to have a pretty high understanding of it because now we got to operate, throughout the meetings with the other players and so forth. So so it's really kind of your everyday deal, but it's just the quarterback's always going to have that type of responsibility.
Coach, in the 7 games, the other team has scored on their opening possession of a half on 13 of the 14 halves. What do you think has been the biggest issue coming out of the either half to start the game or at a halftime?
You talking about our opponents?
Yes.
13? Yeah. I think it's when you look at things, it isn't like halftime's is a huge. The biggest thing about halftime is you just really got a chance to, reset. More physically and emotionally, but mentally you're making adjustments throughout the game. But it's definitely something that the third quarter production is something that we have to be better into. Clearly as a football team.
Yeah, Babe Laufenberg has always talked about that. Then Kyle Shanahan this past week, he's like, no, the halftime adjustments, that's for you guys watching the movies. It's not really what you think it is. So that is the case, right, Coach? Like, how often have you stood up? You're not on a whiteboard for 5 or 10 minutes saying, all right, I'm going to draw all this stuff up differently from the way we planned it. That does not happen.
Yeah, I think, it's really that you're continuing the conversation that you had, in between the last series, or when the defense is on. Like for offensive, we go right into a room, we hit the run checks and keep, make sure we're aligned there, and then we go through each situation, and then the coaches are out there with their players, use the restroom, and then go out and dress the team, and then it's time to go back out. Man, it's not as it's not
Hollywood,
right?
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it for Hollywood, of course.
Mike McCarthy joining us here at 105 through the Fan. About the coin toss, because I guess it varies team to team. Take the ball, defer. It looks like you guys have taken the ball quite a bit this year. Like philosophically, is that something that shifts over time with you and where you guys are?
Yeah, I believe the coin flip is a decision that's. We make through game management and game education. We have a meeting at 2:30 on Fridays. It's myself and the and the 3 coordinators and our game management staff, and so we go through the officiating and just any type of reminders that we want to hit, the trends of the league. The officials have a video comes out, so we address all that, and we talk about the coin toss and just how we want to start the game. So I mean, I ideally, I mean, if you got a clean canvas, I would always defer. To me, there has to be a reason to take the ball, and that's just kind of the way I've always done it.
Mike McCarthy joins us here, 105 through the Fan. What's your assessment of Kirk Cousins? It seems like everywhere he is, like the media is always trying to replace him and find the next guy, but he puts up numbers. What was your assessment of him during his time in Washington, Minnesota?
Good player. Played in a good system in Washington. Had some good years. Played against him there, I think, twice, and obviously played against him a number of times up in Minnesota. I think just like anything, when you play a player, particularly a quarterback, a number of times, you get in tune with how he plays, and I've always felt that he was very, very consistent. I thought he was extremely productive, stays on time and so forth. But yeah, I think he's a good productive quarterback.
Coach, they drafted Penix. If you want to give us your draft thoughts on him, sure. I'm more interested in, and there's probably no one better to ask, the 2 different schools of thought, because developing young quarterbacks is always a topic nowadays. There's one school, right? If he's the guy, you throw him out there and you get him the reps. The other school of thought is you can scar them. They're not ready. Let them sit back and learn. Of course, now you have a salary cap and limited years on the deal that you got to play up against. What is Michael Penix learning right now on the bench, and how can that be beneficiary, even though the NFL with the contracts, they want you to play like immediately?
Well, I mean, the situation Michael Penix in is, to me, is he's in the ideal situation. I just go back to Ron Wolf, 1992. I think he really set the philosophy for the quarterback room. It's the most important room in the building. You could make a case for, and it's definitely the hardest position to play in this league. And if you look back, when he started in Green Bay, he traded for Favre, and then had Brunell, and had Ty Detmer, and then and even had a Hall of Famer on the staff that they didn't even know it at the time. So I'll let you figure that one out for your trivia. No, but you just can't ever have enough good quarterbacks, and we got a chance to add to it. If Kurt is still the guy and he keeps playing at a really high level, the value of Michael Penix is only going to go up, even if he never plays in Atlanta. So there's draft value in having high-quality quarterbacks in that room, especially because if Kirk Cousins is playing at a high level, that means the team's doing well.
Yep.
And it's an opportunity for their value of the other quarterbacks to grow, or then you are now having the training. And what better share could you have for a rookie quarterback to be in the room for a couple of years and learn, learn the league, learn all the little things that you need to know in the quarterback room. So I don't think you ever have enough quarterbacks. I mean, it's what we have going here with Trey Lance. I mean, we have an extremely healthy quarterback room. We have 3 guys that we feel very strongly about, and I don't think every team can say that. And frankly, in my personal opinion, I think it'd be great if the league ever we acquired a 4th quarterback to be in the building, because I mean it's the game changes when when you have a drop off at the quarterback position.
Coach, do you think that at the younger levels they're doing a good job of developing quarterbacks to play the position versus just playing a system, and having quarterbacks play 2 or 3 years at the collegiate level gives them a much better advantage?
Well, I just think what you see in sports, and especially having children down here in Texas. I mean, the club volleyball for my daughter, I'm just always blown away by the level of coaching, and then you look at the football and the baseball and everything. So I just think youth sports as a whole is so much better. I think these kids, they're being educated on functional training methods and the fundamental technique opportunities that they have outside of their team is at high at the highest level than it's ever before. So I think they're definitely, the training for these guys are just in all sports is higher. And then you take it to the quarterback, you got quarterback specific it's quarterback development industry out there right now, with developing the young players. So I do think that has definitely improved. But I also think this NIL and this portal gives a guy to stay, gives a quarterback an opportunity to stay in college longer because, you look at the stat of 1,300 pass attempts for these quarterbacks come out of college. It's a pretty good indicator of the level of experience that is needed to play in this league. And, the instincts and awareness, going back to the question earlier about how important training camp is, those live reps are so important for these young quarterbacks to play in college. And I think it's smart when they stay in college and play because it's only going to better prepare them for the program.
Last one for you, Coach. I know how you're going to answer it, but I have to ask it anyway. There's a lot of fans who have been just furious, more towards the front office, lack of moves, no deadline stuff. It sounds like from Jerry and Steven, and that's a way of saying that people don't believe you've been put in the best situation to thrive and succeed, especially in a contract year. Would you be happy or satisfied? Any opinion one way or the other? Would you like to see maybe a deadline move or some activity for a little jolt to the roster?
I think, the deadline moves, and it's really the same feeling I would have every single year. I mean, if it's a player that fits and, can make us better, and in the locker room would be the first place that would be embraced, then you do those things. But, you got to remember, we're in this with our players, and we have a great group of players. We are developing in more areas than you'd like to do right now, but that's, the injuries and youth can do that to you. So we just have to stay the course, keep working, and I do this team works. I mean, their work ethic is high, and we just got to stay after it and manage the noise outside and just keep it about winning football games. And I feel we'll continue to move forward and win.
This was awesome, Coach. Thank you so much for addressing all the topics. Maybe we'll get you in the Halloween spirit next year, and good luck on Sunday.
Yeah, Thursday night's a tough draw.
Yes, it is.
Here, guys.
Thanks, Coach. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And speaking of the Halloween spirit, let's recap everyone's night. Who would like to start off? I think Pepe started it the earliest, literally at 5:15 or 5:30.
5:22. I got the camera notification on my doorbell saying, "Hey, someone's there." And I said, "Well, who's there? Is someone delivering a package?" No, it's two kids. Trick or treat. I said, I looked at Mackenzie. I said, "All right, go get the candy," because I was not prepared to go. I was not dressed. I was fresh off my nap. I was like, I'm not prepared to go give out candy. And so I hit the ring doorbell or the voice memo thing, and I said, "All right, guys, we'll be there in just a second. Hang on." And so we give them candy. But yeah, 5:22. I hadn't even cooked dinner yet.
When were you thinking they were coming?
After 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Look, I think the window's 6 to 7:30, 7:45.
So how long did it last?
We were out there for 90 minutes. We were out there from.
You just stayed out?
Yeah. So what me and Mackenzie did is we got 2 chairs.
Two chairs.
And we just put it at the end of the driveway so they didn't have to come all the way to the door.
Yeah.
And so we had the bucket of candy with us, some beverages with us as well. And we met like 4 or 5 neighbors as well. They're like, "Hey, we see you all the time, but we never get to introduce yourself," because all these people have kids. And so it's like, to me, it's like it's weird going up and like trying to talk to someone when it's like you don't really have kids. You're just kind of like in the way. I don't know. It felt weird to me to like approach them, but they came to talk to us, so everything went fine. But I mean, no joke, we had 50 to 60 kids.
Whoa!
Everyone in the neighborhood has kids because it's a big neighborhood that connects to like right by a golf course.
Big neighborhood, right by a golf course. Man, these humble brags. He just dropped them like breadcrumbs.
Well, you had one guy in his Jason Witten jersey driving the golf cart. That's how he got around. Instead of walking, he was like, "Man, I'm not walking. I'm too old for this."
I had a golf cart.
He had the golf cart.
I may have actually been Jason Witten.
They have been.
But the silly bands were hit. A lot of kids liked them.
Nice.
Fessed up to Mackenzie. I said, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be a total dud.
Enjoyable for you? You miserable? You're like, when is this going to end?
No, I liked it. I mean, it was the neighbor across the street had music going, so that was big. We needed the music. We needed the boombox or something.
Where's the video of your decorations? Where's the content?
There wasn't enough decorations to get a video because I might have over-exaggerated some a little bit. But Mackenzie heard. She was listening, and she was like, "I got the pictures ready to go." I said, "All right, I'll fess up on the radio that
you were lying."
Well, it was for radio, but Yeah. So, but I told her, I said this weekend, I'll help, but we'll take him down.
Chop, you were ready to go with the muzzle dog and everything?
That's not a muzzle. It's not a muzzle. The gentle leader. But yeah, no, we just put the tailgate down and sat down there on the sidewalk. Nobody rings doorbells in the neighborhood, right, for Halloween.
Yeah, I heard people just do tables outside now.
So I just sat in the truck and I tethered the dog, leashed the dog to the hook inside there, and we just set up shop. Me and the neighbor Crespo was out there and just handing out candy. Sarah was not there; she was working, so she didn't get home till I think 7. But we were out there until it was after dark when we went in. A good 2.5 hours.
And how many kids?
A lot. I had to ration out the candy. Normally I just give a handful of
Yeah.
But I bought one bag, one of those big bags from Costco. Problem is, dipped into it over time. So, because I bought it like a month ago. So I've been dipping in. I'm like, oh crap. I looked at the candy yesterday. I was like, oh man, we're in trouble today. So I was giving out one piece to each. I was like, I got to ration this out.
One piece.
That's what everybody was doing. Everybody was doing one piece. But they're the bigger bar. They're the bigger candies.
Oh, okay.
It's not the little. They're bigger ones. So just hand out one. But that was fun. You get your alcohol beverages out there, and it was a perfect night weather-wise.
Yeah, yes. I had no alcohol, unfortunately. But it was good. The girls went around. I don't know what was the deal. We could not for the first several houses. It's not like they've had this problem before. They wouldn't say trick or treat. They would just walk up there and they'd be like, thank you. I'm like, guys, trick or treat and like a happy thank you, not thank you. And so that took a couple reps for them to get it right, much like CD and Dak. They need the reps. But they got out there and they cleaned up. And it's funny, we got to a couple different houses where they were like, oh, you're our first ones. I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, just the last few years, it's like gone down. People just don't go out as much, or people aren't out here doing as much of it. And house placement is important too, because these kids have routes where they're like, I'm walking here. You could be right next to a house that's getting cleaned out and you're not getting anything. We went by this one person who said there's a walking trail that people come off of and they just walk past their house and across the street and start there. And so they didn't have anybody in the house across the street was getting cleaned out. But I ran into Tolo Danny, a listener out there. He was he said hello to all of you guys, and so it was a good night. They cleaned up on candy. I didn't tax any of it yet, but I'll get my handful later.
Mine was slower than I had hoped. The one word I keep thinking about now is efficiency. How much walking am I going to do for how many houses are going to be open and available? And it made me feel a little guilty for my years past of not being, lit up. Because it is a defeating feeling. The house is dark and people are basically saying to you, you can't sit here on the Forrest Gump bus.
Seats taken.
And I felt a little guilty. My mistake was leaving the house. I put the lights on for when it was dark for us to get back. Well, I sent the false bat signal.
Yep.
And everyone is walking up thinking that we're home, so I felt bad about that. I had one neighbor a couple houses down who had the big party that we ended up at. But I'm hoping for improvement. But I need to find a better street. I need to find a couple better streets where I know we can hit continuous houses.
By the way, you are a jerk if you decorate your house for Halloween, have the porch light on and the interior lights on, and then don't answer the door.
Yeah, you wino. You one woman with put down your wine glass for a second, Franzia.
Drink up, witches.
I saw you had it all decorated. There's smoke coming out. Don't have you on your front door. It's active. Like, turn it off. There's like smoke coming out of the ghost or whatever it is. But you wino. You're too busy picking up your Merlot to give a kid a piece of candy. You drunk. 877-881-1053. We get you set for the rest of the NFL weekend after Monday Night Football and NFL overreactions or not after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
To his left, Brees Hall takes the snap. Here comes a blitz. Lobs one down the right side. Devontae Adams. He's got it at the 10, 5, and it's a Jet touchdown. Aaron Rodgers hooks up with his old buddy Devontae Adams right down the chimney, and the Jets have a 2-score lead.
Oh, I like this Jets play-by-play guy. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, we got Caitlin in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. New York wakes up with an absolute must-have win. They explode in the second half, and a really, really bad, disappointing loss. Even though they're missing offensive weapons, a disappointing loss for the Houston Texans. And the Jets' schedule sets up here for a little 3-game winning streak. At Arizona, possibility. Indianapolis, in New York. So those are 2 teams maybe to get you back. I know ESPN is praying for it to keep the Jets in the headlines and relevant to get them to 5-6. They are 3-6, and the armpit loses a tough one.
From my guy Bo, the distance between Houston and New York, Sean, is 1,417.18 miles.
Wow, what an insider who can map quest.
No. That's not the stat. Teams traveling over 850 miles on Thursday Night Football after Week 8 lose over 60% of the time. That is the Thursday. If this game is played on Sunday, Houston wins this game. Thursday night is a big difference, and home favorites on Thursday night win at a much higher rate than home favorites in general.
And if you want to question Vegas, non-football people didn't play. Rex Ryan laughed at it. We were laughing at it. No one understood the spread. No one understood how the heck Houston was not more favored. Another win for Vegas.
Yep, it is. That's why they got those buildings, and we're paying to stay in them.
Houston is now -4 touchdowns on the year. Their touchdown differential on opponents is -4 for this season.
So they've scored 4 fewer touchdowns
than
overall?
their opponents. Yeah, their point differential's 1 because Fairbairn's kicked a bunch of field goals and different things like that. But they've won close games, and they got blown out by Minnesota, and they lost a game against a Jets team that they shouldn't have lost. I don't care that it's Thursday and they had to go on a plane or whatever, but this is something where they're just not as good as I thought they were going to be.
Joe Flacco is starting for the Indianapolis Colts with the Anthony Richardson controversy. Shane Steichen, Colts head coach, was asked, is Richardson going to start again?
Do you think Anthony will start for this franchise again?
I can't predict that, but I'm not losing faith in that. I promise you that.
Is that the plan?
I can't predict the future, but I mean, that would be great. We'll see.
Ooh, he's done. He's done.
No way.
Yep. This is Josh Rosen, Trey Lance. This is 2 years, and they went, not working. Go.
Oh, I thought you meant Steichen was done.
No, he's talking about the quarterback.
Okay.
Richardson's done.
They're not. I don't think they're going to make a decision for 10 games like that on him.
Oh, I think they...
Was Rosen and your other examples after 2 years?
Yes, Rosen was. Lance was before his 3rd season or whatever it was. Yeah, but yeah, Lance was 2 years and traded. Rosen may not have even reached 2 years.
Rosen he was 1 year.
Yeah.
But he played, I think he played the whole season.
Yeah, I mean, look, teams have shown they're willing to bail on quarterback evaluations quicker now than they ever have been.
Which is a problem.
NFL, well, it was the right decision on Rosen. And
Lance was the right decision.
Lance was the right decision. NFL overreactions or not for the rest of the football world?
Number 1, Washington is overrated and will miss the playoffs.
Massive overreaction. I don't even know why that would... I mean, their defense has not been great, but they are the most efficient offense in the NFL. So that'll get you pretty far. So, no, that's a massive overreaction.
Overreaction, for me, it's the back end of the question. Like, they're going to finish ahead of they're going to finish 1 or 2 in the East, and I think they're going to make the postseason. Are they a little overrated? Maybe. Look at the offensive performance against Chicago, even though Chicago's defense has been the story for them easily in the first half of the season, not Caleb. So, overreaction.
Yeah, their schedules is, they got the Giants still this week.
Got the Cowboys twice.
Well, they're gonna, which they're gonna lose. They're gonna have a 3-game losing streak coming up. Pittsburgh, Philly.
Wait,
Cowboys.
are you wanting to do a Houston type sell on Washington? Is that what I'm sensing from you?
Oh no, Houston's I think much better than Washington.
Okay.
I think Washington's kind of.
Oh, Bobby's face.
What?
Yeah, they're just a better team.
I can't keep up. Because your footballguys.com would tell you Washington is infinitely better than Houston.
Football guys?
Yeah, your who is
Analytics,
it?
metrics?
Your football outsiders.
Football is not even a website anymore.
I know, but those guys would all tell you from all those metrics you've quoted routinely that told us why Jimmy Garoppolo was a franchise quarterback. You're now not going to pay attention to those with Washington?
They're cheeks. They're cheeks, man. They're going to lose to Pittsburgh, Philly, and the Cowboys. They'll beat Tennessee. They'll beat the Saints. And then they'll lose 3 straight at the end of the year again. So that's 3, 5, They'll be 9-8.
Washington will beat
9-8.
Dallas in those two games by a combined 40 points.
Whoa.
9-8.
Okay.
9-8.
Why are you selling them?
Just don't buy it. I don't buy it. The defense stinks, but that's neither here nor there. I just don't buy their offense either.
Okay.
I just don't buy it. Detroit should be Super Bowl favorites.
Not an overreaction.
Well, it's definitely not an overreaction.
That's to me, that is the Super Bowl favorite. That's the best team in the NFL pretty easily. That's the only one that I trust to consistently go out there and play good football every week.
Not an overreaction. You?
I agree. Not an overreaction. I mean,
you'd still have.
I would still have Kansas City as the favorite, but I don't think it's crazy to say Detroit should be.
Right.
Joe Burrow is just Trevor Lawrence with a Super Bowl loss.
Did you see Macaulay Culkin dress up?
Yes.
Sarah didn't get it. And I was like, I don't really know how to explain it. It looks tremendous. It's a great costume, and they look identical.
She knows Macaulay Culkin.
She does, but she's like, but Joe Burrow's hot, and Macaulay's not. And I'm like, but I still.
Blonde hair.
Facial features are similar.
Oh, similar.
Well, like the eyes. There's like the eyes look, I think, a lot alike.
The eyes have it.
Overreaction. Joe Burrow's my fantasy quarterback. I know the numbers that he's putting up. Yes, that is an overreaction. Trevor Lawrence, he's not a bum, but he's close to a bum.
Big overreaction. I don't know if you saw the tight window turnover-worthy plays axis that I tagged you guys in earlier this morning.
I haven't really gone through it yet.
Burrow is making sure that he's making the fewest turnover-worthy throws, and that's while throwing an NFL average amount of tight window stuff. And so another great note there, Chop. Who's throwing to the easiest wide-open windows all year and still sucking this year? Patrick Mahomes has the most wide open throws of anybody in the NFL.
Dude, so Belichick did his all midseason team, kind of like his version of the all Madden team yesterday.
He put Mahomes on, didn't he?
He put Mahomes as a top 3 candidate. It was Goff, Lamar, and Mahomes in the running. And Michael Lombardi's like, I think you got to look at the big plays, not having his typical year, but he's making big plays in each game. So the fact that he was even in the nomination, I was like, what are you guys doing? They ultimately picked Lamar for the all-Belichick team, but Mahomes was the 3rd quarterback for consideration.
How exhausted do you think Lombardi is every time he's got to defend one of these new bad takes from Bill lately?
Nothing. Nothing. He's in love with him.
He is in love with
He's
him.
in love with him. But and watching Patricia, it's like Patricia didn't even coach because he only addresses Belichick as coach and not Patricia as coach. It's like Patricia didn't even coach in the league.
Yeah, he calls him Patricia.
Yeah.
I'm working on Patricia, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm working. I don't know if we want him or not, but I was.
Yeah.
Surprised, Trevor Lawrence is 8th in QBR this year. That would surprise me. I know his last few games have been really good, but I thought he was so bad at the beginning of the year. I think it's an overreaction. I think Joe is still a fantastic player. Next one.
We need to be comparing Herbert and Lawrence.
Oof. Yeah. Overreaction or not, Denver's defense is just a product of the bad offenses they're playing.
Who have they played?
So they've allowed 18 points or fewer in 6 of their 8 games, which is fantastic.
Wow. Who's their DC?
I don't know who
Wade
the
Phillips.
defensive coordinator is
Wade
over there now.
Phillips.
Is it Vance Joseph? It might
might
be
be.
because he got boomeranged back.
It is Vance.
They've those 6 games came against the Jets, Steelers, Tampa, New Orleans, Vegas, and Carolina.
Oh, man, this is a tough one.
So they're the number 1 defense in the NFL by
Points
most
or whatever.
advanced metrics. They're the number 1 defense in the NFL.
They got
So-
a D tackle who's a stud.
They're probably not as good. So I'm going to say it's not an overreaction. They're not as good as the numbers say they are, but you're generally not, no matter who you're playing, you're not going to be top defense in the NFL by every metric without being decent.
Right.
Like even if you're facing cupcakes. So
they did
overreaction is they're not the top defense in the NFL. They're not.
They did handle Tampa pretty well. And Tampa's got a decent offense. They got weapons, but especially when they played.
I can't answer this. I don't watch Denver. I don't want to watch Denver. I can't stand it. It's hideous. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
Hideous.
Mike McCarthy loyalist over here.
Yeah, for Sean Payton. I just awful. Except for the throwback uniforms that they put out there. I'll say it's an overreaction that their defense is very, very good.
I agree. I'll say it's an overreaction. It's a good defense.
Yeah.
It's like Bobby said, you can't be all those without being decent. We kind of touched on this one, but Anthony Richardson will not be the Colts starter next year.
Not an overreaction. I don't know where or if he starts anywhere else. I don't know.
Are you telling me if he doesn't sub out, Would that change your answer?
No, like I think that there's enough that's been bad, and there was enough you heard about the work habits that then the cherry on top that just goes, okay, now you're walking away from your teammates. No, on a third down in the red zone, no, we're not doing this. And so I think that that's just the cherry on top for what has been an experiment that's clearly gone sideways. The closest comp we have to Anthony Richardson in recent years is probably Trey Lance in terms of very little film, all raw, all toolsy, and the approach with Lance played out in a similar way. And Lance was the opposite in that everybody universally says Trey Lance works really, really hard and does everything he can in the classroom.
I would bet that the Colts have a different starter next year. Now for Flacco coming up at Minnesota Sunday night, then Buffalo. Jets, Lions. Listen to the finish of the schedule for Joe. At New England, at Denver, Titans, Giants, Jags. That is a smooth, nice finish and runway to the end of the season. I will say Richardson is not the starter next year. You, Chop?
I think that he will get one more year.
Okay.
But I do think they'll draft somebody this year. I think they'll draft his replacement this year and just
maybe get Shedeur in the second.
In the second round?
Have you made up with Will yet? Did you text him back?
Yeah,
on
we
our text
talked.
chain? Oh, that's so cute.
So wait, what was the?
No.
Do you think?
I don't think Shedeur's going in second. I'm kidding, but I don't think Shedeur will potentially be in range of where Indy's picking.
And Will Chambers says he's going number 1 overall, which Vegas says as well.
I can see that. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Last one. Philly is Detroit's biggest NFC competition.
It's not an overreaction. I don't know if they definitely are, but they're at least in the conversation. Philly's been really good this year, and specifically whenever they've had, whenever they've had everybody available and healthy to them, they essentially have one loss, and it was a game they kind of flubbed at the end with Sirianni play calling against Atlanta.
Not an overreaction. I'll still put Green Bay, Minnesota, and still eventually San Fran in the conversation, like right there with everyone. So there it is. RJ Choppy getting you set for the NFL weekend on DFW Sports Station. We have the pregame at 9 a.m., kickoff at noon. Bobby Belt will be in the ATL and the postgame on your home of America's team. Back to the Cowboys with the commercial-free expressway, our final ticket giveaway of the week. And let's fight with Bobby as he almost screwed up my Halloween because of Mike McCarthy. Commercial-free expressway and the junk drawer as well, right here on Shan and
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, we have so much to get to, and I do want to get to the junk drawer as well. We have a Tolo ticket giveaway here on Shan, RJ, and Bobby. Thank you for watching on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's get this quarterback clip out of the way. Some people try to make a big deal. You all tell me if this is a big deal. All right? This is Micah. Man, a lot of topics came out of this Micah and Diggs podcast. Boomer Esiason talking about Dan Quinn during the sports break. This is Micah and Diggs supposedly disrespecting Dak by naming their best quarterbacks in the league right now. Y'all tell me if this is anything.
Where would you rank him among quarterbacks right now? I would say he's definitely top 10.
Higher.
You think he's top 5?
For sure. Who else you gonna put in there?
Give us your top 5 right now.
I'm gonna go him.
Hang on.
I'm gonna go
Stop.
Mahomes.
I should have set it up better. I think they're starting off talking about Jaden.
It's Jaden Daniels.
All right, so they're starting off talking about Jaden Daniels. So Jaden Daniels is in their top 5 for Mike and Diggs.
I'm gonna go Mahomes.
Marr. Gotta have Marr.
Yeah, Lamar, Josh Allen. Jalen playing pretty good right now too.
Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback right now.
And Matthew Stafford. I love how Matthew Stafford played the quarterback position.
Sam Darnold could be in the top 5 conversation right now.
Yeah, Sam Darnold looking crazy too. So it's hard. There's a lot of good quarterbacks right now.
I can't give you a top 5 right now based on how everybody's performing.
Yeah.
You know?
So I saw some people turn this into, oh my gosh, Dak Prescott disrespected. This is such a double-edged sword. If they throw Dak up there, you know it's fake. For the way people are playing right now, no one would ever say Dak Prescott's playing top 5, and you probably wouldn't even say top 10. You probably would not say, probably wouldn't say top 10. You leave him out and you give an honest assessment, you're a hater. They don't really believe in their quarterback. So this is really like a no-win situation. I kind of respect the guys more for leaving Dak out of it and giving their honest top 8. First off, they didn't even name a top 10. I wrote down 8 names. Jaden, Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Hurts, Goff, Stafford, Zach Walchuk win over Bobby, and Sam Darnold. That's 8.
Right.
So they didn't even name a top 10, at least in that clip. And to me, I would make fun of them more. I wouldn't make fun of them. I'd roll my eyes if they had Dak in that conversation, which no one has right now today.
Yeah. Now look,
for the way that they're playing.
There are some quarterbacks that will be put in there regardless of how they're playing. Mahomes is going to get put in there regardless of how he's playing. Brady, and he would have been put in there no matter what. Manning, no matter what. However they were playing that year, they would have been put in there. Dak isn't on that level, right? Those are all-time greats. They're just going to be put in the top 5 category regardless of how they've played this year. There's no Burrow on the list. They didn't mention Burrow's name.
I don't hear no Rodgers like I did in the offseason from everybody.
But, yeah, I mean, look, you can't really argue. I mean, there's guys like, Sam Darnold has had a really good year. Has he tapered off? Yeah. Goff's had a really good year. Josh Allen, MVP candidate. Lamar, MVP. I mean, yeah, you can't really argue that this year Dak is playing to a top 5 level. He has several times in his career, but not right now.
I can't definitively say it's not a slight. I don't think it is, but I can't definitively say it's not.
You cannot definitively say.
I can't say it because I know the way that they typically are aware of optics and the way that they talk. And so Micah specifically threw Dak in his top 5 2 months ago. And it's not just a how are they playing right now sort of thing, I wouldn't think, because unless they're just not aware of how poorly Mahomes has been playing, they may not know, I guess, because if they're not playing Kansas City, they may not totally be aware of it. And they're just going, yeah, Mahomes is one of them. But, I mean, it's not like Stafford has been great this year either. Jalen Hurts has played well, but Jalen Hurts is not – I mean, he's coming off of a really bad year. And Darnold has had a really bad career up until now. So they're aware of at least Darnold and what he's been doing. And so, I don't know. It looks like an inconsistent list to me. I'm not totally sure what their criteria is. Not that Dak should be thrown in there.
Names
yeah, they are. But that's when I look at it, I just go like, okay, that's not totally consistent. I'm surprised they didn't, though, because of the way that they are. And how many other things in that podcast they said, like, the media should be, how many other, like, head in the clouds types of statements they made that they wouldn't then just be like, oh, this might look bad, I'll just say this. So I can't say for certainty it wasn't. I don't think it is, but I don't know for certain.
Yeah, but what I'm surprised by is you're talking about how, like, conscious they are. Are they really that conscious?
I mean,
with some of the things they say
Micah
and do?
is.
I mean, when you're the head NFL content creator for Bleacher Report, you got to be honest.
And it's, but no, I mean, head of NFL content, and it's 4 days later, and we're playing new clips every day from his podcast. Like, Micah knows what people. Micah is not dumb. Micah's very.
I don't think he's dumb, but there's been a lot of times where you and others have said people want him to stop talking about so many things and muzzle it a little bit. That doesn't go along with, I'm going to be careful about everything that I'm saying.
No, not careful, calculated. I think he's very calculated in the stuff that he says.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. I'm sitting on the couch yesterday, getting ready to go out. First true Halloween with the kids. People coming over, trying to get my work done. And I start getting these text messages on the You're Appreciated group chat. That's amongst the morning show. And I almost reacted. I stayed disciplined. I decided to go ahead and finish my email.
He must not be coached by Mike McCarthy then.
Get some drinks and head out on the road. And I would deal with this right now at this moment on 105.3 The Fan during the commercial-free expressway. Bobby Belt, what set you off?
Well, do you want me to read the quote? Because I think I think the bigger thing is the what was said.
I want to play the quote.
We'll play it, and then I will read the portions, because I do think that what was said was more important than how it was said or the setting it was said, which sounds like is going to be y'all's argument. Go ahead, Peyton, play the clip.
Well, number one, this system's built on making the quarterback successful. I mean, that's the way I learned it 30-plus years ago. So, everything we do is built into that. And obviously the starting point of making a quarterback successful is running a football. So we can start right there. We need to get more production, the run game, increase the action pass opportunities, and then from that, take it to the next step is the pass protection. And then, obviously the pass perimeter. So it's about making him successful. If anything, I would guard against, asking him to feel like he has to do more than he's already doing. So he just needs to really focus in on playing quarterback, and he's a great worker. I mean, super diligent, and we'll get to where we need to get to.
You want me to go first?
I mean, it's just that we're going to have to do a doctoral thesis breaking down everything that was awful about that quote.
Well, I mean, I guess you can start. I mean,
okay.
We'll
break it
because,
point by point.
Because I wrote down 6 things, and that is as generic and common an answer as you hear from any coach talking about their quarterback and offensive play. In order for you to have, I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, because I totally disagree. I don't think you hear other coaches, especially successful ones right now, saying these things. Regardless of the vanilla way that he speaks, the actual concepts he's talking about are not being repeated across the league at all. First there, he says, number one, the system's built on making the quarterback successful. Okay, no problem. Sounds good. That's the way I learned it 30-plus years ago. Okay, stop. That I have a problem with, because this is not the first time that Mike McCarthy has referenced the reason he does something is because he did it 30 years ago that way. That's a genuine problem with him. And it looks like he learned his offense 30 years ago. That's what it looks like.
But the offense after the San Fran game last year did not look like that.
Yeah, and when Mike's gone, we'll talk about that. He then says, so
there's
everything we do is built into that.
There's a lot of coaches. I need y'all to judge this point by point on the Autoflex Team fan text 877-881-1053. There's a lot of coaches who go back to day one, a principle of this sport. You do this, you do that, you stop the ball in basketball,
pitching and hitting, whatever, all that crap.
You're I think. Now, I'm not saying that their offense is not old or stale or outdated, but for you to take it to, he's just running 30-year-old concepts. He's not adjusting. He's taking it back 30 years. That's an exaggeration.
Do you know what he said day one of his job when he was asked about
that? He
analytics?
watched all the plays.
He did that. He said that. Actually said that earlier, and then he admitted he lied on day one. Day one of his job, he was asked about analytics, and how are you embracing analytics if you're still talking about the run game this much? And it's been the same message for 5 years. He said analytics has always been a part of the operation. Frankly, my entry into the league in 1993 was really through analytics. I think they called it quality control back then. Okay, you have no understanding of what analytics is. If you think a quality control coach in 1993 is an analytics person, or if that's relevant to what we're talking about when we say analytics and what it tells us about the run game. Next, whoever McCarthy says, everything we do is built into that. Obviously, the starting point of making a quarterback successful is running the football. No, it's not. That's not the starting point of making a quarterback successful. What that says to me is that You don't believe that you have the ability to coach that out of anybody and that you need a peripheral boost from your running back and the running game to be really successful in order for you to do that. That tells me you can't do anything to make the quarterback successful, so you need other players to step up and create easier opportunities for you, which the rest of the quote has in there. He says, we can start right there. He goes, we need to get more production out of the run game. No problem with that. Increase the action pass opportunities. Again, consistently for 5 years now, he has told us you can't run play action without running the ball effectively. That's a GD lie. It just is. There's all the data in the world that backs up that play action passing works regardless. You know, the worst play action passing team in the NFL is Carolina. Carolina is 11th in the NFL in yards per attempt rushing the ball. Buffalo's the best play action pass team in the NFL on EPA per play action pass attempt. They're 17th, I think, in yards per rushing attempt.
Okay.
It's a lie. And if you look consistently over, or it's not a lie, it's ignorant. There's the use of the word for you.
Delusional?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to use such a harsh word, so I said ignorant. But you look at it and it says that's a line that he has consistently put forward as his philosophy, and it shows up. They're not running the ball well, and they're not running play action. He clearly believes that.
It is difficult to run play action. It's not impossible. It's difficult out of a shotgun. It's much more.
Dallas
useful.
is under center almost as much as any of the teams at the top of the league.
Detroit does a really good job of play action, but when they do, it's almost always under center. And I know Dallas does a lot, but when you're under shotgun, when you're not under center, it's much more difficult to run that.
But they're not under center higher than the rest of the league. They're not in shotgun higher than the rest of the league. They're under center pretty frequently compared to the rest of the league. He says, and then from that, and this is one of the things I had the biggest problem with, and then from that, we take it to the next step, and that's the pass protection. What? So you're telling me not only do you have to run the ball effectively before you can do play action, you're telling me you have to run the ball effectively before you can even address what's going on with your pass protection right now? And then he goes on, and obviously the pass perimeter. Okay, you're telling me you can't get the perimeter passing game fixed either. You can't fix those things at all unless you're running the ball effectively. Then you're a bad coach. And this is negligence. It's coaching malpractice.
You're nitpicking.
This is not nitpicking. At what point do we take 5 years of statements that are consistent? When do we take?
They're crutch words.
5
he doesn't
years?
really mean this.
Okay, his offense, his play calling, damn sure looks like he means it.
He doesn't mean literally.
You're taking the ordering too literally.
Yeah, Sean and I learned radio 30 years ago. There are still tenets of that you still have to do today. All right, there are still. Yes, everything evolves. Look, read the sign. Pull a Mike Bassick. Stop listening to press conferences.
Okay,
stop.
Watch the tape then. Watch the tape, which looks like he's talking.
You're so convenient in the press conferences you pick apart. Like we all know in sports, press conferences and interviews, you flush 90% of it, maybe 95% of it. But for some reason, because you have an agenda, when it comes to Mike McCarthy, you decide to put on your freaking journalist 60 Minutes hat and are they in the news?
60.
Hey, they would edit it.
They would edit it out. Okay. He's doing just with 60 Minutes.
You put on your journalist breakdown hat, and you feel like, oh my God, now's the time to really pay attention to every single word in an interview, in a press conference, and it's convenient. It's convenience for your agenda that you have. Your boy, Dak Prescott. You don't pick apart what he says.
How many times have I said he's been bad? And that's because Dak doesn't give you anything. When Dak says anything of note,
and this is a bunch of generic. This is a bunch of generic stuff, Bobby. Every single offensive head coach talks about we need the run game to help the quarterback. We need to be better at play action. We need to pass protect.
Sean.
We need to not have Dak carry the load. And he's a great worker. These are the things that he said.
Sean, no one else in the league, I'm telling you, the best offenses are not talking about you can't make the quarterbacks. And this is not the first time. And when you look at the way he calls offense, it matches what he's saying. At what point do you take 5 years of statements and 5 years of play design and calling and everything else and say, oh, yeah, those look exactly the same? It's just, this is not a nitpicky thing. It's just he's never laid out in one quote that extensively every little point that matches up with every problem they have on offense. He crammed it all together into one answer. That's why it's of note. And he did it without any of his, it's just like anything or anything else. He was giving you, this is what it is. It was an uncontroversial question that should have gotten an uncontroversial answer. And that's the problem.
This isn't controversial.
No, listen, that's the thing is that he believes those concepts are, I can lay out my concepts like this. These are the philosophies I believe in. Are you telling me that doesn't match what we've seen on the field? What he wrote, what he said?
What I'm seeing on the field is no offensive line to get them into doing what they want to do.
He agrees.
And a lack of personnel.
And he says he can't do anything about it until they run the ball.
No.
Yes, he is.
You're taking that to. He's just throwing word salad out there, man. Like that's all anybody does with this organization. They talk in circles for the most part.
Play it one more time. And we need your ruling on the fan text.
Well, number one, this system is built on making the quarterback successful. I mean, that's the way I learned it 30-plus years ago. So, everything we do is built into that. And obviously the starting point of making a quarterback successful is running the football. So we can start right there. We need to get more production out of the run game, increase the action pass opportunities, and then from that, take it to the next step is the pass protection. And then, obviously the pass perimeter. So it's about making him successful. If anything, I would guard against, asking him to feel like he has to do more than he's already doing. So he just needs to really focus in on playing quarterback, and he's a great worker. I mean, super diligent, and we'll get to where we need to get to.
So, Bob, what you're saying is everything you just said is really outdated, out of order, and we're seeing that on the field.
Yes.
Is that your basic premise?
Yes, he just described everything that he believes, and that's the problem, is that even if he achieves what he wants, that's a problem.
And what in here besides the run setting up play action is wrong in terms of principles of offense?
The starting point of making a quarterback successful is not running the football. That's not it. The play action opportunity, and he believes that. He's talked about it.
He's just talking about helping
No,
him.
you know what this is? You know what this is? This is a quarterback he doesn't trust, which Dak has not played well. But this is overall. That means that's a quarterback that he doesn't think is capable.
That is exactly what that does mean, right? If you want to run the ball, it means you don't. Because
I would guard against asking him to feel like he has to do more than he's already doing. He is describing in his own way what he wants him to drive the bus.
We know Mike doesn't believe that
he doesn't want him to
number
throw
one
it 50 times.
Yeah, we
like
know
any head coach.
We know Mike doesn't believe. I agree. We know Mike doesn't believe that the number one thing to help the quarterback is run the football. He did not. I mean, he didn't do that with Rodgers.
Let me make an RJ Choppy type statement.
Oh, baby.
I have 3 minutes of voice memos here just left by Jesse Holly, and I cannot wait to get to
Jesse,
them.
you better be defending me.
I think he's reacting to this segment right now, Mr. Fourth and Long. I'm going to sound like RJ Choppy here.
Oh, you, Peyton.
If Dak Prescott was as good as you thought, think, hoped, and prayed for, it wouldn't matter who the offensive coach is. If you're good enough, and this is an indictment of Dak, the fact that you're going at McCarthy this tough and this hard. John Elway had Dan Reeves. Didn't matter.
No, he was trash.
He was
too.
still freaking John Elway. Tony Romo had Jason Garrett. He was still putting up fantastic numbers. Will end up being a better quarterback than Dak Prescott. Who else? Kirk Cousins goes from system to system and still puts up numbers. That
John Fox and
well,
Jim Caldwell.
I'm trying to keep the all-time greats out of it.
Oh, that's it. Elway. That's
no,
it.
For you idiots. For you idiots. It helps your argument. John Elway, smoke Troyman. The point is, as RJ would say, it shouldn't matter this much. If Dak Prescott was that good, it means he's not.
Did it matter the first 6 weeks of the season last year?
Well, they were trying to system change.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. But
yeah, they were trying to system change, and then.
But we should also compare the personnel and what they have to the. They're severely compromised as well. Would you agree with that right now?
Not severely compromised on offense. I think they've built a poor offense.
They have no personnel wise. They're severely compromised.
It's not as good as it could be. It's not. It shouldn't cause the limitations that it does.
Okay.
It's scared coaching.
Jesse said, I agree. Well, I'll give you his verdict after the Tolos. Go ahead, Pepe.
Sean, you might be surprised. There's a lot of Tolos on Bobby's side here. 940, 903,
delusional ones. Oh, right. Ignorant or delusional?
Ignorant and delusional.
Yeah.
They're both right now.
972, he says, sounds like just any other interview. 972 says, Bobby is my guy, but he's overreacting to this.
Okay. Jesse has texted me. I agree with Bobby 1 trillion%. It's 2024. He's still doing stupid things like running man routes into zone defenses. I'm not talking about any of that stuff, and I'm just talking about this press conference.
Just this clip.
Just this clip.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not outdated, but Bobby is out for blood. It's clear. He just wants to redirect all blame away from number 4. If he was that good or good enough, then he wouldn't. We wouldn't have to do all this.
You're not going to trigger me, Will. I see what you're trying to do a little bit with the last line. I see you see the wave of support that I'm getting, and it's overwhelming you. So you're trying to do your Bobby shots the way I do to y'all. You're trying to get me a little bit, but it's not going to work.
All right, so I got two clips from. I got two clips from Rex Ryan yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show. Everything I was going to start. Now I'm going to go opposite way because of the Bobby topic. Listen to Rex Ryan. Yesterday we were saying who would you want, Belichick or Ben Johnson, if it comes down to that. Yo, listen to freaking Rex Ryan talk about Ben Johnson from a defensive mind perspective.
Like, to me, he's an absolute superstar. Anybody can get him. They ought to say, all right, whatever it takes, I'm getting this guy. Because I think he's unique. I love how they, like, offensively, everybody talks about, well, they're loaded with talent. No, that's not true. Last week, they played two guys that were cut this season. All right, Tim Patrick as a starting receiver, Allen Robinson as a starting receiver. The superstar wideout they have was a fourth-round pick, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He wasn't supposed to be able to run. All right, David Montgomery was free agent. Anybody could have had as a running back. Like, they do more. Jared Goff is thrown out with the bathwater. But this dude right here, he is the funnest offense to watch. Really the funnest team, in my opinion. They are so creative and with shifts, motion. Why? They get tells from the defense. And, man, do they attack. And this guy attacks you so many ways. Not only in the passing game, but they're the most creative run team in the National Football League. I think Sean McVay's outstanding. All right? I think he's outstanding. Here's what I love about Sean. He stole every run that they did against Minnesota, that Detroit did against Minnesota, and used it against them in 5 days. All right? I've seen Green Bay steal from this team all last year. They played Dallas. The whole game plan was what Detroit had run. Like, this is the guy people are stealing from.
Wow.
This is the guy that everybody should go get.
Woo! Damn, I love that clip.
That's good.
That's don't even walk in with a resume, cover letter, AI. I know is faking them out there. Be careful in the job world. More on that later. Just play the Rex Ryan clip. If Ben Johnson has any type of personality to connect with people, this sounds like freaking Tom Landry. And then one more clip from Rex on the Dan Patrick Show. We already know that he would go back and take the Jets job. Dan asked Rex if this... Well, you know what? I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this for your Bears topic, which is a very good one.
Thank you.
Save that in the system. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, then empty out the junk drawer.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Gabriel Iglesias on January 31st at WinStar. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The 469 thanks you for that, Sean. He says, hurry up with the ticket giveaway. I got a S and don't have a signal in my bathroom.
There you go. I hope you win. I hope you, in particular, win. Junk.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Couple Halloween leftovers real quick. Bill Belichick's ex and current dressing up in honor of him. We'll get to the current, the 23, the 24-year-old. I've seen two outfits on social media. She was wearing like New York Giants gear in ode to him way back in the day. And then I woke up, Atolo put on my Facebook page, Belichick in a fisherman's outfit out there at the Cape, I'm sure Nantucket.
Yeah.
Fishing and catching his mermaid on the other end. Nice. So there's Bill's 23, 24-year-old, but it's his ex that stole the show.
Yeah, Linda, she went. This is a threat. This is a threat, Bobby. She went as Uma's character from Kill Bill. Kill Bill. That's not subtle. That is not subtle at all.
I love that.
Oh, it's great.
Kill Bill, but it lets you know, maybe still in the mind.
Still on
That's
the
a win
mind.
for Bill.
That's a big win for Bill.
That's a W for Bill.
Big W for Bill.
It's a huge W for Bobby over the weekend. You are thrilled about some extra sleep.
Oh yes, it's the I didn't even realize this until earlier this week when we were in here and we saw the headline on the TV station. We were looking at a weather report from NBC5 and it had the little spinning clock on Saturday. And I had said, I was like, I thought they had killed daylight savings. I thought we weren't going back. We weren't going to fall back. And apparently it's stuck in in Congress.
Sure.
What else is new, right, Chop?
That's right.
It's stuck in Congress, hasn't been able to get passed. But I'm thrilled about this, which means we get to fall back again this year. We are not staying on spring forward time. This weekend, we will be falling back at 2 a.m. We get the extra hour sleep back. You're not going to just take that from me. You're not going to take that and never give it back.
So
I'm not
this
gonna
is
accept
waking
that.
up Sunday, and we'll have extra time.
So
Get
when
an
you
extra
wake
hour
up,
sleep, yeah.
if you were going to wake up at 8, you'd be waking up at 9 or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's going to get dark earlier, which RJ hates.
Yes.
Yes, it will. It'll get dark at 4 o'clock.
He doesn't want to leave the house anyway, so.
Yeah, I definitely want to leave the house.
Yes.
No doubt about that one.
All right, so enjoy it. That kicks in this weekend. I guess one more thing. You mentioned Congress. The Biden biting.
They're eating the pets.
Joe Biden, am I right?
They're Joe Biden. They're eating the children. I guess there was all these pics of Biden biting kids yesterday. Of course, when this toxic news cycle, I had to do a little more research. There was kids in like turkey leg costumes. So there's President Biden taking a bite of the turkey leg.
He
and
thought
shame on you for this.
He thought they were real
had-
turkeys.
had
That's
the-
right. That's how far he's got. He thinks
Army
he
Biden.
thought those were real
Army
turkeys.
Biden instead of Army Hammer. Army Biden.
That's good.
Yeah, so that was Joe Biden biting kids out of the blue. They were dressed as cotton candy and turkey. And shame on you, Bobby, because you're the one who sent this.
Don't shame on me. Look
Headline
at that.
porn.
Read it. Come on.
Read it.
Yeah, he's biting them.
Read it.
Biting the children.
Junk Drawer here on 105.3 The Fan.
So we kind of put a bow on this story that we've kind of touched on all week about these newspapers not promoting a candidate, right? Not endorsing a candidate of any kind. The Washington Post did it, LA Times, and then Gannett did like 200 newspapers. Well, the Washington Post, come to find out, they have lost, since this decision, they have lost 10% of their subscribers. Over 250,000 people have canceled their
I guess I didn't think about it the opposite way. I thought if you endorsed, you lose the other side, but then if you don't endorse, you lose those who wanted you to endorse their side? Is that it?
Which it's crazy to do. It's crazy to. I think endorse a candidate is crazy because like now this just proves like people don't want news; they want confirmation of their views. That's it. That's all they want.
Yes.
That's not
good.
That's
Gosh.
stupid. It's really dumb.
I think Basic's right. I'm not blaming the big man upstairs if we just get wiped out. It's time. It's time. It's time.
Time just to kill us all.
It's time for another wipeout. It really is. I would understand.
Well, yeah. Wait for the keyhole. The keyhole coming. What was that? Who's that? Neil Tyson, DeGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
He said that there's this asteroid. If it hits this keyhole,
yeah,
it will catch the Earth's gravity and it will hit us at like 2039.
Yeah,
and wipe us all out.
Yeah.
So it's coming.
I'm ready. I'm not ready. I understand. I get it, God. I do. I really do. We need to start.
What if you knew that was there's a movie Seeking a Friend for the End of the World where there's an asteroid that's about to hit and they're like, we tried everything, it's coming, it'll be here in like a week, so y'all just be ready, we're all gonna die. If you knew it was coming in 2039, are you just like, all right, caution to the wind, I'm gonna go nuts here for the last 15 years?
Absolutely. I'm looting.
15 years? I might cut it loose like in the last 4 and do whatever I want. 15, that's still a long time. Peyton Russell with an appearance in the junk drawer.
Oh, man. Guys, what age did you have your first kid? Let's go around the room.
First kid?
First kid. What age?
38, 37 or 38.
Okay.
I was 30.
30. Bobby?
Jacob came around when I was 21. I had Addison when I was 24.
Okay. Well, so more and more couples nowadays are becoming dinks. Dual income, no kids. They're living the life, baby.
Yeah.
Look, this was my excuse when I was single. People are like, why aren't you out dating and whatever? It wasn't, because I couldn't find a girl until now. It was because I'm just focused on life, man. I'm just trying to save my money, get my money up, not my funny up. And so, these are 24 and 25-year-old couples. Some a little older here, but this story is about 24 and 25-year-old. Right there, middle age and the 20s. But couples want to enjoy life before being weighed down by kids. They're trying to save up. And these couples, they're traveling more now. And they're not just going, domestically. They're going internationally. So they really want to just basically wipe everything out and say, we just want to focus on our income, us together, until we want to have kids. Now, depending on who you ask for, like Mackenzie, she doesn't want to wait until her mid-30s to have her first kid. She's like, I'm having baby fever now. I want it now. But some, couples, older adults are saying, let's be dinks. Let's wait a little bit.
Mackenzie's not here to present this side of the argument, so I'll do it for her because I was there at your large estate where she disclosed that it's this one that's pushing for the baby. He wants the baby now. He wants it right now. So he's capping.
Look, man, it's a double-edged sword to me. You have them young, you have more energy, but you're not going to be in the best finances. And then you get to live life. Choppy can start living life. He's out. And I'm just beginning my sentence. But I feel better off and stable financially, more mature, maybe younger. Some of the arguments when we're stressed out at 23 may not have equaled a long-lasting marriage. When you're older, more mature, but the aches and the pains and the fatigue and the tired, it sucks. It sucks, and now I have to wait 15 more years to take my trips to Switzerland and Italy like RJ.
Well, I mean, you could. You just got to get divorced to get remarried again and find somebody else, and then
I wouldn't be able to afford it then with the alimony.
Right. Absolutely, no doubt. Like my former sister-in-law and brother-in-law, they have an 18-year-old. They're like 39. They're out, man.
They're out, man.
They're out. They have 25 years of work and just saving cash. It's just that's like just.
But what I'm really noticing is more and more people that have been in my friend circle my age, they're not having kids. They're just not going to have kids. Period. It's not happening.
I know.
Right?
It's a lot of people like that.
A lot of people like that.
Now there are still some obviously that want like Sarah does want a kid. She does want a child, and I told her, I said, listen, I'll have one with you. I call her bluff. She's like, I don't want you to start over. I call her bluff all the time.
That's why Kristen won't. That's why she's shut it down. She's like, the last kid's going to be out when we're mid-40s. I don't want to do that. She's like,
you just need to knock her up. You, Choppy.
Me?
Yeah.
Just do it.
Because it's gonna be some lifelong guilt. Lifelong guilt. You can hack it. I think you can do it. You got the energy level. I think you'll be fine. Just do it. Just knock her up.
She goes, I tell her, I says, listen, I'm a guy. I am totally fine being miserable. I can handle hating life. I can handle it. Some people can't. I can handle it. I will be totally fine. I have the energy for it and everything.
Are the Cowboys going to lose again in Atlanta? Choppy with the 5 things he wants to see, and Bobby has the referees that could determine things on Sunday. Back to Inside the Star on the home of America's team after this.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
Cowboys-Falcons Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame with Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo. Play-by-play and color with Brad and Babe. Postgame with Broaddus and Zach Wolchuk, all on this radio station. Mike McCarthy at 8:40 this morning. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Before we get to RJ's 5 things and your official predictions, Bobby has the referee assignment.
Scott Novak will be on the officiating crew on Sunday against the Falcons. So some of the notes about Novak's crew that might be relevant to the Cowboys. Home teams have won at a higher rate with Scott Novak's crew than any other officiating crew this season. There's only been one road victory this season in Scott Novak games. So that doesn't bode well for the Cowboys as they go into Atlanta. Novak calls 2 penalties at the highest rate in the NFL. And they seem to be really fundamental ones, which is never good for Dallas. Illegal shift. Calls the most illegal shifts in the NFL. So
we don't shift.
Yeah, that's true.
No problem. No issue there.
But maybe they're a little antsy and they happen to move, and it's going to get you right there. And then illegal block in the back. So if you see an illegal block in the back, which I was surprised to find when I was looking at it, that is not getting called much this season. Illegal block in the back at all.
You know what else I haven't seen called? When you and I were on the same team on this?
What was it? It's the hip drop.
Drop.
I don't know that I've seen one of those. They fined people for it, after the game, but I haven't seen penalty flags being thrown for it yet.
Joe Mixon, the only one I've seen be really outspoken with it.
Yeah, Joe Mixon was furious about it, which is a little ironic that Joe Mixon's worried about a violent play and complaining about enforcement of it.
I know what you're
assault joke.
I know
that is. Yeah. It's not even a joke. It's just very direct. You can go look up the security cam footage at Oklahoma. He's called the fewest offensive holding penalties of any crew in the NFL.
That's great.
So that might give you a big benefit with Tyler Guyton still learning how to use his hands a little bit. This is not a front you're going to need to hold necessarily. They don't get a lot of pass rush. But holding calls may not be very frequent in this one. So Scott Novak's crew, not one that typically enforces those. Look more for the things like illegal blocks in the back, maybe some pass interference stuff. That's the stuff that he'll call.
Choppy, what do you want to see?
All right, 5 things. Number 1, I want to get in Kirk Cousins' face. I want somebody. They say in the face after they're done with that. That's how much it needs to happen. He can pick you apart if the defense isn't in his face, doesn't move tremendously. He's a few weeks removed from looking like that injured Achilles was not ready. It seems like it is, but get in his face. Number 2, don't let Kyle Pitts find space. He's a receiver at tight end. And he has come on of late. Last 4 games, he had a goose egg 5 games ago. Last 4 games, 314 yards on 21 catches and a couple of touchdowns, or tutties, as the kids call it.
Ugh.
He has been a problem.
Had just 8 catches in his first 4 games, 21 receptions in the last 4, 2 touchdowns recently against Tampa Bay.
Vernon Davis, that's who he is. Vernon Davis was...
He might be
more
athletic.
Vernon Davis
faster.
is supposed to be the freak of oh my gosh, pick him 4, and then he did nothing until year 4. It was right around now that Vernon Davis started to click.
Number 3, worry more about Bijan the runner than the pass catcher. Last 4 games, his lowest yards per carry is 4.8 in any of those games. Meanwhile, 2 of the last 4, he's got 16 or fewer yards receiving. He's a much bigger threat running the ball. Focus on that.
9th in the NFL in rushing yards. 2 of his top 3 performances have occurred in the last 3 weeks. Had 103 in Seattle. Stealing some of these notes from Nick Eatman.
All right, now last week we talked about this, but I'm going out. I don't care here. Keep forcing it to CD. Keep forcing it. They don't have anybody else. Nobody's ever said you're throwing too much to Justin Jefferson. As long as they're not forcing it, where it's like all these tight window throws, like that little chart that you sent us.
Like they are doing?
Like they are doing.
I mean, everybody's covered, so might as well. You're gonna have to, any throw you try is going to be forced.
If you're going to force it to somebody, he's the guy to force it to. Find a way to get the ball in his hands over anyone else. And then number 5, do something about the early half, the halves, the start of the halves. First half, second half. Of the 14 halves that have happened, the Dallas Cowboys defensively, the opposing team has scored on 13 of the 14 first possessions to either start the game or out of the second half. That's got to change.
I have a couple of strong suggestions to look out for in this game. Couple of tidbits that I want all the credit for if it happens on Sunday. If it doesn't happen,
forget it.
Forget it. I think the Cowboys are going to play up-tempo a ton. Like, not just a spurt here and there. I think they're going to go up-tempo a lot to try to get the offense kick-started. And my weird, random prediction for the year, a special teams player will somehow be involved a little bit offensively. I'm thinking maybe like a C.J. Goodwin. So a C.J. Goodwin offensive appearance somehow, some way on Sunday, and a lot of up-tempo with the offense for Mike McCarthy's unit. Coach will join us at 8:40. What do you think about those suggestions? And have we ever seen C.J. Goodwin with the ball in his hands a lot? You said that the Turpin patented fake is to C.J., but what about him with the football?
Yeah, so he had the punt return in 2020 against San Francisco where they did the turn around and lateral it, pass across the field, where then he was able to run with open field. But no, I don't know that I've ever seen him get
college numbers. Where did he play?
He was at California, but not California like
place.
Cal.
Yep.
California, Pennsylvania.
California University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
well done.
So C.J. Goodwin is, I mean, he's been their special teams ace for forever. But yeah, I mean, that'd be, if that's right, you're going to get credit for that call. The tempo thing makes a lot of sense. CD talked about that after the game last week, that he seems frustrated by that it's like, when we get into tempo, we seem to have success. We need to do this earlier.
I heard him mention it again yesterday, too. So I think they're going to go no huddle a lot.
But it was a press conference, so we ignore that.
Prediction time.
Real quick, do you know who the most famous alumni from California University of Pennsylvania is?
I do not.
It is
Shaka
Shane
Smart.
Gillis. Oh.
Huh?
Shaka Smart.
Shaka Smart. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Prediction time. Peyton, you're in charge of seeing whether we're going 60-40 with the Tolo, 70-30. The over-under, just so you know, is 51.5. Right now, the Falcons are favored by 3.5. It was 3 earlier in the week. RJ Choppy, start us off.
I think the Cowboys win this one.
Whoa!
They are apparently they win on the road and they lose at home. So go figure.
Except last week.
That's different. That's different.
That's different.
It's San Francisco.
I'm glad you're here to help me, Bobby. Yeah. I'm glad you're here to keep track.
That's San Francisco. They were never going to win that game anyway. They could have played that game on the moon and they wouldn't have won. I don't buy the Atlanta home crowd. It's not a great home crowd. There'll be plenty of Cowboy fans in there. I just think they win this one 23-18.
23-18.
23-18.
Would that be a scoregami? Something like that?
I don't know. Maybe.
And are you betting this? You feel confident enough to bet it?
I don't feel confident enough to bet it.
Okay. Bob?
I've seen this team play too many games.
You've already given things away by saying they will not win a game until Thanksgiving. How ugly will this get?
I don't know how they're going to. Atlanta's got so many different weapons. I don't know how Dallas is going to consistently stop them from scoring on just about every drive. Doesn't necessarily mean it's touchdowns, but I think there'll be very little punting from Atlanta. I do think Dallas will be able to do some things on offense. I think that they're going to be able to stand back there, and Dak will have more time to, let plays develop and push the ball downfield. But ultimately, I still think that this is a Atlanta victory, so I'm going 38-24 Falcons.
38-24. Pepe, you and the Tolo picks.
I think right now on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney fan text, it's about 60-40, 65-35, I think Falcons. You're having a lot of late Cowboys come in. 817-214 says Falcons win 36-21, Falcons 31-21, and a couple Cowboys 28-24. So some close Cowboys victories. I have Falcons winning 30-23. I just think, look, it's a noon game. Micah says, hey, noon game. We don't show up for those. We're burnt out. It's too early for us. So I think the run game for, Bijan Robinson's going to go off as well. He's on my fantasy team, so I hope he does well. But yeah, Falcons win this one by 7.
But the noon game with falling back, they get the extra hour sleep. It's a 1 p.m. game.
Yeah.
I really like Atlanta with the points here. Falcons win by 10 at least. 31-20 Atlanta. No way Dallas is going to be able to keep up with all these weapons. If they do win, it'll be a Kirk Cousins. There's Kirk. A Kirk Cousins.
That's a noon game. He won't do that.
Well, the primetime thing is an old tired thing.
That's an old tired thing as well.
That's expired now. 31-20 Falcons over the Cowboys, and it could get uglier. I kind of, I could see Bobby's score happening much more than the other way. So there it is. And the total is about 65% are picking the ATL. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with your picks on the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line.
By the way, since Kirk Cousins got to Minnesota, so he left Washington in that time, his passer rating is higher in primetime games than noon games.
Old narrative.
Yep.
It is.
Done and over with. All right, so the pregame is going to start at 9 o'clock on this radio station. Some latest odds from Bet Online. Defensive Player of the Year, TJ Watt is leading the way. Then Will Anderson and Chris Jones and Dexter Lawrence, who I found out yesterday Bill Belichick is absolutely in love with. Coach of the Year favorite.
Coach of the Year favorite, Kevin O'Connell.
No, he is 6th.
That's ridiculous.
Whoa.
He's tied for 5th.
Dan Quinn?
Dan Quinn, 2-1. Andy Reid's 5-1.
I mean, it's a miracle what he's done with that quarterback, so.
I'll go back and check.
Yeah, it's not surprising. They're 7-0.
MCDC? Motor City Dan Campbell, is he up there?
He's tied with Kevin O'Connell at 8-1.
I mean, honestly, they should just give it to Mike Tomlin every year.
Sean Payton's 3rd at 6-1, and then Tomlin. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels by a mile, minus 400, then Caleb at plus 750. Rookie Defensive Player of the Year,
Jared Verse.
Good job, Bobby, minus 160. Offensive Player of the Year,
Derrick Henry.
Yes, and then Saquon Barkley and Justin Jefferson. Ooh. Catch the KMC Masterpiece today, Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. The guys will be out there with Jerry Jones at 10:30.
Well, interviewing Jerry. Jerry won't be there.
No, Jerry won't
Jerry's ever been inside a Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yes, Jerry eats the...
He was inside a 7-Eleven buying some wine.
True.
Yeah, he absolutely would.
RJ Choppy fixes the NBA. And what was that? Mavericks against the armpit. All that, then Mike McCarthy after this.
Hectic mode.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Stay of the ROA Loss, That's Soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And that, my friends, in Dallas, Texas, is a Rockets win! Final score tonight from the American Airlines Center. Houston 108 and Dallas 102.
What's this jackass's name?
Is that Craig Ackerman? How have we never heard that before? Are you kidding me?
Rockets win!
Wow.
That's amazing. That's 5 seconds. 5 seconds long.
Matt Thomas.
Well, which one is it?
It says Matt Thomas.
Is that TV or radio?
Radio broadcast.
Rockets radio with the call. Man, my phone's getting lit up from Tolo Sean. Oh, I don't hear too much Mavs today. Why aren't you talking about the armpit? Astros are still on top. I mean, he's just making it rain Houston over here, talking about the Rockets getting the W last night at the AAC. Houston wins.
Yeah, they got to start these games faster. Dallas has had this issue early on this season where they don't seem to hit a rhythm with their shots until, mid-third into the fourth quarter. And that's what happened last night. They finally started playing effectively in the fourth quarter. They were finally starting to have some efficient offense, and it wasn't enough late. I thought Luka was going to get tossed in this game, though, late in the fourth. He already, he had 5 fouls, and after that he started playing little hands off like he tends to do when he does that. But he gets the ball down the court. I think it was a 3-point game at this time. He's going down the court. He's trying to make something happen. And he fumbles the ball, thinks he gets fouled. And he did not turn back and get back on defense immediately. He wanted to complain about it with like a minute 12 left. But it was something where it was not enough at the end. Klay Thompson wasn't shooting consistently until late. Kyrie played really well throughout this game, but they had foul trouble, other issues. It was just a flat game for them, and Jalen Green hit a couple of ridiculous shots down the stretch.
MVP favorite
in the NBA?
NBA.
No, NHL.
Luka.
It is Luka. Plus 350. Next.
Shea.
Yes, right down the road in Canada. According to John Calipari with us yesterday.
Not Embiid, I'll tell you that.
The Joker, plus 475. Tatum, 7-1. Rookie of the Year, Zach Edey. Chuck Cooperstein with a prediction for him. Having a very nice season. What was that? Who was that?
Dalton.
Huh?
Dalton should be at 18 points in that night.
Dalton Connect.
Where's Bronny?
He got his first bucket.
Got it in front of the Cleveland crowd. Just chill.
Just in front of his hometown.
How much do you think the NBA was just like, guys, just please let him get a shot off in Cleveland, please?
Well, they got smoked, so he was able to get on the floor. And then Udoka and Budenholzer are your favorites for Coach of the Year. So those are some of your NBA odds. Ratings. Let's tie up the end of the World Series with NBA, and then we'll get into you and Bob Ryan fixing the association.
So the NBA TV ratings to start the season are not good. They're down nearly 800,000 for their opening night game to start last year. So 1.7 million down from 2.5. But for the same type game, the next game, the later evening game, was down 50% from the previous year. So their opening day, their ESPN opening doubleheader games, they were down respectively 42%, 49%, 29%. For Spurs Mavericks was down 29% from a comparable game the previous season. And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that, like,
people went to watch the WNBA.
Yeah. We all know that the regular season is meaningless. But we can't know that the players also call it meaningless and the organizations call it meaningless. And what the Sixers did with Joel Embiid, which got them fined, was criminal. And I don't know what the real way to fix this is, because obviously you have 82 games.
But why did he not start the season?
It's basically just load. They're faking injuries.
He's
and
never
stuff.
playing back-to-back. He said, I'm never playing back-to-back games again ever for my career. Because you know why he said that? He's confident, just totally saying, I'm going to blow off the rules because they have the most spineless commissioner in professional sports.
Like, and baseball plays too many games, too. They have fewer postseason teams, so that helps. The NBA, you have 20 of the 30 teams make at least the play-in. And, that you just play enough games to be one of those 20 teams, then you've got a shot. And that becomes a problem. And I don't know do you shrink the playoffs? I mean, the league's not going to do that.
Shrink all the regular seasons. They won't do it, of course. Less baseball games, less NBA games, less hockey games. Shorten them. We don't have the attention spans. Everything will be better. Less is more. Less is more.
Yeah, here would be, if you want it fixed, here would be my advice to the NBA chop. Here, it's November 1st, so I would
it's
say
going to be a serious comment from you.
I would say this November, you guys make a change as to who's in power and go back to strong leadership and bring somebody in here with a backbone to stand up to the players who are doing. I'm talking about basketball, Chow. That's what I'm talking about. No, I think honestly, it's Silver. They have no respect for Adam Silver. He is such all this enforcement he's tried to put in. He has been so deferential to players early on, and it was received well in the wake of David Stern. They need a David Stern. That's who they need.
Bob Ryan says the worst thing. By the way, I got an idea for the fixing of it. Shrink the amount of teams in the postseason. All right, and then to make up the revenue for the lost games, move the series to best of 9 versus best of 7. So you get more games. Fewer teams, but you'll make the games up. So you'll get...
I think that's pretty dumb.
Okay.
What about relegation to the WNBA?
The reason why is in the NBA, best of 7, I mean, we don't...
You don't get upsets anyway.
We don't get upsets anyway.
Right.
So best of 9, why play more games when it's already decided in best of 7?
What it would do is you're just making up the revenue that you're losing from having more teams in, and then the regular season would mean more because it's more difficult to get in the playoffs. That's the only thought. And since you're already not getting upsets anyway, what's it matter? Just get more games, I guess. Bob Ryan said the three-point shot is the single worst thing to happen to basketball in his lifetime.
And that's a lifetime.
And that is a lifetime. He goes, I go back to 1961.
That's how you won a title last year, Bob.
It really is. And
Boston.
the Celtics are going to wind up scoring more threes this year than twos. Like, they're already on that pace. But all sports have changed. Which one has changed for the worst? So basketball with the three-point shot, football, and I won't even use the pad. I'll say the overly aggressive fourth down decisions.
Okay.
And baseball, it's like batting average be damned. You just you don't change your approach on 2 strikes. You just swing from your colon.
It's not even close. It's by far baseball in the batting average.
Yep.
Amongst these 3. It's not even close. The three-pointer's fun. Appreciate Bob Ryan coming on the show last year in the finals. That's an old crotchety take. Fourth downs are fun. It's the lack of action in baseball.
Yeah.
It's the lack of balls in play, running the bases, plays at the plate, plays at the bases, defensive lapses like we saw with the Yankees. That doesn't happen with strikeouts or home runs. It's by far that, in my opinion.
I agree. It's balls in play or action. That's action. Like you want to see. Strikeouts are boring. Home runs are fun, but like a triple's like a lot of fun.
Baseball got too smart. And they realized it. Like it became, they were able to boil so much of it down that it really narrowed the game. And that's to their credit. Rob Manfred, a real commissioner, Sean. To their credit, they figured out, all right, these are tweaks we need to make to try and balance some of what we're seeing. And now the next question is, how do we fix this borderline dead ball era of hitting right now that they ran into last year?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Jaywalking allowed and Crocs banned. Bobby?
Yeah, let's do the Crocs banned first.
Are Crocs being worn in school a ton?
Oh, it's all my kids. Well, my kids now, they conned me into buying them Yeezy slides.
Oh my gosh. How much did you pay for those?
I think I got one and my ex got the other one.
You each bought one shoe?
Yeah, you got left or right?
No, like one pair. I think they were over $100. But like that, they're in great condition though, so they look good. I'm pretty sure.
When did you buy them?
I'm pretty sure it was like in the summertime.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't even remember what we buy these kids. I can't keep
Every
track
time I
of-
talk to you, you're getting conned into some type of shoe.
I can't keep track of what I've paid for and what I've made them pay for. My assumption is I paid for these.
Okay.
But I couldn't be told.
You got to ban Gen Alpha. They can't be called Gen Alpha any longer. That's I believe both your kids are Gen Alpha. Chop. It's 2010 to 2024. Is if you were born in that area, you're Gen Alpha.
So I got one.
Well, they're Gen Beta is what they are, because schools are having to ban Crocs because kids keep tripping and falling over their own shoes. They don't know how to walk with any sort of coordination.
Like my son.
And there are schools now that are saying, man, these Crocs, they're just a little too difficult for these kids to figure out. We are banning them. Kids have been wearing Crocs for 20 years now, it feels like. And it's never been a problem until Gen Alpha, raised by Gen Z. If you're young enough, I guess, but this is a Gen Alpha thing. Sounds more like Gen Beta to me, Chop.
This is my biggest regret in life that I'm not a part of Gen Alpha. I mean, this is so perfect.
Gen Alpha.
I'm so jealous. My youngest one's Gen Alpha. I'm just so jealous of him that he gets to say that he gets to call. But they should be Gen Sigma. That's what they really are. They want to be called Sigma. But yeah, they're all the Crocs and slides. And they all wear them with socks.
Oh, I hate that look.
Yeah.
Now,
God,
I will say this.
Look.
I've put my oldest one's Crocs on. They are more comfortable with socks because they're like the rubber with your foot, it's a little sticky. They are so much more comfortable with socks on.
Well, whatever shoes you're wearing, you're allowed to jaywalk in New York City
What
now.
a segue.
Thank you. I'm walking here is not anything you have to say anymore. It's just assumed. They're allowed to walk wherever they want. New York City has officially done away with jaywalking. It is no longer a crime.
Should it have been a crime? Is it for our own protection?
In that city, it should be. That's because it's crazy the amount of cars and cab drivers driving all over the place in completely inappropriate way. But it should be
different
in that
cities should have different.
Yeah. Different cities should have different rules.
Will Mike McCarthy be disappointed if the Cowboys don't make a move before or during Tuesday's trade deadline? Let's preview the Falcon game with the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, on Shan RJ and Bobby.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
It's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Shan and RJ. Cowboys-Falcons Sunday on this radio station with the pregame, the play-by-play, and the post-game coverage. Let's bring in the big dog himself, Mike McCarthy, live on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, man. How was your week?
It was good. It was good. No Jerry headlines or anything like that. And then we got some...
So you're bored with that, or?
I'm comfortably bored with it. Comfortably bored with it. Although, I guess sometimes one could argue it takes distractions away from other things, intentional or not. But forget all that. What was your Halloween costume?
Sorry, I didn't participate. Just got home. Got home in time to see a couple of the trick-or-treaters. But, sorry. What was yours?
I was a piñata. Choppy.
I was garbage.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
You put on the garbage bag?
I put on the garbage bag.
All right, Coach, don't even ask a follow-up on that. Don't get yourself in trouble, political.
Is there a history there? Or?
Yeah, well, I mean,
there's news headlines.
Apparently there is.
Yeah. And Bobby, what were you?
I was a dad following his kids around, picking up candy. I was just playing the role I was meant to.
Top 2 candies, Coach. What are they?
Oh shoot! We passed that was Starburst and Reese cups.
Oh, okay, yeah. The cups are fantastic. The Starburst, I mean, you gotta brush teeth immediately after you do.
Can Starburst be a Halloween candy though?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Oh yeah.
All right.
No, they're fantastic. Coach, yesterday, Dak got an opportunity to talk to the media, and he said that there was a point in the game where CD looked at him and said something to the effect of, "Yeah, we're back." Felt like they were in rhythm and had finally synced up the way they needed to. Did you feel that way, I guess, in the moment? And then watching the tape back, did you say, okay, here it is, it's starting to click into place a little bit for them?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I thought they clicked, obviously with the number of opportunities those two, had Sunday night. And then I think obviously the fourth quarter, plays really stand out. But, I think just like anything, just the fact that, for as much attention and tilt of coverage that, CD gets, it's important for them two guys to be in sync. And obviously that was a good performance, with those two guys Sunday night.
Coach, they've talked about that frustration of, trying to get on the same page like they've been in recent years. Similarly, on the other side, have you seen moments on tape where when you're watching the game back, you go, okay, that's not normal for their connection or the chemistry that they have, and I know that's going to come into place, but it's a reps thing, and they've got to get those reps in.
Well, that's just the human nature and the normalcy of this game. I mean, you have to have reps, and it's just like anything. There's a teaching progression and everything that goes on the practice field. I mean, just for instance, we're making a point yesterday. You practice routes on air. You got to make sure the receivers, there's a release component to it because, the fact that they're just going to be jumping off the line, free access every single play, and we're going to drop back and have a nice clean pocket and throw on time. I mean, those are time clocks that you establish more in the off season. It's the live reps that you need. That's just why training camps is critical. The opportunity to line up and do the 1-on-1, 2-on-2, the slot drills, and then obviously the 7-on-7 teams. I mean, it's just to get that competitive, combative environment in all aspects, not just throwing the football.
Yeah, whenever we go the other way on camp and we're like, oh, does it really matter? Then CD comes out and says, no, it definitely mattered in terms of our chemistry and connection. Coach, whenever people are looking for ways to jumpstart an offense, they're like, all right, pace, no huddle. And we're always talking about complimentary football with you. You balance that against not wanting to compromise your defense. Can you explain how you approach that, how you look at that? Like, all right, we're going to go a little bit more no huddle. We're going to go with a lot of pace, but then you also want to protect your defense.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, you have to have a baseline in how you want to play the game. in offense, I've always been a high pace of operation believer, and we actually, it's a statistic that we keep track of. We keep track of the time that the play entry goes in on a 40-second clock. The time we break the huddle and the time we snap the ball, and that's on every single play in the game, and even more so in practice, because there's a training mechanism to all this. So I believe you have to have pace operation as fast as you can, not only to train, but also you always want to press the line of scrimmage. You always want that defense to know, okay, here they come, here they come, here they come, because it makes them communicate quicker, and makes them look at and then pace operation doesn't stop when you break the huddle. It's really, getting over the ball, getting set. If you have a shift or a shift in a motion, is doing them with the urgency and the specificness just to really keep pressing the defense. So, so that's the starting line for us. As far as no huddle, and there's benefits of when you do it, whether it's home or away, based off of what your team needs. So I think no huddle is not just so this is when you do it. I think there's a lot of benefits to it because obviously you want to keep challenging the defense. But I'm a big believer in pace of operation, and because it's always easier to slow things down than to speed them up.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. When you go no huddle, is it more onus that, does the quarterback take over more calls, or it's the same level in terms of you making all those calls, or you just can't do? How does that change if at all when you go no huddle?
The percentage of it is, I think there's I don't want to say misconception. Or maybe just an understanding that, football has always been played at the line. There's adjustments that are made on every offensive play, whether it's the lineman, making an adjustment on, how they're going to block, because, they're not going to line up in the same front every single time. Yeah. And if they do line up in the same front, now you got to anticipate line movement. So there's always adjustments that are made, and then there's run to pass options. There's pass to run. There's run to run, pass to pass. So that goes. So I'm just so we do it all the time. Always have. It's always been that way. But the percentage of how much is on the quarterback, maybe a little more. But that's really the world that he lives in. That's this process starts as soon as we get out of the game plan meetings on Tuesday. Scott Tolzien's on the phone with Dak and the other quarterbacks, and they're getting them the run checks immediately and the protection checks, and so their process starts Tuesday night. So they come in here Wednesday. They got to have a pretty high understanding of it, because now we got to operate throughout the meetings with the other players and so forth. So so it's really kind of your everyday deal, but it's just that the quarterback's always going to have that type of responsibility.
Coach, in the 7 games, the other team has scored on their opening possession of a half on 13 of the 14 halves. What do you think has been the biggest issue coming out of the either half to start the game or at a halftime?
You talking about our opponents?
Yes.
13? Yeah. I think it's when you look at things, it isn't like halftime's is a huge. The biggest thing about halftime is you just really got a chance to reset. More physically and emotionally, but mentally you're making adjustments throughout the game. But it's definitely something that the third quarter production is something that we have to be better into. Clearly as a football team.
Yeah, Babe Laufenberg has always talked about that. Then Kyle Shanahan this past week, he's like, no, the halftime adjustments, that's for you guys watching the movies. It's not really what you think it is. So that is the case, right, Coach? Like, how often have you stood up? You're not on a whiteboard for 5 or 10 minutes saying, all right, I'm going to draw all this stuff up differently from the way we planned it. That does not happen.
Yeah, I think, it's really that you're continuing the conversation that you had, in between the last series, or when the defense is on. Like for offensive, we go right into a room, we hit the run checks and keep, make sure we're aligned there, and then we go through each situation, and then the coaches are out there with their players, use the restroom, and then go out and dress the team, and then it's time to go back out. And it's not as it's not
Hollywood,
right? Yeah, I don't want to ruin it for Hollywood, of course.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. I want about the coin toss, because, I mean, I guess it varies team to team. Take the ball, defer. It looks like you guys have taken the ball quite a bit this year. Like, philosophically, is that something that shifts over time with you and where you guys are?
Yeah, I believe the coin flip is a decision that we make through game management and game education. We have a meeting at 2:30 on Fridays. It's myself and the three coordinators and our game management staff, and so we go through the officiating and just any type of reminders that we want to hit, the trends of the league. The officials have a video comes out, so we address all that, and we talk about the coin toss and just how we want to start the game. So I mean, I ideally, I mean, if you got a clean canvas, I would always defer. To me, there has to be a reason to take the ball, and that's just kind of the way I've always done it.
Mike McCarthy joins us here, 105 through the Fan. What's your assessment of Kirk Cousins? It seems like everywhere he is, like the media is always trying to replace him and find the next guy, but he puts up numbers. What was your assessment of him during his time in Washington, Minnesota?
Good player. Played in a good system in Washington. Had some good years. Played against him there, I think, twice, and obviously played against him a number of times up in Minnesota. I think just like anything, when you play a player, particularly a quarterback, a number of times, you get in tune with how he plays, and I've always felt that he was very, very consistent. I thought he was extremely productive, stays on time and so forth. But yeah, I think he's a good productive quarterback.
Coach, they drafted Penix. If you want to give us your draft thoughts on him, sure. I'm more interested in, and there's probably no one better to ask, the two different schools of thought, because developing young quarterbacks is always a topic nowadays. There's one school, right? If he's the guy, you throw him out there and you get him the reps. The other school of thought is you can scar them. They're not ready. Let them sit back and learn. Of course, now you have a salary cap and limited years on the deal that you got to play up against. What is Michael Penix learning right now on the bench, and how can that be beneficiary, even though the NFL with the contracts, they want you to play like immediately?
Well, I mean, the situation Michael Penix in is, to me, is he's in the ideal situation. I just go back to Ron Wolf, 1992. I think he really set the philosophy for the quarterback room. It's the most important room in the building. You could make a case for, and it's definitely the hardest position to play in this league. And if you look back, when he started in Green Bay, he traded for Favre, and then had Brunell, and had Ty Detmer, and then and even had a Hall of Famer on the staff that they didn't even know it at the time. So I'll let you figure that one out for your trivia. No, but you just can't ever have enough good quarterbacks, and we got a chance to add to it. If Kurt is still the guy and he keeps playing at a really high level, the value of Michael Penix is only going to go up, even if he never plays in Atlanta. So there's draft value in having high-quality quarterbacks in that room, especially because if Kirk Cousins is playing at a high level, that means the team's doing well.
Yep.
And it's an opportunity for their value of the other quarterbacks to grow, or then you are now having the training. And what better share could you have for a rookie quarterback to be in the room for a couple of years and learn, learn the league, learn all the little things that you need to know in the quarterback room. So I don't think you ever have enough quarterbacks. I mean, it's what we have going here with Trey Lance. I mean, we have an extremely healthy quarterback room. We have three guys that we feel very strongly about, and I don't think every team can say that. And frankly, in my personal opinion, I think it'd be great if the league ever we acquired a fourth quarterback to be in the building, because I mean it's the game changes when you have a drop off at the quarterback position.
Coach, do you think that at the younger levels they're doing a good job of developing quarterbacks to play the position versus just playing a system, and having quarterbacks play 2 or 3 years at the collegiate level gives them a much better advantage?
Well, I just think what you see in sports, and especially having children, down here in Texas. I mean, the club, the club volleyball for my daughter, I'm just always blown away by the level of coaching. And then you look at the football and the baseball and everything. So I just think youth sports as a whole is so much better. I think these kids, and they're being educated on functional training methods and the fundamental technique opportunities that they have, outside of their team is at high, at the highest level that it's ever before. So I think they're definitely, the training for these guys are just in all sports is higher. And then you take it to the quarterback, you got quarterback specific, it's quarterback development industry out there right now, with developing the young players. So I do think that is definitely improved. But I also think this NIL and this portal gives a guy to stay, gives a quarterback an opportunity to stay in college longer, because, you look at the stat of 1,300 pass attempts for these quarterbacks come out of college. It's a pretty good indicator of the level of experience that is needed to play in this league. And, the instincts and awareness, going back to the question earlier about how important training camp is, those live reps are so important for these young quarterbacks to play in college. And I think it's smart when they stay in college and play, because it's only going to better prepare them for the program.
Last one for you, Coach. I know how you're going to answer it, but I have to ask it anyway. There's a lot of fans who have been just furious, more towards the front office, lack of moves, no deadline stuff. It sounds like from Jerry and Steven, and that's a way of saying that people don't believe you've been put in the best situation to thrive and succeed, especially in a contract year. Would you be happy or satisfied? Any opinion one way or the other? Would you like to see maybe a deadline move or some activity for a little jolt to the roster?
I think, the deadline moves, and it's really the same feeling I would have every single year. I mean, if it's a player that fits, and, can make us better, and in the locker room would be the first place that would be embraced, then you do those things. But you got to remember, we're in this with our players, and we have a great group of players. We are developing in more areas than you'd like to do right now, but that's the injuries and youth can do that to you. So we just have to stay the course, keep working, and I do this team works. I mean, their work ethic is high. And we just got to stay after it and manage the noise outside, and just keep it about winning football games. And I feel we'll continue to move forward and win.
This was awesome, Coach. Thank you so much for addressing all the topics. Maybe we'll get you in the Halloween spirit next year, and good luck on Sunday.
Yeah, Thursday night's that's a tough draw.
Yes, it is.
Here, guys.
Maybe we can talk. Jerry says he listens. He's going on KMC today. Corey Majors is listening. Maybe we can talk the Cowboys front office into a couple of moves. Bobby and Choppy have some, plus RJ with your degenerate football picks to kick off the final hour of Shan and RJ next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Takes the snap, four-man rush. Lobs one left. Into the end zone for Garrett Wilson. One-handed catch! Incredible! Did he get 2 feet down? Well, you may have heard the ruling. Just as we come back, what you are certainly hearing in the background is MetLife Stadium coming apart at the seams and celebrating an incredible touchdown catch by Garrett Wilson.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Final hour of the week. Feels like it went by pretty quickly. Hopefully it did for you as well. Here with Shan, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for being a Tola. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. You can visit them at Buffalo Wild Wings and Grapevine. Nick Eatman gives his pick for the Falcon game at 9:20. Everyone on the show except for Choppy going with Atlanta. Last night, Jets exploding in the second half. They beat the Texans, and the big sports talk question is: was Garrett Wilson's catch better, equal, in the same discussion as Odell against Brandon Carr?
Oh, I don't think it's in the same discussion.
It's not in the same discussion.
The Odell one, I just think had such a much more greater level of athleticism. I mean, he was horizontal to the ground, like he was, and the ball was behind him. This ball was in front of him here. I mean, this is a great catch. Don't get me wrong, but the Odell catch was without question the greatest catch I've ever seen.
Okay.
It's in the conversation, but I do think the Odell one's better. I mean, this was incredible. I mean, I've felt those gloves before.
Well, it's you can't drop anything.
No.
I don't know how you drop anything.
They talk about how just everything seems to stick to it now. It's like it's just as adhesive as Stickum was back in the day, essentially. And so, I mean, you're going to see more of those because of that, but it's still an insane play. Just the body control and the adjustment and snagging the ball out of there and his awareness to get his shin down.
Okay, so we're going to get to the game. We previewed and picked it an hour ago. Nick Eatman at 9:20 for the Falcons. But Choppy, he's trying. He's trying through osmosis. Maybe Jerry Jones is listening as he says he does. They're not going to make any moves for Tuesday's trade deadline. We don't think they are. Steven, he's going to come on and say the same thing. 24, 365, blah, blah, blah. But RJ's still trying to throw out some names. First, you had Hubbard out of Carolina, the running back. Michael Lombardi said the Cowboys should just try to get Miles Sanders. He would help them immensely. By the way, who is the starting running back? That's a question for Nick. Who's the starting running back Sunday?
Probably
better be Rico.
Probably Dowdle, I think.
Okay. So we'll ask Nick at 9:20. Not that it's probably going to matter too much. Choppy, you trying to get another back?
Well, this is, I was looking at some trade options, and one of them, so I mentioned Chuba Hubbard a couple weeks ago. This one, another running back, Nick Chubb. Now, they're not a contender, Cleveland. Nick Chubb, to be fair, pretty terrible right now. In 2 games, 2.7 a carry. But last year, I mean, he was over 6 a carry in the 2 games.
Coming off major injury.
Coming off a major injury. He's 28 years old. Again, the 2 games not been good this year. Last year, those 2 games, he was averaged over 6 a carry. And his career is over 5. Maybe you get him dirt cheap.
What's his money?
A lot.
They gave him a new deal.
Yeah, let me see what the exact numbers. It's a lot of money, though.
So the fit would have to be from the money perspective, but also the compensation that you don't give up a ton.
Does Chubb fit?
I don't necessarily.
No, I guess he came out of his deal, and they had re-signed him on a low one, so he's expiring.
So yeah, he had a 3-year 36. That was his original contract. And the cap hit this year is just $6 million, and he's off of it after this year.
He'd be about $500,000 for the rest of the season. It looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now look, you're not. I wouldn't give up a lot for him because you're coming off a major injury and you're averaging less than 3 a carry. But it's just 2 games, and it's with Cleveland. So That's another guy.
Sure.
Older.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can do that. You can entertain it if you want. But again, it's if you're talking about putting anything out the door right now with this team, like I'm not about it because one player's not going to fix it. You're going to have to sell a lot more than that.
And you would subtract, of course. Like while you were out and Sandler was in, we kind of compare this to the Rangers. Bobby thinks it's the exact same situation. He would have sold heavy, and he ended up being right about the Rangers during the deadline. They did not do it, and Bobby was saying he thinks this is the exact same situation for the Cowboys.
I look, I would be more apt to sell if I was going to do one of the two.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to, though. We know that.
Probably not. But I mean, we asked Nick about it, and Nick said he wouldn't be surprised if they got the right call that they would be willing to offload somebody. And Jerry did mention with us a couple weeks ago, said the cryptic line about some guys fitting with the new scheme that Zimmer has, and do you maybe say that guy's not a fit anymore and you got to find something for him?
People poking around Myles Garrett, starting to see some Giannis in the headlines, trade talk in the NBA. Myles Garrett, what was Mike Tannenbaum's trade for Myles?
Dude, I had to take a picture of this.
This guy was running your childhood football team. Just think of that.
Just think of that, man. I can't imagine why he's not running it anymore. So he says Myles Garrett trade proposal to the Detroit Lions. Of course, they lost Aiden Hutchinson. The Lions will get Myles Garrett. The Browns will get a first-round pick.
Oh,
another first-round pick, and another first-round pick. 3 first-round picks.
That's a lot.
A second-round pick, and second-year running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, Gibbs as well.
Gibbs as well.
Wow.
I mean, that's giving up.
Then they can trade us Chubb.
Herschel Garrett.
That's infinitely more than
Herschel Garrett.
That's infinitely more than Mike Ditka gave up for Ricky Williams when he gave him an entire draft.
And Myles is 28?
He's 28. He'll be 29 before the season's over.
Wow. All right, so there's Tannenbaum.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, man.
If they got that, would you trade Micah for it?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
I
3 firsts, 2, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'd be filing with the league before they could get the third first-round pick out of their mouth. I'd be like, yeah, hold on, I'm getting the card ready to send into the league.
Bobby, got some other trade ideas with the trade deadline on Tuesday?
Yeah,
also
so
election day.
I was taking a look at some of the contenders and what can be done to maybe separate them a little bit and give them some daylight and help them out. So I was kicking around a few ideas. Lions is the first one. Max Crosby, which Max Crosby doesn't sound like is going to get dealt, but we've heard similar lines before. Max Crosby wants to stay there, but Detroit would probably be an area that he'd entertain. Honestly, I think if Max Crosby was going to be traded, he'd consider 2 places, and that'd be Detroit and Dallas. That's where he'd be interested in going. But a first and a third for Max Crosby. If you're the Lions, you're the Raiders. Are you pulling the trigger on that?
Yes. How old is he?
He's 27, I believe.
Yeah. I pulled the trigger on that.
Yeah, Max Crosby, 27 years old.
He's a beast.
And he's complete player, too. It's
right type of dude.
Yeah, it's not just the edge rushing.
RKG?
He is every side of it. So first and a third for the Lions, and that would instantly, I think he's better than Hutchinson. And so to me, like you're improving off of that. Matthew Stafford to the Vikings for a third that could become a second.
No.
No for both people or for the Vikings?
No to both.
I would say no if I was the Rams.
You need more.
I wouldn't trade it. They're still like they see their window. They still see the window.
I don't think they do. They've been talking about trying to purge Kupp and make deals, and Puka Nacua just got hurt again.
Yeah, well, you can purge Kupp without purging the
Then they got to win. Yeah, I'm saying no for both sides. I think I need a solid second for Matt.
But the Vikings, you wouldn't even want to give up a third for that because you just say I'd rather roll with Darnold.
Yeah, I want to see what happens with Darnold. I'm not going to trade for another quarterback when I have J.J. McCarthy as well. No.
Okay. Next trade, and this one could apply to either the Washington Commanders or to the Baltimore Ravens. So the Beltway buddies there. J.C. Horn for a third from the Panthers.
Man, has his value dropped to a third already?
A lot of corners don't go for first-round picks even when they're near the top. That's still a little bit of a slight drop, but he's been hurt a little bit. Or another hurt guy, but a really good one when he's out there and he's healthy. A second for Marshawn Lattimore.
Ooh.
And who would be trading for that?
This would be the Ravens or the Commanders. Either one of them. The Ravens, the one thing they need is they need somebody in the secondary to help slow things down because they just give up chunk plays late in games.
Who's better between Lattimore and Horn?
Lattimore's probably a little better. Horn's obviously younger, and
the Ravens have. Look, the Ravens want to keep all their draft picks all the time. They need to add something to the defense to go along with another possible Lamar MVP season. They need it more than Washington for their contender status, I think. Unless they really believe, unless Quinn and Kingsbury are like, we have a championship offense. I'm with Choppy in terms of pumping the brakes a little bit on that. We know the defense is not good, but Baltimore needs to make that move more than DC.
They do. Baltimore needs it.
I mean, I think that the thing with DC is just the fact that they've got the question of sustainability. Like, everybody knows Baltimore can do it. Like, I think some people are just still waiting for the shoe to drop, RJ Choppy, with the Washington Commanders, where it's like, well, let's go make a move and show that we've got things in place.
Also, they're building something. They're not ready to. They don't need to be trading capital.
Now, the Commanders do have an extra third-round pick next year from Philly. So they've got 2-3. So if they wanted to move one of those for Horn.
And Lattimore is 28.
Man, he's younger than I would have thought. He's been around for a while. And then the last one.
It's Zeke's draft, right?
No, year after. Chiefs give up a solid second-round pick for Cooper Kupp.
Oh, God. I mean, just end it.
Well, he wouldn't play.
I mean, he has to have somebody get him the ball.
Hopkins, Worthy, Kelsey. I mean, I don't know if they need him.
What are they even using Worthy for? I've not started him one time in fantasy. And I drafted him.
One throw a game, 2 deep throws a game. I mean, they would need him. They're not scoring offensively, but a second for Kupp. Ooh,
yeah.
Would that end it, Choppy?
I think. I mean, if he's healthy, yes. I mean, if he gets to the playoffs and he's healthy and he plays every playoff game, I don't see how you beat him.
All right, a second from Houston for Kupp. Now with Diggs out.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one.
Yep.
Because now it's just Tank Dell.
Let's get a little bit more football in your life and some more money in your pocket with RJ Choppy's Degenerate.
45 and 29.
That's good.
For the year. 45 and 30 to count last night, which I lost because Vegas got me. They got me.
What were you last weekend?
4 and 6 last week.
Okay, see, whenever you start with that overall number, I know that something happened the previous weekend. Because if you were good the previous weekend, you'd start with the previous weekend.
He's McCarthy saying 3 straight 12-win seasons.
Yeah.
We worry about the bankroll as a whole. We know you're going to have losing weeks. Listen, I got a 1 and 11 coming.
Okay,
it's coming, right? I had an 11 and 1. I got a 1 and 11 coming some point this week or this year. Hopefully not this week. I like Army minus 22 against Air Force. Navy put up a butt whooping on Air Force. I like Army minus 22. I like Sean's Vanderbilt Commodores plus 7.5 on the road against Auburn.
Yeah,
I do not get this unless I'm missing something here. Diego already went into Auburn and won last year as a member of New Mexico State. So he has played there. He has won there before.
It's a Pavi party.
What's his travel like for this one? Is he running any travel issues like the Texans did?
Oh, because of the 850 miles? No. It's actually up to 8, so it's plus 8, Vandy. Oregon, minus 14.5 against Michigan. Michigan stinks. Michigan's an awful football team. Oregon is going to win this. I don't know how it's so low. Oregon's going to destroy them.
We broke their spirit, man.
And I like Indiana. Indiana minus 7.5 at Michigan State. And Michigan State's another terrible football team. They should just cancel the program and only play hockey. NFL.
My neighbor's going to see a Michigan hockey game this morning, flying out to see his kid.
Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that.
Flex.
I lied to you earlier. I am betting the Cowboy game plus 3. I didn't even know what I had in my own bets. Cowboys plus 3. But listen to this. This is how much Vegas doesn't believe in them. Usually it's minus 110. You got to bet $110 to win 100. The Cowboys are plus 105, and they're getting points. So you only bet like $48 to win 50, or $96 to win 100. Pretty good. Washington minus 4 against the Giants. Detroit minus the 2.5 at Green Bay. And Buffalo -6 against Miami.
RJ Choppy with his degenerate selections every Friday at 9 o'clock. Any chance of Micah or Bland playing? Who is the starting running back? Nick Eatman's going to Atlanta with Bobby. He picks and previews the Falcons after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford and...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He is heading to Atlanta with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt for Sunday's Cowboys-Falcons game, and he is Nick Eatman joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Do you have some Atlanta suggestions for the fellas?
Well, the Varsity is always a place you got to go to.
What is that?
Hey, they got it's hard to say. The chili dogs are great there.
Is it a sports bar?
No,
Nick's here.
The chili dogs are great. And then you got to go to Magic City, Bobby. And I wouldn't even.
Is that like Disney World or something?
He's afraid of strip clubs.
Don't even walk in there.
Strip clubs? I don't even know what those are.
Just
you never
go.
been to one, you're shook.
When I went to my sister's house
I'm
there.
righteous, Sean.
When I went to my sister's house in Atlanta. On the way home, I had the Uber stop there. I just did to-go wings.
Oh, you got the wings?
Fantastic.
They're that. What's so good about
Lemon
them?
pepper Lou, baby. They're just tremendous. They're big, they're good size, and they're really well done.
Really?
Yeah, not well done like overcooked.
All right.
It's fantastic. I didn't even walk inside.
Okay.
Right. No, actually, if you've been to a strip club with Choppy, he probably didn't. He's like stiff arm. You want to see a Derrick Henry stiff arm?
Yeah.
Choppy, stay away. Stay away.
Hey, that means you would if you could run effectively, then Mike could fix everything else with the offense.
Shut up.
You should do it.
Shut up. Nick Eatman joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline on DFW Sports Station. Good morning. Welcome to that conversation.
Good morning. Good times.
Hey, I know you liked our Calipari interview yesterday, Nick. You were texting about it.
Oh man, I turned it on and I was like, I know this voice. Like, who is this? And then after like the 9th time, he said, "Listen, guys, listen." It reminds me so much of Parcells, like that old, East Coast. Like even if you're not going to answer the question, you don't even want to answer the question. You're just like, listen, and you take it to something else, and it's still gold. It's awesome.
Any chance of Micah or Bland playing? And what do you think happens with Zach Martin?
I don't think Micah's going to play at all. Duran doesn't look good either. Again, I hate talking to you guys on Friday because I don't listen to McCarthy. He might have said something earlier in the morning. I don't know.
That'll be the first time, Nick.
He actually gave the green light, so we just wanted to make you look dumb.
That's fine. No, it makes me tired. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to wake up. It's Halloween and trick or treat. It's been a week.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not.
Tell us about it.
Yeah. All right. Well.
No, he did not say anything. We know not to ask about the injury. He's not going to say anything.
I think Diggs, yes. I think Martin, yes. But I don't think Bland or Micah again.
Has Zach Martin, or have his struggles or his play, do you think, been more a result of him being banged up or just age and wear and tear and slipping?
I think it's a little bit of everything. Honestly, I think I think he's getting. It looks like it's getting to the end here. He said that, and I don't think he's playing. And I don't think you would necessarily slip just because of that because you see the end. But I think there's a reason why that he knows that he's probably done after this season, or we'll see what happens. But I would imagine that the end is near for him. That, and then also just having to do a lot like he's having. I mean, Steele's not playing his best ball. BB to the left of him, he's probably got to pick up some slack there. And then it is the injuries, and it's the older age. I mean, I think it's a combination of everything. I don't want to sit there and say it's one thing and give him a pass and give him an excuse. He signed up to play for the money that he's paying for and all that, and he's not playing his best football. He said that. He stood in front of his locker and he said that. So, but he does think they can turn things around, and they think they can start running the ball better. He says the pieces are there. So. I don't think he's feeling sorry for himself for sure.
Nick, who do you think starts and gets the most carries at running back?
Is Rico feeling okay? Like I would imagine he's feeling better now. I would think Rico, but that's what I think I would do. But I have a feeling it's going to be Zeke.
Can you really make a case for anybody else is better than him? than
can't make
Rico?
a case for anything. I mean, honestly, I could make a case for a practice squad player on another team that I don't even know. I would just say, how old is he? 23. Sign him up.
Yeah.
Like let's go. You know, I mean,
I don't think you can make a case. Look, this is not a strong case, but Rico has to get the most carries. Like I don't think there's a way around that, you know, like young, fresher legs, his best game of the season against Pittsburgh, and then it's basically a disappearance, I think.
Yeah. And he gives you more. He gives you a little bit more like in the passing game. I mean, we've seen some passes down the field. We've seen the actual screen pass work with him.
Although Zeke was pretty decent against San Fran.
Zeke wasn't bad. It wasn't bad there. And Cook, Cook had a catch over the middle and, went for 10 yards. The running wasn't great, but I think they're all gonna get in there at some point. I mean, I don't know how it all works, but I think for right now with the elevations the way it is, I think Cook could be elevated again, and just everybody except for Deuce, who didn't even play last week. He was elevated. I mean, he was activated, but he didn't play. So you can get them all in is what I'm trying to say. All three of them can play. I don't know if that helps anything. It probably just clogs it up.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 The Fan. Okay, Nick, the Kyle Pitts problem, especially coming off of the George Kittle game. Is Zimmer going to commit to, you know what, we're rolling back out there. Donovan Wilson, that's his job, and we're going to bank on him being better this week? Or do you think there's a thought process that says something's got to change, whether that's McCwamu or Overshown or just somebody a little bigger and a little more athletic being put on Kyle Pitts in this game?
Well, I would like to see that. The problem here is that unlike last week, they didn't have a lot of great receivers out there other than Kittle, and they leaned on him. But like Drake London is a really good player, and so like you can't just say let's put a corner. Diggs could have been on there if he was healthy. For this week, he could you could match him up with Pitts, who I think is an oversized wide receiver, anyways. But the problem is then who covers some of the other guys that they have. So I think I like what you said about McCwamu. I think he's an interesting matchup there, corner/safety. But just saying Donovan Wilson and/or Hooker on the tight end like that, especially one more dynamic than Kittle. I mean, this guy is a wide receiver. He's just bigger. And so I don't think he's a complete tight end. I think he's a wide receiving tight end. And so it's got to be more of a cornerback for me than safety.
I'm terrified of good tight ends. Do you feel the same? I think you get a good tight end. It's a complete mismatch against just about any team in the league, an elite one. Do you see it kind of the same way?
Yes, I think when you have a tight end that's elite, and you see it in Kansas City, that's like they don't have any great receivers all the time. They just kind of throw it in, but the constant is him, and it's the same. I kind of think the same when it was Gronk and Brady. I just think when you have a really good tight end that is at least capable of blocking. You don't have to be like this road grader, but if you're capable of it, then I think it just changes the dynamics of what you can do on offense. It makes you a really, really good team. I kind of thought Ferguson was going to be that guy this year, and I'm not saying he's not, but it's still, he hasn't taken the big leap that I thought he would this year.
Thank you for that point, Nick. Nick Eatman joined us here. What about that? Nick,
y'all need to stop hanging out on Wednesday nights together. Y'all drinking too much on Wednesdays.
You don't know. You just you basically hammered home a point for me I made earlier this week that Sean tried to fight with me about. But Nick, looking at the Cowboys' offense in this game, Atlanta, one of the things they don't do very well at all is rush the passer. Is this the opportunity finally this week for Dallas to say comfortably, we think we're going to have enough time to push the ball down the field?
I want to say yes to that. But even though it's been 7 years, there's a guy named Adrian Claiborne. Okay?
That's true.
He had 7 sacks in one game, right?
Yep.
Was it 7?
Yep.
Almost killed Dak. Chaz Green. It wasn't pretty, and they never gave him any help. And my point to that is, sure, you would think, that's not that. I mean, the Falcons have 6 sacks this whole season. But, this has been kind of a struggle at times, and there's been a lot of things that just surprise you, like just things you're not expecting. So, yes, this doesn't seem like one of those games where, that they've had players try to wreck the game. I mean, TJ Watt was doing a pretty good job of that. Nick Bosa was doing it. Myles Garrett tried it in the first game. Thibodeau in the Giants game. So they don't seem to have that. But then again, don't they have Matthew Judon? And so, maybe you can't just take anybody for granted. Yes, this doesn't seem like a huge problem, but let's see if Guyton and Steele come to play, because if not, it can snowball quickly.
Yeah, they rank last in the league in sacks with 6, and Judon has 1.5 sacks this year. I got that from DallasCowboys.com with a preview article from someone. Who are you picking and why?
I'm going with Brian Broaddus here, and the reason why is he always says it, and I love this line: the NFL is a strange lady. She's kind of weird. So I'm ready for that. It's been weird already this year from everything that's already kind of happened with, jury duty and nuts and everything. So that's just the last week.
I thought you said Jerry duty.
Yeah, well, that's what you guys have every Tuesday.
Well done.
I'm going Cowboys. The Cowboys are gonna win this game, and I'm gonna say 30-21. 30-21. They win because it's the Falcons and it's Kirk Cousins. That's why. I want to tell you something else. It's just because I've seen Kirk Cousins suck against the Cowboys so many times. And he reminds me, just when you think, man, he's having a really good year, then he'll do something. And I know that he's really good and he's put up a lot of points, and he may or may not be on my fantasy team this week, but I'm going to tell you this. I think the Cowboys will figure out a way. It's just going to be a weird league, weird day. I don't think the Cowboys are a 3-5 team, and I don't think the Falcons are a 6-3 team. So that's why I'm going Dallas.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy the trip.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you, Bobby.
See ya.
Nick Eatman.
Because I'm going to be on the trip with him. That's why.
I should have told him to make sure. You need to get a chain wallet.
I'm good. All right.
Get one.
You're not good.
It's right here.
You're
That's
not
one
good.
time I've lost it.
You start looking like Trent from
One time
Swingers.
recently that I've lost it.
Other suggestions?
Yeah, the Bogey Bros coming in. Chastain is stupid good food, they say, and Elbow Room. Elbow Room is a little dive bar you're supposed to hit.
Is Chastain a topless joint?
I don't know.
I bet I could talk your wife into going to a strip club.
It's a good Brandy Chastain joke. I don't think you could. Maybe if she had some drinks, maybe.
Yeah.
But she says no. I've told her before. I was like, you'd be more likely talking to one than I would.
Oh yeah.
And she insists no. But I don't know. Maybe that's something you should try.
What about you and Mackenzie?
She's already said that she's fine with us going.
It's a trap.
She has to be there too, but
She's fine with us going. She has to be there too.
Right,
as well.
There you go. I don't know how many women think you're just gonna start dating the stripper.
Just start dating. Right?
They all want to date you.
Absolutely.
That's
just like the girls at the the restaurants, if you want to call it that.
Right.
Of course they want to date you. They're not there for tips.
Mike Bassick, he is at a restaurant. Is there at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece after this.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It is Mike Bassick time here on The Fan as I get the Zoom ready. Now you can see me all across the world, just like Milli Vanilli in the late 80s. Do you like this song, Bobby? I can see you jamming
I love
to
this
it.
song. Blame It on the Rain's better, but this one's good.
So, Sean, you're not impressed at all. You look like you're mad.
I think he's confused.
Literally, all Mike has been talking about before the show is Milli Vanilli and their backstory.
You know, we only have Vanilli now.
Did you guys, I don't know if this movie has come out or not, but there is a Milli Vanilli movie coming out. You guys interested at
Doesn't
all?
sound like it. It doesn't sound like
I'm
it,
not
right?
at all.
No.
Sean, how old are you?
42.
So I guess you might have been I was in 5th grade about when Milli Vanilli was. I was trying to explain this to Ruben because he's never heard of him, and I said, this is way too strong. But Taylor Swift's #1 in the world right now, I'm assuming. I don't follow who's #1 in the world in stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Milli Vanilli is going to be on her level, Mike.
They were #1 in the world and
That's
were
true.
winning Grammys. Like, they were #1 in the world. Now, not for as long of a time,
Right.
Taylor Swift. You'd have to get somebody who's was #1 for about a year and a half in the world rather than, I don't know, a 6 to 8 year period for Taylor Swift.
What put you on this, though? You just heard it randomly, a song today?
Yeah, you know how stuff randomly comes on your YouTube,
Yep.
feed?
Yes.
And then I just started following a little bit, and there's a Milli Vanilli movie that's coming out or has just come out. I'm not up to date with these things, but then I started following, I want to know more. I know that Milli Vanilli, if people don't know, they were lip syncers that nobody knew about. So it'd be, in a way, I was telling Ruben, this is too strong. It'd be in a way if they came out and said, Taylor Swift's never sung a note in her
Yeah,
life.
like Taylor Swift's AI. That's not even a real. It's
Yeah,
it's on it's on a similar level. It's one of my favorite ballsiest quotes of all time. From they didn't go out and apologize. Arista was asked for a comment when this broke out. It's just like, hey, what do you have to say about selling this fake image? Do you need to apologize? And their statement to the media was, we sold 10 million records. We're not apologizing for anything.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I love it.
I love it.
Ask Ruben if he knows what a Rolodex is.
Do you know what a Rolodex
He said
is?
yes.
All right, Peyton didn't know the other day.
then.
Yeah, it's a beautiful watch. They
That
cost
is
a lot of money.
Rolex. You know that is not correct.
Hey, Sean,
Yo.
let's get to something you care about.
Yes.
How about that catch last night by Garrett Wilson?
It's a good catch.
Yes, it's been
Ask him
decided.
how long he's known about that catch.
Oh, he saw it this morning. Were you watching Mavs Rockets replay?
Yeah, I was. I was watching Mavs Rockets last night.
Garrett Wilson versus Odell Beckham. That's the big topic, and no one
Garrett
thinks
Wilson's
it's.
was a touchdown.
So was Odell Beckham's.
Yeah, but that was a long time
Garrett
ago.
Wilson's team won.
Have you never heard of recency bias, Bobby?
No one seems to think that the Garrett Wilson one is better than Odell's.
Man, that catch was awesome.
I loved it. It did great work for my fantasy team, so it was amazing. I loved it.
Do you think kids? Bobby, since you want to talk, I'll let you talk.
You've got a delay.
Do you
Mike.
think?
What do you
No. After I ask the question, then you can talk. Okay.
Oh,
wow. This is the Mike Bassick
It's like
show right
Jeopardy.
now.
You got to finish the question.
Yeah, for the next
That
couple months.
was
Keep
a
going.
great catch.
Oh my God!
Most of my life, my kids have said, "Oh, I Odell'd it by one hand catching it." Do you think there's any way that they will say I Garrett it or I Wilsoned it off of that play?
No.
Also because they were all out trick-or-treating last night and none of them saw the play.
I have a follow-up topic that I think you might like for this.
Okay, go ahead. Take it over, Shan.
The youth sports copycat that drove you crazy. Well, everyone did do the one-hand catch with Odell. What is it? Is it Steph making everyone shoot threes? Is it batting stances? Is it fundamentals? What's the thing that? And then for the other side, the great positive impact that someone's viral moment caused youth athletes to do.
Okay, so there's Mike. You'll notice that there's the Steph one annoys me because every 6-year-old's trying to take a 30-footer. Yeah. All right, and they can't reach.
Did you see the 3
It
foot?
upsets Greg Ostertag too. He sometimes referees games. He listens.
Oh yeah,
and he was just telling me
what
he is sickened at times when he's reffing games and sees guys that can't shoot to save their lives.
Greg Ostertag is out running around refereeing youth games.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
If people don't know this, there's like a 7'1" big dude refereeing like high school basketball games, and they don't know that like he was a guy that I won't say he didn't guard him well, but he frustrated Shaquille O'Neal at times by being close to as big as him.
Yeah.
Is that who Shaq did the shove on, the 2-hand shove?
I think that's Chris Dudley, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
So
it was Dudley.
But the 3-point shot, I'll tell you the one that annoys because nobody copies baseball stances anymore because they're all very generic now. But the amount of kids that do the Soto shuffle.
What is that?
Where like he takes a pitch and they look at the pitcher, that they step towards the pitcher and they step around.
Oh,
like
yeah,
they're
that is a
stalking
move.
prey. It's like, what is going on here? You're 6 years old. You're the 9th hitter, and it's an 0-2 count.
6-year-olds get around the bases faster than Soto does.
I'll tell you what. This is one of my baseball topics, which we're not doing baseball nuggets today because we have Jerry Jones at 10:30, right, Corey?
That's right, Jerry Jones. Dom Toretta also joins us at noon today.
Gino Toretta.
Gino Toretta. No, I'm just joking. Gino Toretta joins us at noon today as well.
Miami quarterback?
College football broadcaster.
Oh,
Did
man.
he quarterback Miami Hurricanes?
I mean, I was talking about what he does now.
Heisman Trophy winner.
Connecticut coach.
Huh?
No.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Choppy?
When he said Dom Toretto, I was like, well, I'm sorry, what? Because Dom Toretto, Fast and Furious, Mike.
That's right.
All right,
Quarter mile
so
at a
I don't
time.
know. I mean, I know those movies. I don't know who.
You could have
I know
any
who Dom
brew you want,
Cheedy
as long as
is.
it's Corona.
Dom Cheedy got paralyzed in the Iron Man thing.
What the hell?
Spoiler.
Don
Cheadle's paralyzed?
Oh. Well, in the movies.
Oh.
All right, so I'll take you back to 1996. I love
Professor
bragging
X,
about
though.
myself. We're
kidding.
playing a high school playoff game against Lake Highlands, and we're at South Grand Prairie, neutral site, one game. I probably threw a shutout. Sorry about that. But I'm up to bat, and whoever's pitching for Lake Highlands, some jabroni, and I hit the ball over the tennis courts about 420 feet. For a home run, and I stood there and watched it. Who was I imitating at the time, and then took a couple steps, then started my jog?
Barry Bonds.
Paul O'Neill.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Oh, yeah, King Griffey.
My coach was very mad at me. My grandfather was very mad at me, and he's like, you do not do that. Today, that would be the most subtle way of hitting a home run, is to hit the home run just kind of watch it go over the fence as you take a couple steps towards first base and then just jog around the bases. But
they
back
backflip
then,
now
that was like the most disgusting thing you could ever do is hit a home run and just kind of watch it while walking towards first, and as it goes over the fence, then start your run around the bases.
Have you ever told Jeff Fry that you did that once?
Oh, God.
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you think he'd still be friends with you if that was
I think
the case?
so,
Okay.
but if it was nowadays, if it was on video, it wouldn't be a big deal. But back then, it would have been like, oh my gosh, like, and I was like, I'm just doing what the best player in baseball does. Like I'm imitating him. So kids are just imitating the best people in the game, or some of the best people in the game. And we did it too, because I was like, yeah, that felt like Ken Griffey Jr. I'm going to do Ken Griffey Jr. You know, not him, but like I'm going to do like his like swing and like home runs.
We got it. This day is going to be so long.
But one time we were at a Seattle Mariners game, me and my girlfriend at the time, who was in high school, because she was a senior and I was a junior.
You dated someone before Sue?
No, it was Sue.
Oh.
But she waved at Ken Griffey Jr. in the on-deck circle, and Ken Griffey Jr. waved back.
And you wanted to fight him?
No, but I was like, I'm going to lose this battle. If there was a battle for this 18-year-old girl, I would probably lose it to Ken Griffey Jr.
Is that why you struck him out? Is that why you struck him out years later? Was just the motivation of don't you ever wave at
And
my
then Mike
wife?
yelled, Sue's mine!
Yeah, I married her, and we have a child together.
Mike pointed to his ring, and Griffey's like, you don't have a ring. He's like, no, my wedding ring.
11 years later, I got you, Ken Griffey Jr.
Mike, were you or are you the jealous type?
I would say yes, but I would assume almost everybody would be a little bit jealous, right? Like you have pride and an ego. I'm not saying that those are great things, but I would say that, yes, if somebody looks at your girlfriend or wife and kind of looks like they want to say hello to them in a way that's like you'd be like, yeah, there's a little bit of like ego, pride, jealousy,
Pride is the
different
devil.
words.
Kevin, are you jealous?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, see, I love when people can admit it.
Yeah, I can't even say hi to Jess. He's told me.
No, not.
That's true. We're not allowed to
You
talk
don't
to
look
her.
at her. You don't say hello to her during this peace-a-thon thing. I put my head down.
I don't think I used to be,
she
but
comes to the room for charity.
Yeah, I texted her once. He took my phone and threw it in a sewer.
no, I don't. I don't think I used to be, but I was gonna get married a long time ago in like 3 months, and then she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna bang this other person."
Oh,
so
gosh.
I think that really set it off.
Sorry for laughing so hard, buddy.
While she was pregnant?
No, it was after.
Oh, okay.
You're playing
Well,
the wrong
this-
music, Peyton.
Yeah, this isn't Milli Vanilli. Now you play Blame It on the Rain. This whole crosstalk was brought to you by Milli Vanilli. One of them ended up killing himself.
He did?
Good God.
Well, drugs and alcohol and just the way he was treated, and he was adopted and never had his true mother and father.
Will you tell everybody where we are?
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings and Grapevine. We have one whole person here right now.
We were told ahead of time we might not draw.
Grand Prairie destroyed it. Grapevine. Where are you at, Grapevine? I almost moved out here, like back in the day. But I ended up not moving out here. We stayed in Oak Cliff, and we have Oak Cliff Pediatrics now. And my kids go to Bishop Lynch. But I thought this was a really good school district and a good place you could possibly live.
What a sell. Hey,
All
whatever,
right,
you know,
so
your
if
commercials
you're
are
in
perfect.
Grapevine,
So come to
it's
Buffalo
not
Wild
hot in this
Wings?
room.
Yeah.
It's normal in this room. Last year it was really hot. It's normal temperature this time. Come on out to Grapevine, and you can listen to the Jerry Jones interview
You're doing the
at
interview
10:30,
yourself.
and he can
Just
say,
you.
"The devil made me do it." Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine off of 114.
One guy here.
And I need you guys to show up for a variety of reasons. First of all, they said we probably won't draw at this location.
What?
Second of all, Mike is just done. I don't know, but he's already ready to just let.
Done? Or like the energy level?
The energy level's high. So I think Corey wants to leave. Perhaps you can fill in as a co-host for the rest of the show.
There's part of me, Kevin, last night that didn't feel too well, and I was like, oh, man,
What part?
maybe it could be a heart attack, and I don't have to work tomorrow.
heart?
Is that sad that I was hoping for a heart attack?
Yeah.
I'd rather
from
work.
most people that hurts. It doesn't feel good.
Okay, so maybe, so I
true.
felt, yeah, it
The
wasn't
lack
bad.
of beats
Yeah.
really bugs people.
Yeah, my dad's been through that a couple times. It's all right, Dad. Love you. You're still here. So you
He's had how many heart attacks?
3.
Does he have a stent?
He has multiple stents. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and then like the scar tissue built around it and clogged him up.
Well, if you're looking for cheap Miller Lite, it's $4 here, 22-ounce drafts. How about them Cowboys? There's a poster behind you.
I like it. I like it. Now, let's start with some NFL overreaction or reality, and I will begin with the Cowboys. Overreaction or reality. If the Cowboys win on Sunday, they will make the playoffs. Right now, there is only a 20% chance they make the playoffs.
I would say overreaction. I think they're going to win this game, but they are not going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
Cool. I do not have them winning this game.
So, probably not making the playoffs.
And I don't have them
either.
really. At this point, I don't have them making the playoffs anymore. I've kind of looked at it and said I don't know what can turn it around because they need so many things to happen, and it's more than just Micah coming back. So I just can't see the path for it to happen right now, especially with the way that Washington's playing.
Okay.
They have magic in their midst right now.
Now, that actually goes perfectly to my next question. The Commanders' overreaction or reality aren't just good, they are also lucky.
Both, yeah.
Because you need a little bit of luck along the way.
You do need a little bit of luck. Every team has something swing their way in a really good season, or in a championship season even.
I don't like the word luck. I get that things break your way.
Sure. If a ball bounces to you, like if you're up in the air and it bounces off a guy's helmet, that's lucky.
I was taught, whether this is true or not, I believe it. The harder you work, the luckier you get.
Luck is when hard work meets preparation. I know
But
a lot of people.
But is that
believe
because you put it in and the sports god said, you know what, they worked hard, or is it because you were in the right place?
So I would say this. So are you saying that it was just pure luck? They got the touchdown to win the game?
Not pure luck. I think there's a lot of luck to do with it. I think the Bears.
It goes against the percentages of that being
there's a
happening.
1% chance, like I said, a 1 to 5% chance,
Yeah.
and 5 might be too high of a chance that was going to be a completed Hail Mary pass.
So I think that's my contention is that Washington is both good, but also lucky because the Bears really shot themselves in the foot a couple of times down the stretch.
I hear you. I guess I would lean more towards they're more good than lucky.
I want you to take the
I'm
start
with you.
on this next question then. At this moment, Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC East.
Yes.
He took it from me. I can't answer.
Okay.
You said answer first.
Because at this moment, listen.
I did.
I didn't hear it, but I've seen multiple stories on this so far. Diggs and Micah evidently left Dak off their top 5 quarterbacks right now. And that's because if you're talking about it, there is an idea that if you're talking about that they were specifically saying who's playing at an elite level right now, and you have to be realistic that Dak is not. Multiple reasons for why he's not, but he is not playing at an elite level. Jaden Daniels is right now.
Better than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, he's better than Jalen Hurts.
I'm going to be interested to
That could
see,
change the season, though.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see where that is in even 2 weeks.
I do think in a weird way we're in a Robert Griffin III rookie year. Now, he quickly got hurt at the end of his rookie year, and his career went to bad, I will say, to use a term I can use on the
To
air.
bad. Not to S.
Yes. I think we're in that situation again. If Jaden Daniels, who does play a risky game, if he doesn't get hurt, then I think over the next 5 years, he's easily the best quarterback in this division. Now, maybe the Giants get lucky in the draft, but I look at Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels, and I think over the next 3 to 5 years, to Corey's point, I'm just adding on here, is that he is going to be the best quarterback you are dealing with now. I think with the Dallas Cowboys, you have had the best quarterback the last 3 to 5 years. Jalen Hurts had a great year.
Yeah.
But now it's over. Now you have to deal with you don't have the best quarterback in this division.
I know we have a lot of other options to get to. I just wanted to know, when you say he plays a risky game, I feel like he plays I feel like he's really good at knowing what he is capable of. I don't think he takes too many risks.
Okay.
Cliff Kingsbury gives him the ball, like the freedom to do a lot.
Yeah.
And I do feel like he runs, but he gets out of bounds when he runs. Just from what I've seen, the risks I think are more calculated, are far more
better
calculated.
than Griffin.
Yeah.
All right.
I would agree with that for sure. NFL overreaction or reality, Travis Kelce is still a top 3 tight end in football. Now, before the start of last week, he sat about 6th in kind of the statistical categories. He had 10 catches for 90 yards. And if you look at what he's done the last 3 weeks, he really has turned it on over the last several games.
When it comes to the ability, I think he still has it. I don't think that's been lost by any means. When it comes to other tight ends, though, having made their way to the top of this list, you could probably look. Kelsey's the number 1 tight end. He's not. I'm sorry. Kittle's the number 1 tight end in fantasy points. Brock Bowers is the number 2 tight end in fantasy points. Trey McBride is the number 3 tight end.
Brock Bowers having a crazy
Kyle
season.
Pitts, Otten. There are a lot of other ones. Listen, Mark Andrews is fantastic, but I do think whenever it's crunch time, there's no receiver that Patrick Mahomes is looking for more than Travis Kelce.
I have my answer, and I'm going to say top 3 yes still, because I'm going to assume this without being a defensive coordinator or a defensive player in the NFL. I bet when you play the Chiefs versus most other teams that have a good tight end, he is the first you think about as a defensive coordinator or a guy you have to slow down or you're in big trouble. There are other really good ones, but because he's probably number 1 on the scouting report when you're playing the Chiefs, besides the greatness of the quarterback, I will say that makes you top 3, because I think other tight ends struggle to get that high on a scouting report.
And when it comes to the chessboard, he sees it that way. He knows, he's seen so much with his experience that he knows what everybody's supposed to be doing and what he's supposed to be doing.
I have one more for you guys for this morning, and I'm curious to see which direction you go. NFL overreaction or reality, a team not named the 49ers will win the NFC West. Now, all 4 of those teams have 4 losses right now. I realize the Rams have played 1 fewer game, but they all have 4 losses. So, overreaction or reality, a team besides the 49ers is winning this division.
Reality.
Oh.
I have the Lions one in this.
What?
I'm sorry. Did I miss? Am I misspeaking?
Did. Yes. You basic
their
it.
division.
Yes.
Okay.
I was like, man.
Yeah.
you really,
sorry.
You really basicked this.
Yeah. You know what? I'm quitting. I might as well go home.
You don't get to quit.
Quit.
But yeah.
If I don't get to quit, you don't
I'll
get
tell
to
you what,
quit.
if there's any time where you dislike doing something, you say, I'd rather have a heart attack over it, you need to take a day off.
That's a good point.
I will lean towards San Francisco is going to win the division, so I would say unreality.
Okay, do you think it's unreality that the Lions could win the division in the NFC West?
Super unreality.
Okay.
They could get the 1 seed. I hear you on that, Corey.
But not
I
in
know
the
where you're
West.
going. See, we're connected.
We are.
Same cycle.
We're back
right?
on it. We're
I
back
get
on
you.
it. You know what? I don't want that heart attack now.
Kevin,
Mike pointed that
sometimes
out.
you're off our cycles, but Corey and I are
Thank God
cycling.
for that, because earlier we were watching the cross country and y'all were like, is this taking place on somebody's farm?
I think it
where
is.
are they doing this?
It does look like a farm.
They did have a cutoff. I was like, oh, that's because of the documentary on Charlie Brown where he was leading a race and ran the wrong way. Remember that one? Charlie's leading the race against the Peanuts.
Was that in the canoe when they went to the camping thing?
No.
And
I think
they
he was
went the
really
wrong way?
I think, and then he ran the wrong way and
he brought the
lost.
Christmas tree back, and it was a small
And that's
tree.
based, and they're like, we can't have a Charlie Brown situation. That's why I never wanted to win a race, especially a long distance one, because then if I'm not sure where I'm going, I have to let somebody pass me to go, like, where are we going?
Hey, look.
And then I lose the race because of it.
Hey, look, I got a new pitch. Come out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. Sure, you get to see us. There's great food, great deals on Miller Lite. You can enter to win Cowboys tickets, but I really need you to be here for me. Help me out today. Come talk to me during the breaks. Help talk me down. Keep me in this situation. Coming up next, let's go Mavs, Rockets, plus where did all the basketball fans go? We'll do it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Green trying to get by Marshall on the baseline. Step back, 25-footer left side. Got it! Huge three-pointer! Jalen Green with 72 seconds remaining.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. It is also a shout-out Friday if you want to get your shout-outs in. But we're going to talk with Jerry Jones in 15 minutes or so. Want to talk about the Mavs Rockets right now because
we're up to 4 people.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It is. I don't know if we have to give
I am
an update the entire time, but that's fantastic.
That's good. 4 people at 10-18.
That's true. They haven't even normally opened, but they are open and ready to go. All right. So as soon as you heard this highlight, Mike, you go, oh, yeah, I bet he's going to make it. This was a game where it felt like the Mavericks sleptwalked through most of the way, and then in the last quarter or last 3 quarters of a quarter, it really felt like they were going to figure out a way to win this.
Here's what's disappointing. I get it. 3rd game in 4 nights. I know it's early in the year. Luka is honestly the most inefficient player in the NBA in 2024 right now.
He is.
It is like
He
I'm just
doesn't
expecting
have his touch at all.
No, and I know he's going to get it. He's playing the worst basketball you could possibly watch Luka play
From a shooting perspective.
Thank you. But what frustrated me is like, okay, it's 82-59. You guys are tired. It's the 3rd game in 4 nights. There's been travel. It's not like you've played 3 home games. I get it. It was home, then up to Minnesota and back. You're a little bit fatigued, trying to figure things out. But then what disappointed me, in a way, was how hard they played the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They had it in them to win that game. If they would have just came out with that energy from the start, you play a close game, you end up winning the game. But instead, they're like, hey, what if we get down by 23 points and then we try our best?
I will give Houston credit though. Like they played the game that we talked to. We were talking off air about.
No, not at all.
Yeah, we were talking off air about the kind of game they play, and they were playing fast. And then because I was talking about a little betting.
Yeah.
They were playing fast, and defensively they were giving the Mavericks some fits. And it was a tough game, and a game where every single foul was a hey, hold on, let's both sides. They were just like no, go review that. But it was tough with Houston, and they're going to make
the top 10 this year.
Yeah.
Like what I mean by that is they're going to be in probably the play-in situation. I think they'll be a 7 through 10 seed. My son said this in the car, picking him up from his Halloween shindigs, is they are Oklahoma City just not as good. And I thought, okay, because he's like, Jalen Green is like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but not as good. Sengun is like their Chet, but not as good. And then he's talking about their role players. And I'm like,
Jabari Smith, like Williams, but not as good.
It's not a bad comparison, and I don't think they'll be as good as Oklahoma City a year or 2 from now. But when you look at their young talent, you could say, hey, this is a team that we could see 2 years from now that you're like, man, they are a playoff team because they do have a lot of good young talented players, but probably Jalen Green will not reach the heights that Shai has reached.
But if we could just add on to that, think about this. Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepard. Like, if 2 of those guys hit pretty well, if all of them are very usable pieces, or if one of them becomes a superstar, holy cow, look out.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with
I'm not
them,
saying I want that to happen.
Is I do think that this is I think Houston's going to make the play-in tournament. I think after this year, they are going to be a consistent playoff team. And so it's not a bad loss. I'm saying the same thing again. Why did you guys not give 2 craps until 15 minutes left in the game?
Yeah.
If you guys cared about winning it, which you did, why at 7:35 did you guys just go, hey, what if we just jog up and down the court all game? Well, you're going to get your butt. This wasn't the Utah Jazz. They actually played about the same against the Utah Jazz. They were just playing such a worse team that they were able to kind of keep a 4 to 10 point lead throughout that game. That's not the Utah Jazz. And maybe they looked at it that way. human nature. You're a little bit tired, a little bit fatigued, and guess what? The Houston Rockets haven't made the playoffs in a long time, and so they probably looked at them as a Utah Jazz-like team.
I'm not saying it has to be this way and you have to have like an unquestioned leader, but if you had to guess another year or two, is this going to be the Jalen Green team? Is it going to be the Sengun team?
I think Jalen Green.
Okay.
I think Sengun, well, last night, Udoka's their coach, right?
Yeah, yes.
He was yelling at Sengun as the Mavericks are making a comeback, which Houston is young and struggling to hold this huge lead. They end up holding. It never really gets super close to them losing the lead. It got to 3 for a second. But I looked at that and I go, he believes Green, the head coach, believes Green is more of the leader than Sengun because he calls a timeout, furious, and the next 5 points in the basketball game are scored by Green. He gets an and one and another basket, I believe, if I have it right. And so to me, that timeout of like, we're about to lose this game and I'm going to yell at Sengun, but now during the timeout, I'm going to make sure Green is the guy that takes over this game again.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there real quick. It has been a tough start to the NBA season ratings-wise.
Oh, no.
I was pretty astonished to see how far these numbers had dropped. So you go back to the opening doubleheader, average 1.6 million viewers. That's down 42% from the year before. Now, I realize the year before also had the Wemby debut, but still, that is a humongous drop. Bucks 76ers, 1.71 million viewers. That's down from 2.55 million the year before. Suns Clippers down 49%. And even Spurs Mavericks, that was down 29%. And that's the smallest decrease. And then your Friday night game, Pacers and Knicks last week, 830,000 viewers. That was less than the college football game on ESPN2.
All right. Now, how far back are you saying all these go to?
Because compare year over year.
All right.
Just year over year.
You agree? I think you'll agree with me on this. We got something going on Tuesday. And
politics makes an impact on this. That's
year.
Proven
every
true.
year, I think, whenever you count 3 and then you go, so let's forget about this one. And I wonder how it's compared to other election years, because this one definitely is, taking a lot of interest from a lot of people. Did the season start earlier this year? It feels like 31st
but
was...
over the last 3 years it has.
It's been bumping up a little early?
No,
Okay.
it's now been the same for 3 or 4 years, but it used to be back in Dirk's day, let's say, just to push it back a little bit. Opening night was usually Halloween night or the night before Halloween. It was usually right around October 29th through November 3rd would be your opening day. Now it is more mid-October.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine off of 114. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next GBag Nation, it's a Football Friday show, and Stephen Jones joins us at 3 o'clock Nation, 2 to 7 on the Fan.
The Dallas Open has a new home at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. As a newly upgraded ATP 500 event, expect to see tennis's biggest stars as they compete to take home the title. Confirmed for 2025 is Norwegian powerhouse Casper Ruud, former Dallas Open champion Tommy Paul, top American Francis Tiafoe, and U.S. Open finalist Taylor Fritz. Premium seating and week-long tickets are going fast and on sale now. Don't miss the Dallas Open, February 1st through 9th at the Ford Center at the Star. Grab your seats now at dallasopen.com.
Hi, I'm former Dallas Cowboy Jason Witten for LifeGenics Institute in Dallas. LifeGenics is committed to your health with cutting-edge preventive care. Concerned about heart disease or cancer? LifeGenics Institute offers preventive CTs, MRIs, ultrasound, and more. Early detection can literally save your life. Go to lifegenics.com to book the Jason Witten Couples Heart and Lung Special. That's lifegenics.com.
Take control of your health with this limited offer. Book your Jason Witten Couples Heart and Lung Scan for only $169 at lifegenics.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. Kevin, Corey, Mike, good morning.
I think the thing that's pressing on a lot of people's mind, and I know we've asked you this before, I know they haven't practiced thus far. Should we probably not hold out hope for Bland and Micah at least this Sunday?
Well, I think the fact they're not practicing is always an indication that you've got a question. In both cases, they're still evaluate their rehab work that they're doing. But the fact that they're not on the practice field, this is walkthrough today. And so you'll rely more on the more on the rehab work and how they're doing there. But you still need to leave it open because we're a long way from Sunday, but we're getting closer.
Jerry, how tough is it? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, please.
How tough is it in today's game? We know that there's limited amount of practices because of the agreement you guys have made 20 years ago, and maybe that's too long ago, but how much easier was it for maybe a Bill Parcells or somebody to do something different because you had more practice time with the players to allow them to get to know it through repetition, where it feels like in today's game maybe you don't get enough repetition to change things drastically during a season?
Well, I think your point is one to think about. You don't have as much injury as you would have been having had you had more physical practices. You just don't have the injuries. How much of that compensates some of the execution when you come out of training camp? You haven't had a lot of the work. You've got less injuries, but you haven't had a lot of the work you used to get. I'm going to back up. There was a time when they were playing 6 preseason games. There was a time when they thought, well, in the first couple of games of the year, you'll play yourself into better football. And so those early games were also not as let's say, as to perfection as you might think they could be in pro football. We're now playing into that because we don't have that preparation as much. We play into that. You have more mistakes. The younger the players are. So we've got a combination of a little less preparation. You've got a combination of more mistakes. But you're dealing with more games. And on balance, I agree with all of this. I think it produces the kind of teams and the kind of game and what the NFL's trying to do. So it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But from a coaching perspective now, it'll bite you. But just as injuries bite you, and any coach will say, boy, I want to basically, we're going to be physical. And do that in practice, but you can get bitten. I'll never forget Al Davis, and to me, he's my poster child of this tension that goes between having a lot of reps in training camp or having a lot of reps physical practices. And boy, when he would come up to out to Austin when we were there at St. Ed's, he'd stop practices. He'd step in and stop practices and say, we're not going to leave it here in August. We're going to save it for February as far as the health of a player. So all of it has its points. I like where we are.
Jerry, CD and Dak have both acknowledged that they kind of feel like they've found their rhythm. Do you feel like that's the most important part of your offense, and from there it's kind of like trickle-down economics for everybody?
Well, think about that. They had a lot of rhythm going. They spent a lot of time in the offseason, a lot of time throwing the ball back and forth to each other. So they had a lot of rhythm. As you know, it didn't concern me as much that Lamb was not in camp because I'm well aware that when you get in camp and you've got a chance of tweaking something there in camp and seen it happen a million times. And so, on balance, I was satisfied with that. But frankly, I think they've been on the same page.
Okay. And I am glad that you mentioned Al Davis, because I've been kind of curious about this. You give the team the facility, you give the contracts, the flights, the coaches. You provide everything there is to have an opportunity to play and win. What more can you personally do during the season? And this is more like your job. Like what is that you can do during the season to help the team win?
Well, I think you're continually looking as you get into the season You anticipate injury. You don't know where it's going to happen, but you anticipate it. And so everybody does it a little differently. However, I like depth. I like the prospect of depth. You're probably seeing that with the way we're handling this roster. We're being judicious about how we basically load up at the top of the roster financially. And I'm smiling when I say that, with having the highest paid quarterback in the whole NFL and having Lamb just signed his contract. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the other areas you're seeing, we're being judicious because there we want more players. We probably want younger players. And it's going to be a balance. That's what it's going to be. That's the system that we're in. But we're seeing right now, if you don't anticipate injury or frankly, you can anticipate to some degree just tapering off of talent. If you don't do that and have some young guys ready to step in and have a system in place that the younger guys can affect and put in place. Younger guys don't play with the same complicated system that your older players do. So you got to see all that coming before you get there.
I'm not saying it necessarily has to be a tapering off of talent for these two, but do you feel like Terrence Steele and Zach Martin perhaps have had a rougher go this season than you anticipated?
Well, I don't. I think we're having a rougher go than I anticipated. Let's put it like that.
Okay.
So let's don't couple that with just those two.
Yeah.
But having me in the loop needs to be there. It is rougher, and I did not anticipate the challenges that we're having with this team. But I am reminded of teams that I've seen that have had a lot of success and put themselves in a position to take a shot, and they were 3-4. When I look at the whys that were here, I really have a tough time getting past just sheer youth, sheer inexperience in the offensive line, and I have a tough time getting past that those turnover ratios. And I'm telling you, when you look at that and knowing what turnovers will do for you, we've had through 7 games, the Cowboys have turned the ball over 13 times. Yep. The entire year last year, we didn't turn it over but 16 times. 13 times we've turned it over. 16 times. It's really a plus that we won 3 games because we had that big turnover experience up at Pittsburgh and got out of there with a win, which is rare when you turn the ball over that much. So right there alone, you take that, you take some of the things we're doing or not doing relative to in the offensive line. You just brought up 2 of them. You can just about stop right there. And I notice we haven't said a thing about the defensive side of the ball. And we all know that we've got room to improve on the defensive side of the ball.
What is it? I don't mean this in a negative way. I'm legitimately asking. What is it that makes you?
Go ahead and say
all right.
It. All right.
What is it that makes you encouraged that these things can improve? Like when we talk about the defensive side of the ball, not turning the ball over so much, the offensive line. What gives you optimism that those things can improve this season?
Okay, first of all, I have seen the players that are out on the field do what I'm talking about doing that would address turnovers or address having your communication in your offensive line, improving your running game, improving your protection. I have seen Dak make the kind of plays that would cause us to have a different turnover ratio, for instance. So your question is right on, but I have seen these guys do it. I know that Mike McCarthy, I know the caliber of coach he is. He's one of the highest rated, highest percentage winning, losing coaches that's been in the NFL, and he's won a Super Bowl. So when you've seen it done in football, then you know they can do it. Then that gives you reason to say what I say, and that is that we can get better.
Just about as passionate of a person as there is out there in the world, Michael Irvin, who obviously loves to talk about the Cowboys as well, and he said that he believes the Cowboys need to make a trade. When Dak said this is similar to 2018, that was the year that you guys traded for Amari Cooper. But I take it, is there any chance, I don't want to make any assumptions, is there any chance that something along those lines could happen in the next 4 days?
Listen, first of all, let me talk about Michael. It's no secret, but for those who haven't heard me say it, Mike's probably one of the favorite people I've had in my life, much less as a player. And so when Michael talks, I listen. For instance, it was about 6 or 7 years ago that Michael passionately, publicly said, Jerry, pay Zeke. Pay him. He's the heart and soul. He's what the team is built around. Pay Zeke. Pay him what he's asking. Get him in here. So I'm smiling when I say that. But the point is, at a given time, we've all had that go. I've had it, and I've done it. And some of them work, and some of them don't work as well. But obviously, just to make a trade, but I know Michael would like for us to upgrade with that trade, not just make a trade to be traded. And so, having said that, if I see something, not just see it, boy, let me tell you something. We have been, but we've been doing this hard for a long time. But, boy, we look for all meat on bone out here that can improve our team.
Well, when we look at this matchup at noon against the Falcons, I know you are a huge fan of Bijan Robinson going into the draft. He was drafted very high before the Cowboys would have had an opportunity to take him. Is he the person on the Falcons that concerns you the most?
I think he's got a lot of ability, but he's also played teams that did a good job of on defense that mitigated some of the plus that we think about it. Again, the running back can only do so much, and certainly there are running backs that are better than others, but and he is one of the tops and was recognized as that coming out. So absolutely he'll be a handful, and I wish we had him. And that's by the way, I just violated a tampering rule right there.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Go ahead and dump that, Alec.
I could pay for that one.
Jerry, I thought the apology between Trayvon Diggs and the reporter Mike Leslie was funny, and I thought it was light, and it was two people compromising, creating a pretty good bit too. Did you think it was funny? Did you think it was important?
Do you know that? First of all, I didn't see it.
Okay.
And I had to ask. I didn't, frankly. I look back on it, and after having been told about it, it was funny. And that's real good stuff. We all know that we're proud to have Diggs, and we all know that everybody deals with their own issues. What none of us knew when that was going on was that he had a tear in his calf and was going to maybe limit him. That'd be enough right there to, if a player could look around the corner like that or was looking around the corner like that, that'd be enough right there to get you in a foul mood. And I'm not trying to make an excuse for him at all in any way. But those guys have their own relationships with these guys. I've had them over the year. I love them. My relationships with media, and you look around there and you'll find, and I don't know, I guess I'm also compensating here too, but some of my real relationships and friends, I've been spending 35 years around media, and I've in every way I can been a good friend to them both professionally, but on an individual basis. And there was obviously a little individual stuff going on there between Diggs and that reporter.
Okay, and is that the thing that's been keeping Diggs out of practice this week a little bit? Then the tear that you talked about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I was watching, Kevin and I've been watching this show, and Mike has too, called The Comeback, and it's about Boston coming back and defeating the Yankees in 2004. And that team seemed like in that clubhouse they had so much fun. There was a lot of tension, a lot of big business too, because it's two powerful franchises. There was a lot of tension, and then the team just said, "We're just going to have fun." What was the last time, Jerry, or the time that you can remember that is the most fun that you've had owning this team?
Well, it's fun. It's not fun when you don't win. It is not fun. There's no way to make it fun. That's part of sport. That mirror is not fun, looking into it. And you lose usually because of mistakes. And you very seldom do you get beat just because somebody just totally outplayed you or outmotivated you. You've usually technically made some issues out there. And it's particularly depressing because I don't know that you can have a game that a player doesn't have mistakes. Now, when you look at all of that, I have often said football to me has, in a way, been the best days of my life. But the fun, the euphoria of it is only about 5%. And it was that way as a player. I was miserable in college the whole time. And I look back on it, and I should have been just laughing and turning cartwheels every day.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is I wasn't where I wanted to be as a ball player. And I had a coach come out one time, and boy, he had chewed me one end down the other right in front of the whole team. And he came out and he asked about Stephen. Stephen wasn't but about a year old. And he said, "Jerry, how's Stephen?" And I said, "Coach, don't even go there." I said, "The way you talk to me and the way you talk to me in front of my teammates," I said, "Man, I just can't believe it." "Well, what do you mean asking about Stephen?" And he said, Jerry. He said, "Son," he said, "I'm trying to help you be a ball player." He said, "I know you're miserable, and I know you want to get better. And that's my way. I love Stephen. I love you. I'm trying to help you."
Last thing I got for you, any idea of maybe how long Diggs could be out with the calf issue?
No, first of all, I'm not so sure he's out. But the point is that he did have, that's why he wasn't at practice the other day, and he came in with that early in the week. But I want to really say this. I'm not backtracking on that, but I just want to tell you, there's a lot of things that are going through people's minds, just as there's a lot of things that were going on that reporters' minds. I get it. Everybody knows, everybody's trying to do a job here. But there's a lot of things that can be on your mind that make up emotion. And, boy, you can beat yourself up over this stuff, and I know you guys have been there in your own way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we definitely have. All right, Jerry, before we let you go, the election and the trade deadline are on the same day. Is there a trade that you can make that will steal all the headlines from the election?
Oh, yes. Hey, and I say that recognizing that puts what's important to me in the right perspective.
It does.
We all know how critical this election is. But in my world, it means more if we can work on something out here at practice that could beat Atlanta. And, I'm going to get popped for that. But the election's a big day for all of us and important day. But I just want to, and things will happen in both areas that day. I hope we do a little something good to the Cowboys, get some good, advance the ball a little bit, and I hope we advance the ball for the country.
Excellent stuff. Appreciate it as always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next Friday.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Not going to lie, Corey. That last question made me a little bit nervous.
I figured and that was a great answer, too. Let's move the ball ahead for the country, too. Let's see how that works.
That question was hilarious.
Yeah. He knows we're just trying to have some fun on this show.
877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation at all. Also, want to give people an opportunity for their high school shout-outs. We've talked about this before. Obviously, a very passionate high school fan base, high school sports fan base. So if you've got a game tonight, this weekend, maybe it already happened last night, that you wanted to give somebody a shout out for, want to hear those high school football, etc. shout outs as well. The Trayvon Diggs thing I was just fascinated by because, like calf injury, calf tear, whatever the specifics of it could be, that just made me perk up and get a little nervous when he goes, hey, I thought he might have a calf tear. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, especially with what we know about calf injuries with Kendricks and Josh Young and all that. And so that definitely did perk me up, too. But we did know that he'd been out of practice multiple times this week.
I wanted to see if he was going to say, like, yeah, this will probably be a multi-week injury versus then he was like, well, I'm not saying he's going to miss the Atlanta game. So I appreciate that follow-up.
And I think that is a kind of a valid point. Not necessarily the tear and everything, but you ever snapped at somebody because something else was going on in your world?
Yes.
And you're just like, that just happened to be the wrong person, the wrong moment, and everything else is happening.
Definitely.
I recently had a few things going on in my world, and I had snapped a little bit, and I didn't need to. It was some stuff that we found out about Lucy. I don't know how much time we have here, Kevin.
Good.
We
have till 2 p.m.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
If you want to know, like that's when they kick us off. That's when GBag.
I'm sure they'd let us stick around if we wanted to. But the trial has ended for Lucy, and we went back up there for another visit. And her
clinical medical trial, in case people are behind.
Yeah, not her jury.
I just in case people are like, hold on, what?
Her clinical trial ended, and so they wanted to get some last stuff to see how things are going for her, and all the spiking seizures have come back. And then stuff in the day that we never saw before is now there. And all that kind of was sitting on me too much, and I probably snapped at the boys a little too much the wrong way, and I didn't like it. And sometimes you do. You need to just take a breath from it and realize, look, man, we can have some fun doing this thing. So hopefully we'll get back at it and give Lucy the best chance, but that did hit me for a little bit, man.
I think that is very fair. As long as you circle back with those people.
Oh, my sons?
Yeah.
No, I just ignore them and say, go clean the house,
I don't know if that's exactly
mow the lawn, boys,
the direction I would go, but you know your kids significantly better than anybody else.
They need some tough love,
so,
Kevin. Tough love.
Very fair. From the 817, let's go to the Brock Eagles. And then from the 972, shout out to my daughter Danny, doing her last senior home game as lieutenant of the Rock Hill Rockettes. Very cool right there. And I feel like we got some stuff. I'm hopeful that Trayvon Diggs plays this weekend, but when you look at the practice progression, it's possible that no Diggs, no Bland, no Parsons to an already just really, really banged up defense.
Try and slow it down.
I feel so stupid for picking the Cowboys this week. I'm only picking them based off of
the Falcons.
The Cowboys, The Cowboys somehow keeps these fans' hopes alive by winning random games like this when it's a bad year.
Yeah.
And the Falcons seem to lose games in their history when you think they're going to be good at football.
No, I think you guys both make some very fair points across the board. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. If you want to come out and see us and register for your opportunity to win a pair of Cowboys tickets, we've also got Cowboys swag giveaways during the show. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus Stars. They're going up in value, and they're going to play in like an hour. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. And right now, we're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
It's good. It's good. Now, after you heard our chat with Jerry Jones, I know, obviously, for competitive advantage reasons, it wouldn't be smart to say, yeah, they're all out. But I have lots of questions about Diggs, Bland, and Micah in this game. Is that fair?
That's fair. Where do you want to start?
Let's start with Diggs.
I think at this point, he's very questionable.
Yeah, because Jerry said, and it might have just been like something everybody already knew, but it caught me a calf tear.
Well,
I don't know.
when you sprain
that's a tear.
It's a
tear would be out for the year.
Yeah,
so I think he
it's
just
a
used
slight
the word in a different way.
Yeah, it's just kind of a slight strain. And,
okay,
but you strained a muscle, so there's a slight tear in there, and I think that's very concerning because he hasn't practiced yet.
Yep.
He has worked out on the resistance cords.
Yeah.
But the scary thing is if he can't. So that would mean you're without both your Pro Bowl corners.
Yep.
Kalen Carson should be back for this game, so he'll start at one corner. Now, you want to propose a starter at the other corner if Diggs not there?
Yeah, because if you move Lewis,
Overreactions just got put on IR, and he's the guy that had been coming in these last couple games with his fracture transverse process. So who would you like to see out there?
I mean, I guess this is my only hope of figuring out a way to get Wanye Thomas on the field.
Oh, yeah,
so
you're always right. Not at corner, though.
Yeah, that's my best. That might be my best shot to get him on the field, Mickey.
See, and if you looked at last week, when San Francisco started with a regular offense, just two wide receivers, Jordan Lewis went out there at corner. But this team, I think, probably plays nickel almost every down.
Yeah.
So if Jordan Lewis is in the slot, that leaves you with a choice. Well, I don't know if this is a choice because Andrew Booth is on the 53-man roster, and he's been inactive every game since playing that first half miserably against, I believe it was the Giants.
I remember that half.
So next man up is off the practice squad, Josh Butler, and he has yet to play in an NFL game.
All right, so it's looking great is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so that's something to keep a serious eye on how they would have to protect. So you would have a rookie on one side, hasn't played in 4 games, and a guy that was on your practice squad last year for the first time in the NFL, and he's still on the practice squad, and you would have to elevate him to play his first NFL game.
Let's go.
So
I'm
that
excited.
doesn't sound real enlightening, does it?
Well, I mean, it does if you're a gambler, perhaps. I don't know.
If you like a lot of points, right?
Yeah. If you like a lot of points. Well, that is concerning. So
Okay.
I'm going to try to come up with something positive. I'm going to
Now,
do
you
my
asked about the other two,
Yeah,
and
they
neither
haven't-
one of them have practiced this
yeah.
week. So I don't see that happening.
All right, so here's my Hail Mary that sometimes works for Washington. There are 8 players in the NFL that have more sacks individually than all of the Atlanta Falcons as a team combined. Should this at least be a game where hopefully Dak has time to think and process and perhaps some holes are made for the running backs?
Well, I think that's what has to happen, right?
Yes.
And I think that if you look at some of the things that have occurred to Atlanta, over the previous 8 games, when they got beat by Seattle at home, by the way. They gave up 34 points. Now, I think the Cowboys' offense, even if shorthanded by Brandon Cooks and the youth on the offensive line, should be able to score points against this team.
Yes.
I think that's kind of the way, if they're going to win, that has to happen to be able to compensate for maybe what they can't get done on defense against the team that, has played decently on offense, and they've got a quarterback that if you let him stand in the pocket, he's going to hurt you.
Yes, for
and
sure.
And they've got a running game that, averages more than 100 yards a game. I believe they're, if I remember correctly, or Bijan is 7th in rushing in the NFL. I think that this offense has to function, and preferably for more than 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
Maybe the whole game, because even though they were leading at halftime, they scored all of 10 points against San Francisco. Now, if you can add the 14 in the fourth quarter, then you take away the third quarter, what did they win? 24 to 9.
I could say that for a couple games this year. Unfortunately, that pesky third
that
quarter
other quarter
keeps popping
counts,
up.
huh?
Yeah, it keeps popping up, and we continually get off to slow starts in the game, slow starts in the third quarter.
Details.
It's not hard to see that is a big part that is really shooting this team in the foot.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's it's a double-edged sword too. It's not just the defense giving up points; the offense not holding on to the football. Three and out,
Absolutely.
and then those guys are tired. And then you're in a hurry-up offense, and you like it, but you're not going to score every time, and that's what they needed against San Francisco to be able to win the game. So, hey, maybe you start the game in 2-minute offense.
Oh, man, that's interesting because I did hear McCarthy on Shan RJ and Bobby talk about that this morning. I thought that was an interesting approach.
Well, and he's talking about, more so than just 2-minute offense, pace of play.
Yes, exactly.
Keep getting to the line of scrimmage. Get to the line of scrimmage. Don't let the defense have a lot of time to think or even take a deep breath. But again, that's fine and good, but if you're not getting first downs, then you're shooting yourself in the foot.
For sure.
And they've maybe done that before, too. So, yeah, I think your point about maybe scoring points on this team, that maybe should be able to take place even though they're playing on the road.
Okay.
I think that, that's where they got to win this game.
I have a more radical opinion that you might not agree with at all. I am done with running the ball on the first drive of the game. And just the first drive of the game, because you've had 7 games. The 3 where you passed the ball more than you ran it, you scored points. The 3 where you ran the ball more than you passed it, you scored none. Now, there was one other drive, but you also had 3 penalties in that drive. So I would like a controversial strategy. First drive of the game, just throw the ball.
Well, you got that to start the second half, didn't you?
That's true. And
pass,
that didn't
pass, punt.
Yep.
Next one was pass, run, interception, maybe?
Yes.
So be careful for what you hope for.
We've had some problems. At this point, I'm willing to experiment with that. I really am.
Yeah, and that's fine. But again, I think their intent is somehow, some way, establish the running game. And if for no other reason, maybe you can run and the clock's running and you keep your defense off the field maybe a little longer. And not, put that defense out there that's, look, we just talked about the cornerback situation, right?
Yep.
And then we've talked endlessly about the defensive end position and the ability to put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. So at some point you got to protect those guys because you're playing with people, it's your 5th and 6th defensive ends. And 2 of them weren't even with the team when the season started. the other two.
You're right. What are you supposed to do at times? Yeah.
You would have been hard-pressed to know
Yes.
that T. Wheat was on the field. I mean,
Yes.
on the team, right?
True.
Absolutely.
You might have heard of Golston.
Yeah.
And now it's Carl Lawson and K.J. Henry. And you're aware of him, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a Bengals practice squad guy, and then they signed him. Those are late signs, Mick. Those are late additions.
At least he had played a few games for Washington the year before.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
they kind of knew something about him. But yeah, so and you're starting two rookies at linebacker. So there's somewhat of a reason for why this happens, and not making excuses. I'm just throwing out facts right now.
No, I get you.
Just spitting facts, Mickey. I didn't
one.
ask Jerry this. I probably should. Is Rico the starter? Bobby and Shan and RJ were talking about this morning. Do you think he's the starter on Sunday, or is that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But I think that they're going to try to get Dalvin Cook some more touches, and see if there's something there. I mean, I was making fun of it. He only had 6 carries, so
He had 12 yards.
I know.
All right.
See, I didn't want to go there, but you did. I didn't want to be overly critical of a guy that he been sitting there. Everybody's wanted him, and then they got him, and now it's like, well, what do we got? So I think maybe they may try to find out a little bit more about him, but he'll be elevated again off the practice squad for sure. So we'll see.
You bring up a very savvy point, though, and people can interpret this however they want. If you're desperate for help at a specific position and you sign somebody at that specific position and they just sit there on the practice squad, maybe that tells you what you need to know.
Well, and that's kind of been my deduction on not rushing him out there and handing him the ball. So I think they feel better about him at least being ready to go out there and at least know what's going on, what to do.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, the running game, you got to be in concert with the offensive line. Got a chance yesterday. Will McClay was on the board and diagramming some of Bijan Robinson's plays. And one of the things I could see was, you a lot of times the hole is supposed to be, say, to your right.
Right.
But you got to be able to see if there's a backside cut. And he had a run where he was supposed to go to the right, and you could see, and he didn't hurry, right? He kind of paused a little. He wasn't in a hurry. He saw the linebacker ready to fill that gap, and he immediately cut to the left. And he had another hole if the wide receiver picked off the other linebacker. And the wide receiver did, and he ended up with a 10-yard run. So a lot of this is not just the running back. It's how the line and the rest of the team is blocking on any certain play, and that gets overlooked because you got to see that. And I think the running backs need reps to be able to kind of notice, and have the wherewithal not to hit a hole that's just not there just because that you're supposed to go. You got to have the vision and the quick feet to be able to adjust and see, oh, look at that backside cut. So there's a lot more to it. But, yeah, I think Rico's still the guy. 102.4, right?
No, it's 105.3 The Fan, Mick. That is the name of our
I was going to say that's not a new radio station in town, right?
No.
Right.
So there was a reason why, he didn't play. I know there were some people thinking, oh, I don't know, something fishy's up.
Mike is one of those people.
Oh, he was.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just typically, that's usually Mike, though.
What is your prediction for Sunday?
I have to do this, right?
Yes, you do.
Right. Yes.
Well, here's oh, this is great, right? The Cowboys just don't lose 3 games in a row.
Hell yeah.
Right? Haven't done that since
It is
2020, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
And since we made a big deal last week out of the Cowboys losing to San Francisco the last 3 times they've played, well, they've beaten the Falcons the last 3 times they've played.
Oh, let's go.
How about that?
I like
We're
it.
in their head now.
So you're predicting victory for these Dallas Cowboys, eh?
How about the unstable score of 25-23?
I love numbers like that.
I do, too.
It's so
All
awkward.
right.
I like it.
Excellent stuff, Mick. We'll
And
catch up with
excuse
you
me
again.
if you think I'm making fun of predictions.
No,
No,
in my
a
mind,
fun
the
show.
Cowboys are going to score 1 touchdown and kick 6 field goals, and that's how they're going to
That's
win
how they get there, right?
25-23. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think I didn't figure out how I was going to get to 25.
Well, just helped you out there. We'll catch
Thank
up with
you.
you again on Monday, good
and you
sir.
know what? I'll still be here.
There we
Yes,
go.
there you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, if you can give me a little bit of that cut number 6, I want to throw it over to the Stars real quick.
Final seconds left on the power play. Shot, score! Right upstairs by Matt Duchene. With a second left on the power play, it's a power play goal, and the Stars have a 3-0 lead.
I thought they played at noon.
Now, yes, now that is not from today, and you might be thinking it's 11:15 in the morning. I figured that part. But they play at noon today, and I believe the Stars and Panthers play again tomorrow at 10 in the morning because, at least our time, because they are playing in Finland. So we're less than an hour away from the Stars game starting. But also, thought this was great news for the Stars. Sportico put out its NHL franchise valuations. The Stars went up year over year 49% in value, and now they are up to $1.65 million. That's just behind the Arizona Coyotes, who, you know, they moved to a whole different place, and their franchise value rocketed up.
What, Mike?
It went up 1 point something
No,
million?
it went up 49% to $1.65 billion.
Billion, okay.
With a B.
Okay, yeah.
No.
I told you we should have bought them when they were
He
for
did.
sale.
He was very adamant
Did we
about
have
that.
the capital
You're like, no.
to put that all together?
Hockey's never going to make it in the United States, Mike.
That is not a thing
They
that
got a
I
whole
have
bunch of
said.
Finland people on their team. Nobody wants to go see Finland people in the United States.
What an interesting interpretation.
Especially in Utah.
It's like Lori Marketing from Finland.
I don't know.
Well,
Mike.
that's
I
a
don't know.
question.
We have a bunch of hockey players on the Stars from Finland. Kevin
I
was
know.
talking about that the other day.
Yes.
Remember, we did a
Yeah.
really good job
Ever
listening
since they
in that
moved from
segment.
Minnesota, it was a demand from the Stars ownership,
Tom
no matter
McCarthy.
who it was, have a Finland guy.
Yeah, multiple if we can.
We're the KNC
And
masterpiece.
we'll celebrate him like Duchene.
Uh-huh.
Is Duchene from Finland? We played a highlight of him. I figured we would play a highlight of a Finland person.
Okay, that is that is fair. And my apologies. The Stars play at 1 today and 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
I got the
Oh,
time
wow.
zone. I got
Put
the
'em
time
together.
zone mixed
Yeah,
up
you're on
by an
Mountain
hour right
Standard
there.
Time.
I apologize for giving you
Utah,
Mountain
am I
Standard
right?
Time
Yeah,
right
Utah.
there. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Hockey
God
club,
help us.
right there, a hockey club.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ESPN, Bo Nix, and people who don't know or follow trick-or-treat etiquette. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine on 105.3 The Fan.
Razor baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFW Security.
This Thanksgiving, be thankful for peace of mind with DFW Security. Protect your home or business with smart cameras that can identify a person, package, or vehicle. Call DFW Security today and ask about their holiday specials.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Couple tight ends in this set. Nix shows off the arm strength of a one-handed grab. National Tight Ends Day. Adam Troutman says, it's my day.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, where there are heartwarming things happening before we get to Forgiveness Friday. Somebody said there's no more actual chairs back in our section, at which point another Tolo said, I got a four-top, you could sit with me.
There you go.
Tolos coming together. And then we have another Tolo out here that was just in Finland and showing off a picture of where the Stars are going to play.
Oh, is his daughter's the Disney princess?
Yeah,
right?
I believe that that is correct.
That's cool. Finland's awesome, man.
Then I have breaking Rangers news for you.
They won the World Series a year ago today.
That is true. Oh, we forgot to play the Mike audio for Mickey where Mike's like, I don't care about your emotions.
It's okay.
Jared.
Mickey had a lot to say today, right?
Justin Veely from San Francisco has been hired as the Rangers' new hitting coach.
Heck yeah.
All right, who's he?
He's a hitting coach, obviously.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but do you know him?
Not at all.
Okay, all right. So we got a lot to learn about Justin Veely and his approach.
Because you really thought Mike was going to be like, I saw him in San Francisco. And he's like, I got nothing.
Coaches matter. I don't want to make this sound like they don't matter.
Okay.
But the same guy who led you to one of the best offenses in the game, and you won the World Series, a lot of it based off of your offense, then the guy doesn't have, like, not him, but the team doesn't hit offensively. Like, well, is this just like the coach now for Washington? Why am I drawing a blank?
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn. Oh, Dan Quinn.
Oh, I think you meant baseball.
He's the worst. And you're like, wait a second. Didn't he take over the worst defense in the NFL? Now, adding Micah Parsons meant a lot, but he really liked Micah Parsons in the draft. This and that. And so it's interesting that Tim Hires can be a great hitting coach and then to some fans be a horrible hitting coach. I don't know if he's the best hitting coach. Probably not in baseball. He's definitely not the worst hitting coach in baseball either. Maybe the guys just weren't good hitters in 2024 as a whole. And so we will see. I do think that this guy's coming in, Justin Veely, is that how you say his last name? He does have a lot of talent to work with. I mean, like, if you're going to be Will Venable's hitting coach, you don't have a lot of talent to work with. I mean, let's just be honest about the White Sox. But if you're here, you do have some things that you have to work on. One, I know he was hurt, but Evan Carter batting against lefties, Evan Carter's consistency. I can't fix his health as a hitter. Let's look at Wyatt Langford. Can you build on what happened in the month of September as the season went along? If Adolis Garcia is on the team, which I assume he is, can you get him back to being a consistent, productive player? So there's a lot of things that he has talented guys, but those will be a lot of the questions that you hope he can help out those at least three guys specifically.
Now, you guys ready to fire up a little Forgiveness Friday? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube if you want to get involved. First off, does Bo Nix need to ask forgiveness? Bo Nix said that he grew up watching Lamar Jackson.
Oh, man.
Lamar Jackson is 3 years older than him.
Okay.
So Bo Nix was literally a senior in high school when Lamar Jackson started playing NFL football.
Well, don't a lot of us feel like high school was where we grew up? You know, that's where we learned a lot of things.
His junior and senior year would have been when Lamar Jackson was the best college quarterback. Now, not the highest drafted, but I guess you could say Baker Mayfield was the best at. But he won a Heisman Trophy. He was great, all of these things. So I can see where, in high school, I'm just trying to think back in high school who was like a super stud.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he had
it,
played a while. I was thinking, well, Kerry Wood, but then I played against
Troy
him.
Aikman. You're talking about guys that were a little younger.
Yeah, and then I got to play against, or I'm competing against. But it was still really cool in Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter hits the scene in 1996. Now, I wasn't a shortstop or anything like that, but then, I looked up to him, or you could say, but in 2001, you're playing against him.
I saw the most heartwarming TikTok this morning. It was a dude, and he plays for the Bananas, the
Savannah Bananas, who are coming to Frisco.
His video was his parents were asking him, who do you want to be for Halloween as a kid? And he was like, Derek Jeter. And then the next year, Derek Jeter. And then the next year, Derek. And he was like, yeah, he's my favorite player. I want to be him for Halloween. And now he's getting messages from younger kids that are dressing up as him for Halloween. They got all these pictures. And that just seems like that's so cool to be like, yeah, I know it's a different level. But even still, you have the kids are out there watching you, trying to be like you. That's fun.
I will give this to the Savannah Bananas. I mean, one, they are entertaining. Who would have ever thought you could create the Harlem Globetrotters in baseball?
And there's a
That's
wait
what they
list.
are, right?
There's a wait list to watch
Yeah,
them too.
The skill to do some of these things is really
when we were
interesting.
growing up, there's not a Harlem Globetrotter who could compete in the NBA. And there's not a player on the Savannah Bananas who can compete in the major leagues. But they've created this very entertaining style of baseball that a lot of people like. The Harlem Globetrotters created a style of basketball where, like, is this basketball? Yes, in a way, they're using basketball as this entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, the Savannah Bananas have become so popular. Bananas.
From the 817, my coworker needs forgiveness for swapping our appointments before I got into work today. I had scheduled a midday gap, and I would be right off of 114 to come see you guys.
But now they got to go do something?
They said now they're in Red Oak without chicken wings.
Blame it on the rain.
No, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it was
because it's raining outside.
That is
Milli Vanilli.
Thanks, Mike. Always appreciate it.
He's been singing that since he walked in the door,
I know.
Kevin.
Well,
I know.
I was singing
it's going to be stuck in my head all weekend.
Milli Vanilli songs.
From the 469, please forgive the idiots that leave the lights on but don't pass out candy.
Oh,
you know what?
man.
Come to think about it, don't forgive them. I hope the roof falls down on them. My
my gosh.
goodness.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that
there.
took a hard turn.
What
I
if they
made
were in
sure
the
all the
bathroom?
lights were off.
Okay, so you didn't hand out any Zach Wilson or Justin Fields
and
cards?
luckily no kids knocked on the door or parents.
If they did, would you have yelled at them and been like, hey, the light's off?
I just would have not gone to the door, and they would have eventually got the sign that nobody's coming here to give me anything.
How many times would they have to ring the doorbell before you were like, that's enough? I've had it. Get out of here, kids.
I guess if the doorbell doesn't really work, so it's like a fake doorbell. Our phone gets notified through the DFW security app. By the way, DFW security, both our cameras on the outside aren't working. We need help there. So I would say that if they consistently knocked on the door for a minute, I would probably come to the door.
And what would you say? Would you say at the door?
Sorry, our lights aren't on. We don't have any candy.
Okay.
I do have a question regarding etiquette.
Okay.
I know we haven't gone. I know you have that lined
yeah,
up.
that's fine.
I have lots of questions actually.
Go.
When I walk with Lucy, I do not walk up to the door. I stand out at the end of the walkway and I just because I want her to have the experience of getting up there and doing all that. What is the appropriate amount of time for her to spend at the door? Because she kind of would be like, Happy Halloween, grab some candy out of a bucket and then put it in her bag and walk off. And then she'd say, trick or treat or whatever. And then there was one lady that she came out and she talked to Lucy for like 5 minutes and just asked her questions. And
But there
all
was
this.
nobody else out there?
Nobody but her,
you're
those
fine,
two.
you're
And
fine.
I was watching it and I was like, this lady is like really taking interest in Lucy. And then she goes, have you gotten any candy yet? Lucy was like, yeah, I've gotten lots of candy. She goes, no, the bowl's behind you. The bowl's right there. You should have just grabbed some when you walked up. But she did. She talked for like 5 minutes with her.
Okay. I think that's fine as long as you're not like holding up the other kids.
Yeah,
because
I'm just trying to get the candy and move on with my daughter.
This is double-edged Forgiveness Friday for Halloween stuff. Does Noah need forgiveness? He's been saying trick or treat so many times, but then he just started walking up to people and going, candy, please. And so does that Because multiple people
You mean
are
that
like,
Noah right there?
Oh, yeah. Well, and then I need to ask him for forgiveness because while we were walking, I go, hey, Noah kind of sucks at trick-or-treating.
Oh, my
doesn't he?"
gosh. I feel like Candy Please is much better
than Trick or Treat.
Nobody tricks you now.
Are you sad
like,
about
remember
that?
when we were kids, they would trick you by giving you razor blades in the candy?
Oh, my God.
Trick.
Yeah, or
you might
broken
die.
glass in a meatball.
Good luck passing this through your system.
Not going to happen. It's going to cut you open.
Right? So Candy Please
Yeah.
is like they're just giving out candy. Nobody's giving out tricks.
Okay, so Candy Please.
I think tricks are a little bit different than Mike thinks, though, in this conversation.
Because they're just for kids. Well, not those other ones.
Did nobody ever razor bladed the candy, right? That was just
No, I definitely think they
they
did.
did.
But that was like in the 70s and stuff.
Yeah, I remember the fear of it when I was growing up, and it was always just a, hey, watch out.
From the 817, we had plenty of candy, but not many trick-or-treaters. Let me ask you this. Do you buy the candy that you like then, just in case this scenario plays out?
All the chocolate was gone before we stepped outside. It was
Okay.
the Laffy Taffies and the Starburst and all that stuff. That was left. The Nerd Boxes. That's what they got from our house. And you know what? I did say, take as much as you want. I mean, as soon as all this is gone, I get to go back inside and finish the Mavs
Here's
game.
the thing about saving candy right now, and this is the worst, and I think people will agree with me. They all have individual wrappers. It doesn't matter. They start melding together. The chocolate tastes like Nerds, and the Nerds have a weird flavor to it. Like, I feel like you have a 24-hour period or 48-hour period. You better start separating your, I don't know, fruit-flavored candy and hard candy away from the chocolate. It all gets ruined. I don't know what the time period is that when they're together they get ruined.
Kevin, you may love this about my middle son Carter. Last night when he got
I do identify with a lot of things you say about him.
When he got home last night, he dumped all of the candy onto the floor. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with it because I know he's going to pick it all up. But then he organized all the candy into separate piles of certain types of chocolates he doesn't like, chocolates he does like, other kinds of fruity things that he likes and doesn't. He had 17 different organizations of candy, and then he rebagged them in little plastic baggies to make that all work. So he was like, this is how it all looks, and he had all these baggies that he was carrying around. This is my donations, this is what I'm keeping, and he had it all separated.
Have you ever been part of the candy exchange?
I don't know what this is.
What is this?
So I saw Brandon do this numerous times where he would trick or treat with a group of people and they would all go, whoever lived nearby there would all go into the house and then they would open it up like it was the stock market. And it was like, I got two Whoppers. What do you want? I'd be like, I'll give you a Three Musketeers. And there seemed to be no consistency on what the exchange rates
Because
were.
Almond Joy was just right at the top of the list for everybody.
But see, it depends. One Almond Joy could go for 3 Snickers. And then another one, you'd have to give 3 Almond Joys up for 1 Butterfinger. And I'm like, well, does that mean 1 Butterfinger equals 9 Snickers? That is an unstable exchange rate. And so it was always, I thought that was the most fun thing to see play out. And from the 601, y'all Buffalo Wild Wings on 114. Correct.
Yeah, we're in the grape today, baby.
On the
vine.
From the 972.
Why do they call it that? I have never seen grapevines in Grapevine. When I was in Italy, I saw tons of grapevines. They are growing them like crazy.
Do all the stuff, the paraphernalia and whatnot for the Olive Garden count? Because I couldn't think of another word. Signage is what I was looking for.
Signage, those are olives. Those aren't grapes.
But don't they have other ones where they're on their wine menus and stuff, and they're like, here's our grapevine.
Probably so.
Our fermented grape.
So that doesn't count? All right, from the 817, they need to do what Jimmy Johnson did and build a draft trade for candy trade.
That draft value chart,
But it's all subjective in this one in terms of everyone wants that certain pick. This one, sometimes you have somebody who I will do anything to get a Butterfinger. And then the next kid will be like, here, you can just have this one. I don't want it. So if you ever get a chance to see the candy exchange play out, it is extremely fascinating.
What's a popular candy, Kevin, that you were just giving away because you hate the taste of it?
I am sorry, Corey, to your world of things that you love, Almond Joy, Mounds, Three Musketeers, give them away.
Did you try them?
I've tried them before.
Okay.
I just don't like.
I think coconut is a very controversial flavor.
I agree. Yeah, definitely.
All right, that's fair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
that's how we end
105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, off of 114. Coming up next, it's
wow. Oh,
Hey.
they think Mike likes it's
Yeah,
coming up.
it's not
coming
not
up next.
yet.
It's not Mike likes it, so in your face. It's Gridiron Gravy, Garrett Wilson, and the incredible Jumpman touchdown catch next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Takes the snap, four-man rush. Lobs one left. Into the end zone for Garrett Wilson. One-handed catch! Incredible! Did he get 2 feet down? Well, you may have heard the ruling. Just as we come back, what you are certainly hearing in the background is MetLife Stadium coming apart at the seams and celebrating an incredible touchdown catch by Garrett Wilson.
Incredible is a great way to describe it. Incredible is actually a great way to describe the scene out here in Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. In your face, people who said it wasn't going to be full. We've got tons of people here.
It was our boss. Yeah, he said we couldn't do it. He was like, I don't
know
think y'all can.
people are coming up here and kissing Kevin on the lips and everything.
That was my wife.
Yeah, that was
okay.
interesting.
You know what? As long as we're revealing things, Mike, what do you think about the way Noah walks?
Noah walks with a strut.
He does.
Noah walks like, I'm just not another kid.
Yeah.
I'm Noah.
Yeah, everybody knows me around here. By the way, from the 214, can I get a shout out to Noah Hagelin for giving me a high five?
So
that's a good one right there. And then also, Kevin, lots of people saying there is a vineyard about north of us.
Really?
So there are some vineyards out here
Finally.
in Grapevine. Yeah, well, yeah, they just put them in after Mike
comes through
asked.
with their name.
Yeah.
And I saw you respond to this person earlier, Corey. I just want to read this. This is a really cool shout out from the 8-What-6. Can I get a shout out to me, please? Today marks 3 years clean from coke and pills. I've gone from homeless on the streets to having an amazing wife, amazing stepkids. My son's back in my life and back working in surgery where I belong. Holy moly. Congratulations, Robert. It takes a lot to even tell people your story. Telling people those stories is so helpful for all the people who aren't on the other side of it, right? They're like, no, that's where I am right now, and I have no hope. And then people like Robert, I feel like they come in and they're like, but you do, because I was you.
Yeah, no, man. I like that line of, it was the easy decision, difficult chore to do.
That's a good way to put it.
Addiction's tough, man. And if you can make that decision and find the purpose behind it, you've done the right thing for yourself.
And right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy? Gridiron gravy, of course. I love that every time. Brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. And
I did yesterday.
Okay. Yes, I know. Mike had lots of thoughts and lots of questions about it. Did you guys get a chance, because I know this is a tough Thursday night football game, in the Metroplex because we got the Mavericks. Also, if you have kids or anything, maybe you're doing Halloween stuff. It felt like the Jets-Texans game kind of went under the radar. That Garrett Wilson clip that we played, that is one of the greatest catches I've ever seen. And then also the Jets win over the Texans, which I have to admit, despite the struggles of the Texans, I was pretty darn surprised by that.
So was I.
CJ Stroud did not play well.
Stroud and
neither did his offensive line. Sucked.
That's what I was going to say. His offensive line was not good. They're missing people, and look, that is welcome to the NFL, right? Like that's the way the league is. You're going to be missing people. You got to figure out how to overcome those things. That's the strain that he's dealing with. I saw somebody, was it Clarence, that said this is what it's like to play with expectations, and I was like, yeah, there's that too. I mean, that does
fair
work with it. But last night, this is kind of what I was asking Jerry earlier a little bit. Last night, the Jets looked like they were having fun after the first half. The first half of that, I saw what the 75-yard punt or something like that, and Bill Barnwell said that punt was too nice to be in this game, and I was like, yeah, he's right. This game's miserable.
Dang.
But then it seemed like the Jets, after a couple touchdowns, after they started rolling, they look. Even Aaron Rodgers was smiling. You don't see that very often, so they look like the fun
He can
part of it.
dominate his coach again.
And Devontae Adams in the postgame too kind of reflected that attitude that you were talking about, Corey. Like he seemed pumped up. Sauce was happy. Garrett Wilson was happy. Yes.
No. I was gonna talk after you were done.
Go ahead.
On that game
go ahead.
Is C.J. Stroud. His cards are down 50% this year.
Man.
And it's not his fault. The reason that they are is everybody had him that collect cards. It's the silliest thing ever. People are like, you know what C.J. Stroud's going to do this year? He's going to win MVP and win 3 Super Bowl championships. And it's like, he can't. He literally can't do this. And cards are built up so much. He's having a good year. So when Thunder Dan here looks at me like, are you crazy? He's a really great quarterback. No, he was built up to be better than Patrick Mahomes before this year started in his career. That's the same thing with Wemby I was talking about the other day, because out today at the Dallas Card Show, you're going to see a lot of C.J. Stroud cards for sale.
Definitely.
They're still going to be very expensive. Don't get it like, oh, no, he's not cheap. It's just that they had him built up that his cards were as much or more than Patrick Mahomes cards. And that's silly because Mahomes has 2 MVPs, 3 Super Bowl championships, and people were paying more for C.J. Stroud than they were Patrick Mahomes before the season started. You're like, C.J. Stroud can't live up to these prices. It's impossible. He could win the MVP and the Super Bowl, and his cards would have gone down this year.
That is the game, though, trying to predict who the next one is going to be.
And that's what you've talked about with Wemby, for sure.
Yes, it's weird how people nowadays are like, well, he's going to be he's going to be better than Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
He's going to be better than Patrick Mahomes? Because that's what you're paying. You're paying a price that you're saying Luka for. He's literally going to be better than Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Are you sure Luka's going to be better than LeBron James and Michael Jordan?
From the 808, the Garrett catch was better than Odell Beckham because of the toe tap or the shin tap. And then from the 817, wasn't a catch. I mean, they reviewed it, and they overturned it. That's how you know it was a catch, because they hate to overturn it.
They also said that Dez didn't catch it, remember? So
that's why we needed to change the rules. That's why we needed to change the rules.
Clarify the rule. The NFL has put too much emphasis on the shin.
Okay.
I think that the knee should count.
Well, and that was the first thing that
shin's just a shin. We count feet and we count knees.
My kid asked me last night. He was like, "Do you have to get both feet in?" I said, "The shin counts as 2 feet. The elbow." I was trying to explain all those things for him.
The shin should count as 2 feet. I think the knee has to count as 2 feet.
Well, tell Steven.
The elbow counts as 2 feet.
Monday, tell Steven that.
Yeah, but the shin, they've definitely overrated the shin.
Now you, Kevin.
Not a sentence I thought I was going to hear today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that definitely is something. But
I found out the shin counts way more.
That was definitely. He had, again, like you said earlier, he had another one-handed grab that just kind of goes on the wayside of everything.
Yes, that no one will remember.
Also. Yeah.
Yeah, because he plays for the Jets, and they're not going to be remembered this year.
Yeah, they just got a big
upset win. Like, if you think about it, they can only lose one more game the rest of the year. Great win for them.
Yeah.
And I know that there's not plenty of New York Jets fans, but they get covered a lot because they're in New York. It's kind of like Mets fans. There's not tons of Mets fans, but they are in New York. It's like, all right, is this going to turn around their season? Sure, if they only lose one more game the rest of the year.
Yeah. I think you heard that reflected from Aaron Rodgers, too, and he's like, we needed to win this game.
Yeah, there's so much they got to accomplish there.
Now, let's talk about Puka Nacua. There's a couple of things here. First of all, Brock Bowers is on pace to break Puka Nacua's rookie receiving record. Nacua had 105 catches. Brock Bowers right now is on pace for 111 catches. But then you hear word that Puka Nacua is banged up again. And then this morning, the news has been the knee injury is not believed to be serious, but has Puka Nacua, at least maybe just this year, is he in the category of you're like, that still makes me nervous, maybe more nervous than your average player?
I'll ask it this way, because I think you're asking a great question, because this is where I'll answer, but then you guys throw it back at me. If I am running the Rams, I'm not giving him a second contract. I'm out.
Yeah.
Because he's going to demand over $20 million easy, if not up to $40 million by the time he's a free agent. So I'm like, I cannot pay a dude who gets hurt this much in his early 20s, and I'm going to pay him into his late 20s and think that he's going to be healthy. No way, no how. I use him one more year, and then after 3 years, I'm looking to get second and third round picks out of him.
Christian McCaffrey has been out for a long time,
Yes,
right?
the whole season.
And it feels like the team has had no interest in rushing that process, kind of waiting maybe till he's ready. I felt like they rushed Puka. And I wonder if like a lot of teams do that. A lot of players do that. They rush themselves to get back out there.
Do you think that with McCaffrey, it was a product at all of Mason being better than they thought? And they're like,
Maybe so. Yeah,
okay,
maybe
take
so.
your time.
Or maybe the seriousness of the injury too, and they're looking at later in the season more than anything else.
Now, Jaden Daniels, 6 wins, Bo Nix, 5, Caleb Williams, 4, and then, of course, dependable Drake May coming in with 1 win.
Yes.
Rookie quarterbacks this year have combined for 16 wins. That is the second most in the first 8 weeks of a season since 1950. The only class they're behind is 2012, which had 17 at this point. Do you remember the 2 marquee in 2012?
Luck and Griffin?
That is correct.
Good job, Mike.
Very good.
And they
Trent
won all those
Richardson.
games, yeah.
He's a heck of a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah. If you guys had to guess right now, when do you think the Chiefs will lose their first game?
Oh, I don't know their schedule. Can you know their next
I can
3?
walk. Yeah, if you want to take a look. Otherwise, I can walk you through it as well because
they could struggle against the Broncos. The Broncos defense is very good.
The betting favorite right now is at the Bills the week after.
Makes sense.
I do believe, but also 10-1 on your money if you think they're going undefeated in the regular season. I don't think that's not high enough. Like, it feels like it would need to still be like, I don't know, 20, 22.
I don't know if it was choppy, but somebody who is more familiar with Vegas than I am, it might have been somebody when I was with the Rangers, not like a Ranger, but that kind of follows betting way more than, let's say, we do, is Vegas is making so much money on gambling. They always have, but even more now that it's on your phone to gamble in certain states. Is that they are making the odds worse and worse, and it doesn't
because they know
matter
you're going to do it anyway.
So many people are addicted to betting on sports that they're like, the real odds should be maybe 14-1 on that or 18-1. Like, it doesn't matter. We can even make the odds worse, and people are still going to hit the button.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, as Corey might
at my prize
be
picks.
gambling right now. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. We'll get after it live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, where, as you can probably tell, we have a lot of people out here today. I have been very pleasantly surprised by that. Right now, it's time for some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation. Mike, you made a noise. I get the sense that you kind of want to change your pick.
I kind of do. I had just this feeling after Sunday's loss where with 3 minutes to go, I thought, I can't believe these guys are going to do it. They're going to figure out how to win this game. They got the ball back with 3 minutes to go against San Francisco with a chance to win. And then I hate saying this, and this is too harsh. Dak Prescott turned back into the Dak Prescott we all worry about. And that is with the game on the line, he is going to play his worst football, and it wasn't all his fault. He threw an interception to 3 people, but Fred Warner made sure to knock it down so nobody intercepted it. But I just am to the point now where talking to Mickey, talking to Jerry as this week has gone by, no chance of Micah Parsons, very little chance of Bland, probably a 30% chance it's starting to sound like that Diggs is going to play. At this point, it's starting to be overwhelming that you're going to once again put out a minor league defense, and then certain Cowboy fans are going to get mad at Mike Zimmer for not taking guys that shouldn't be playing in the NFL and not putting together a good defensive plan. So Cowboys lose because, and this is where I'm now leaning, I'm sorry, I was trying to be optimistic, they don't have the talent to win. At this point, I'm trying to think of, in a way, you better be happy, Cowboy fans, if you have hope of making the playoffs, that they're not playing the Giants this week. Because you might lose to the Giants this week. The Carolina Panthers might be iffy with what you're putting out on the field as your product. And I'm not blaming Jerry for this one. I'm not blaming Mike McCarthy or Mike Zimmer for this one. They do not have enough NFL players on their active roster to win this game. That's why Cowboys lose. I will now become optimistic Mike again, even though I'm leaning towards Cowboys are going to lose because of what I just said. Is somehow the Falcons always waste opportunities like this in their franchise history.
That is fair.
And the Cowboys always do enough. For all the Cowboy fans listening, they always win this random game that when you know the season is over, you know the season isn't going to be your year, they win a game like this to keep your hopes alive, and that's why the Cowboys win.
Now, I want to read this one text from the 214. This segment should be called Cowboys Lose Because Cowboys Lose Because. I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, but come on, man. Okay, because of that, I put together what I think legitimately could propel them over the top this weekend. Now, I will also give the opposite of that, but this is the stretch where CeeDee Lamb turns it on. All right, look at last year. He dominated in week 7, 8, and 9. Last week was week 7. for the Cowboys. And I realize, or game 7, I guess I should say.
He was good.
Not week 7. He was very good. Now, is some of that a byproduct of what was happening in the game? I get that. But CeeDee Lamb is one of 2 receivers, along with Justin Jefferson, who has at least one catch of 25 yards or more every game this season. In the last 30 years, the longest streak ever has been 9. And then last week, he caught 13 balls for 146 yards and 2 touchdowns. I think this is going to be the stretch, and you desperately need it, where CeeDee Lamb really turns it on. And I think he puts together another similar game like that, and that is why the Cowboys win this one.
All right, I like that. I'm going to go with Cowboys win because field position and ball control. They are now. This isn't the Cowboys' MO, and ball control definitely relies a lot on being able to run the football, and the Cowboys aren't fantastic at that. But
that is a nice way to put that.
The field position part is controlled. It can be controlled by the special teams. And so I'm thinking that this is what they do. They utilize special teams to keep Atlanta in long drives and long drive situations. So I don't think you're going for it on 4th down at the 50-yard line. You're going to try and do everything you can to pin people back. And then they're going to do. I think they run one back. Maybe even 2 this weekend, and that's not Brandon Aubrey being the only special teams part, but I think that Turpin has one in him this weekend, and that's going to be the reason the Cowboys win. Because they're going to need 30 points almost. I think.
With what we're looking at on defense, I could potentially see that. From the 8-1-7, Cowboys win because Atlanta's pass rush will give Dak time to throw, and they could establish a run game. Now that, I think, is the most logical positive that you can look at this.
Throw to set up the run.
Yeah, well, exactly.
I like it.
But also, Atlanta's defensive line is not good at all. Like I told you, there's 8 players in the NFL who have more sacks than all of the Falcons combined.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether that translates exactly to the running game, I'm not as sure about that. But I think Dak should have plenty of time to throw. And if he doesn't, that's just another further indictment of the offensive line that, you know, you heard Jerry from earlier. He was like, I don't want to single out Martin. I don't want to single out Steele. A whole lot this season has not gone the way I hoped or the way that I thought it would. Now, Cowboys lose because turnovers are an issue for Dak again. We've discussed this throughout the week. Dak had multiple interceptions in 3 straight games. That's the longest run of his career. And then when you have A.J. Terrell back there, he's got a couple of interceptions this season. Jesse Bates, he forced 2 turnovers in the last game alone. This is a Cowboys team, and Mike was talking about how you don't really match up personnel for personnel. If you run into any extra sort of adversity, like turning the ball over, I think you're going to be screwed against most teams in the NFL right now. Now, might you feel different in a week when it was like, oh, Mike is back, Bland is back, Diggs is back?
Yeah.
And then sure. But right now, if you have any sort of turnover negative differential, which they've had all season, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and I mean that kind of lines up exactly with mine. Is they don't have enough teeth to be able to do that thing. The injuries are just too much. The lack of. I mean, I know that Jerry didn't go into detail with it, Kevin. When you asked that question, you kind of knew. He tried to answer it, but also be diplomatic at the same time.
Yeah.
Zach Martin's slide backwards has really hindered a lot of
That's
things.
a thing that's happening.
It's a
right
reality
now,
to
or
watch
has
that.
happened.
And I think whenever he said that before you asked the question, he was insinuating that. He was talking about him, Zeke, maybe some other people that are a little older on this team that have slid back a little bit. I definitely think he was saying it without saying it. But yeah, man, that's the real thing is they just don't have the talent that they need to win in this game.
Zach Martin, greatest guard you've ever seen. That could have been a category you put him in at one point. I know close with I know Larry Allen and stuff, but I'm just giving you the highest point of his career. Larry Allen, one of the best in the game. He stayed there for a long time. Zach Martin, average guard in the NFL. Is that too extreme? Is that not extreme enough where he's at today?
I think that's about right.
Because I'm sure all other teams
right.
would take him and be like, we're still starting him. Like, he's still better than one of our 2.
And you know what? I bet on a complete offensive line, he's probably not just as good, but in between
That's an
average
interesting point.
and really good. Right now, though, he's not enough to compensate for all the other parts on the offensive line.
So he's gone from one of the best at his position in the NFL, if not the best, to average?
Yeah. Or maybe a little bit above average thus far.
A little bit above average
but not
starter.
Yeah. That's a big
fair.
drop.
But you're dealing with a below average.
Especially when you signed him to that contract last year.
Yeah,
and
maybe being
now you're
nice.
you're expecting this type of productivity from him, and you're like, I'm not getting that now.
And this is not fair. And if this is the way it played out, which I don't know at all, I worried about this with Zach Martin, the same thing I worried about with Zeke and with Dez. I'm sure Zach Martin was like, I would just like more money because I'm awesome. But in the back of my mind, when the dip happens pretty soon after you get paid, I always wonder, did that player take the stand because they're like,
heck yeah,
hey, I know it's about to be visible that I don't have it at the same level. I need to cash in.
You're not
right
being
now.
unfair at all. That's what you're supposed to do as an agent.
Yeah.
And you see it. Agents have to be not honest with their client at times. They have to be honest with, if I'm going to get this guy any more money, which means me getting more money, I need to jump now because most likely a dip is about to come. That happens all of the time in sports.
Opportunistic is what the agents
In
have
a
to
way,
do.
do you think
Timely.
Nathan Evaldi's agent's like, you know what we should do? We should take a 1-year deal. No, not at all. He knows that there's a good possibility Evaldi's ready to drop down a little bit in where he's been. Now, that's the tough thing about being the general manager. And let's be honest with ourselves. Do we think, I'm using an example of coming up here tomorrow, do you think Evaldi can be the same pitcher he was this last year or better is the question the Rangers have to ask. We're going to be upset if he goes somewhere else because we want him back. I want him back. But it's a realistic question to ask when guys get to a certain age, Zach Martin, Nathan Evaldi, whoever it is. Are they wanting a 3-year deal because they know in year 3 they probably can't do it anymore?
It's a good question from the 469. Cowboys win because, man, this might be the realest one we've gotten so far. Brandon Aubrey kicks 4 field goals of 60 yards plus. I mean, look, that could happen. From the 817.
240 yards of field goals?
That surely, I guess that's probably not a record. We've had field goal kickers kick 7 field goals, so probably not. From the 817, Cowboys win 40-17 because CeeDee Lamb scores 2. We own, Kirk Cousins, and Michael Penix comes in. That would be fascinating.
I think we own Kirk Cousins is what they were saying.
Yes.
There. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Okay.
But we can earn them.
Own him.
I do think there's a possibility Michael Penix plays in this game, and that's a bad sign.
Because you think it's going to be a freaking blowout.
If he gets in the game,
happens.
it's because it's something like 35-10 midway through the fourth quarter. And I do think – I'm not putting that at a high percentage. I do think, as people thought this was 100% when I said it 4 years ago, there's a 10 to, let's say, up to 20% chance this is a blowout with 10 minutes to go, and Michael Penix does get some snaps. A small percentage, but people have taken that percentage from me 4 years ago and said that means 100%.
From the 214, Cowboys win because Dalvin Cook's going to provide more hope. From the 469, Cowboys lose because Mozzie is ranked 119 out of 119 for defensive linemen on Pro Football Focus. That is always pretty jarring. Now, sometimes I see those rankings and I'm like, come on, he's better than that or whatever. But when you saw the Mozzie one, you're like, whew, that's tough. When you're straight up dead last.
Yeah.
That
you're like Brock Purdy, right? You still have a chance to go up. That's what I say.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it. You still have a chance to turn things around.
Mini NFL overreaction or reality. By the end of the season, Mozzie Smith will not be the last defensive starter on the defensive line in the NFL.
Definitely overreaction.
I think he will be. I think in Oxnard next year, there's a 50-50 chance he gets cut.
Man, and that would, you know what? And if he does, I'm going to ask Jerry straight away. Tom Landry says you got to wait 3 years. This is his 3rd year. Why would you cut him?
What do we do? On defensive linemen too?
Yes, on defensive linemen. He says that.
I thought it was offensive.
No, it's defensive linemen. He says that all
specifically
the time.
like defensive tackles
exactly.
too. Yeah.
But remember Neville Gallimore? Didn't they? Was it him that they were like 50-50 on cutting him his 3rd year in the NFL? And I think eventually they might have released him.
I just want to do it because I want to expose that answer as a generic fallback to get around some of the poor decisions that have been made. We're the KNC Masterpiece live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine.
Oh, yeah. You know what they're getting revved up for.
Coming up next,
Dom Toretto.
two-time national champion, Heisman Trophy winner, and college football broadcaster Gino Torretta, plus, Lord help us all,
Take a load off,
Mike
Fanny.
likes it. Oh,
jeez.
Why? All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping to get the opportunity to talk with Gino Torretta in just a few minutes. He will be on the call for Ohio State and Penn State, which you can catch tomorrow, 11 a.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan. Plus, remember, on Sunday, the official pregame for Cowboys-Falcons starts at 9 a.m. with kickoff just after noon. I know you have potentially, Mike likes it.
Oh, yes, I do.
As well. Not yet. Not yet.
You're teasing the people. They want it.
But I wanted to throw fair. I wanted to throw out a couple more things real quick. Two more leftover things I had from Gridiron. 7 consecutive seasons Lamar Jackson has rushed for at least 500 yards. Cam Newton is the only other person to reach that platform. How many more years do you think Lamar can do that? Like, do you think we're to like 2 or 3?
What did you say his age was? You said it.
Lamar Jackson's 27.
5 more years.
Okay. All right. So we've still got a good amount of time.
I think at 32-ish, as long as there's no major injury to his lower half, hip, knee, ankle, or something, I think that he can do this till about 32, and then there's going to have to be a transition where can I play the game in a different way?
Okay, before we get
maybe a more conventional
yeah.
way.
Before you get to that potential need for a change, do you think his legs will still be lethal weapons in the next 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then also,
but like that's what I'm saying. Like around 32 years old is when his legs will be a very different weapon, which not negative weapon, but it won't be as concerning.
And then through 67 games, we've talked about this a couple times this year, but now you're to the point, 67 games have been decided by 7 or fewer points. 57 have been decided by 6 or fewer points, both records in the NFL. Now we bring to you on our D&M leasing hotline, 2-time national champion, Heisman Trophy winner, college football broadcaster Gino Torretta. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing very, very well, thank you. Although I guess I should say how I'm doing will depend at least a little bit on how you answer this very first question.
A lot of pressure, Gino.
I went to Texas A&M. I have seen all of the fraudulent Texas A&M teams that have let me down along the way. Selfish first question, how much do you believe in these Aggies and now Marcel Reed?
I'm going to say this. Who do they play this week? I can't remember.
South Carolina.
Well, unfortunately, I picked South Carolina to win the game.
What the hell?
I don't know if that disappoints you, but South Carolina is one of the loudest places in the SEC. They've been on the cusp of beating far better teams than I would say Texas A&M. So I don't mean to dash your hopes. But the good thing is I'm usually dead wrong.
I think what hurt was that you said beating far better teams. Not just better, but far better than Texas A&M. But I appreciate the honesty. So to answer your question again, not doing so great, Gino. Not doing so great.
It was a great talk. We'll get back with you next time, Gino.
I'm just kidding. Now, you're on the call tomorrow for Penn State and Ohio State, and obviously both teams are very, very good. It does look like maybe Ohio State has kind of gotten close to a couple of stumbles as of late. Should they be concerned going into this game?
Well, I think they most definitely should be concerned. I mean, they've already lost one on the road to Oregon. This is the first year of the 12-team playoff. They want to make sure they're still in the mix for, winning not only the conference, but getting into the playoff. Their left tackle was injured, I think, 2-3 weeks ago. Last week's left tackle was kind of one of those turnstiles at the airport, and now he's injured as well. So they don't know who's going to play left tackle and block for Will Howard. I think there's definite cause for concern if you're the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Man, I am always shocked at, like, my kid's middle school. I go to his football game, and there's, 10 Ohio State fans. Do Ohio State fans, are they more across the country than anybody else, or is there one that you're like, no, there's a different school that just takes over the U.S.?
Isn't it annoying? I mean, like, you know, just Miami and Ohio State and the Rose Bowl and the fraudulent call at the end, and it took another title away from Ken Dorsey and his teammates. But well, the school's got, I mean, 65,000 in their enrollment. So yes, it seems like they're just they're all over the place, and it seems like they multiply when their team's better, which is always not good.
You know what I like is that you're clearly still bitter about past sports calls, just like the rest of us.
Yeah.
That is a very relatable trait, because I guarantee you everybody listening right now has something they're still bitter about, whether it's Dez caught it or whatever.
Yep.
Well, you know what the best part is? If I said that to an Ohio State fan, and I guarantee they would say, well, what about the pass interference against I can't even remember their receiver on the sideline. They didn't call that. You know, they would come back with all of their grievances, and they won the game. I mean, that's the crazy thing. I'm like, you guys won the game. How do you, like, factor in these calls? But, I mean, all I know is pretty much the announcers were saying Miami won the game, and then all of a sudden they didn't win the game, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, that is what makes college football so fun too.
It is.
Those
really
types of things. I am looking at. Locally here, looking at SMU, looking at Indiana, looking at some of these schools that you're like, hold on, where do these programs pop up out of? I mean, I know you can Google some coaches, and find out, but this turnaround that's happening more frequently in college football, do you like seeing what's happening there with some of these other smaller programs or big programs that are finally opening up some wallets?
Well, I think what's happening is we're going to get the microwave team effect with the transfer portal and NIL and all that. So you're going to go from the doghouse or the outhouse to the penthouse, or in Florida State's case, the penthouse to the outhouse.
Yep.
And
thanks for not saying S house. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
But the other is, you look at these kids today, and I've talked to, like, Warren Sapp's a good friend of mine. He's coaching out in Colorado now, and I asked him, I'm like, what do you kind of think of this current situation? He goes, it's killing the depth of teams because players don't want to go, hey, learn on the scout team, dominate the starters, then you become a starter. That's the progression to get on the field. If they don't want to play special teams, if they're not going to start, they're going somewhere else. And the depth of college football is not good. I mean, you look at teams like Alabama and getting beat by Vanderbilt, for example. I mean, what has it been, 60 years since that's happened? I mean, those are the kinds of things. But I think that is what makes, I would say, this season has been phenomenal because of that. And I also think of the teams in the top 25, I think they all have a chance of getting in the top 12 at the end of the year, because we really don't know what's going to happen the rest of the season. I mean, take Miami, for example. Miami hasn't played a ranked opponent yet, won't face a ranked opponent until, if they go through undefeated, until they play in the conference championship game. That will be their one game against a ranked team. If they lost, you guys know as well as I know, they got a good chance of getting knocked from, high to out of the top 12, because the strength of schedule is going to screw them.
Man, it's weird, too, that we'd be talking about, like when you mentioned Miami, that we would be talking about a game this weekend like SMU and Pittsburgh, and how that has turned into a massive game this week.
Yeah, I mean, look, Pitt's undefeated, and yet they're ranked in the bottom of the top 25, and their strength of schedule, you'd argue, is probably better than Miami's. And SMU and Lashley, listen, he was our offensive coordinator at Miami. He did great things when he was here with Van Dyke, and he's done the same things there. He's putting points up on the board. I don't know how that they won a game. They turned the ball over 6 times last week against Duke, but they did it. And sometimes you need those kind of games. You need to, come out on the right end for at the end of the year you have a shot at the playoff and a national championship. But I think it's just I think personally I think it's great because a lot of teams there's more teams that have a shot to get in the playoffs, but it has the transfer portal has just killed the depth across the board in college football.
We're talking with Gino Toretta right here on 105 through the Fan. Now, you will have the Ohio State and Penn State call. Obviously, both teams, the goal is to get in the playoffs. I get that. But this game seems like it has an extra level of importance with the buys in place as well. I'm not saying whoever wins is guaranteed a bye, but, man, that sure does feel like it gives you an inside track to one of those 4 buys, does it not?
Well, I don't know about that because they still have, in my opinion, they should have got rid of the conference championship games, so they still have a conference championship game. If I'm in the Southeastern Conference, I want to be the third-ranked team in the conference.
So you don't have to play it, yeah.
Because I know I'm getting in the top 12, and I don't have to play the extra game. And you know what? I'll just go into the playoffs. I'll play that extra game, not the championship game. But the Penn State game Penn State Ohio State's huge. It's Ryan Day's 2-7 against top 5 teams. I mean, here's a guy. He's got 1 foot on a banana peel, and the Ohio State fans are pushing him out the door if he loses this one. I mean, it's crazy. And James Franklin, on the other hand, he hasn't been able to beat the Penn States, the Ohio States and Michigans of the world. Even when he had Saquon Barkley. God, I was broadcasting that game. I think it was 16. Barkley takes a kickback 100 yards, had about $150 rushing. I mean, he single-handedly almost won the game for Penn State, but James Franklin couldn't get him over the top. So I think there's tremendous pressure on both coaches to go out there and win this game. And I think it's, we'll see, because Ohio State was kind of exposed against Oregon. And Penn State, came back from a huge deficit against Southern Cal, who's really not very good. So we'll kind of see where this one lands.
Gino, this is more of kind of an NFL question based off of a college player. The Cowboys stink at running the ball this year for multiple reasons. When you watch Genty, the running back at Boise State, your projection on what he could be at the NFL level?
I know this. He reminds me, his size, his low center of gravity. To me, he reminds me of Barry.
Oh.
And I'm not saying he's that good, but he reminds me like how he's low to the ground, how he's cut, his size, kind of his strength. The concern is, okay, he's not in a top 5 or Power 5 conference. So he's not playing against an SEC defense week in and week out. He's not dealing with bumps and bruises, but, look at Marshall Faulk, who, was runner-up the Heisman for me. He was pretty good, and he was, from San Diego State. They didn't play a Power 5 schedule. So I think he's very talented. I wish I see him more, but, obviously, we don't get their games as you got to look around a little bit harder for the Boise State matchups. They change days on me. They're not always on Saturday.
Hey, Gino, you brought up a few minutes ago that you're tight with Warren Sapp, and we got to interview him. Was it this year? This past year?
He's got a lot of energy.
It was the only interview that I've ever had that I was like, I have no clue what's going to happen next. Was that always him? Is that always how it's
been? Warren Sapp was the only player that I played with at Miami that could have started both ways.
Oh, wow.
He came in as about a 265-pound tight end. They gave him number 84, and I was begging Coach Erickson. I'm like, pull his red shirt. He's not staying here 5 years. This kid's too good of an athlete. Let me have him at tight end for my 91 when he came in. I think it took all of about 4 weeks for Coach Carmelowitz, our head D-line coach, who's passed away, and Ed Ogeron, who's our GA assistant D-line coach. They convinced Warren to move to defensive line. And he tells a great story. He says, they're like, Coach, they told him he could be just like Russell Maryland, Cortez Kennedy, Jerome Brown, and Sapp is very smart. He just goes, "Come on, coach, you don't need to blow smoke." You know what I mean? And he goes, "Those guys are, Hall of Famers." And they're like, "No," and he goes, "No, I'm good at tight end." And Carmelis goes, "Name another 300-pound tight end in the league." and he said what was his Mitchell, the tight end for Nebraska, and he goes, he was like 280 at the time. He goes, "Yeah, he's got one fork in the grave, and he's eating his way to it." So they convinced Warren to D-line, but he's got tremendous energy. He had the best hands on the team. Just a phenomenal athlete. I mean, he ran 4.6, I think, when he got there. He probably ran 4.8 by the time at 300 when he was playing D-tackle. But, yeah, the energy, enthusiasm, he loves. There ain't nothing that he loves more than ball, and he loves his quarterbacks that give him national championship or Super Bowl rings too. So I'm good with him.
Now, speaking of the old Miami days, you think The Rock's going to be back for WrestleMania, or how are we feeling about that?
I'm not sure what Dewey's doing. If he's getting paid $65 million for a movie, he's probably going to stay away from wrestling.
That's a good point. That's a sweet gig.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I think he's figured that out. But no, he's Dewey's a character.
Thank you very much for the time. We look forward to hearing you on the call tomorrow. Appreciate it very much, good sir.
Good luck to your Aggies.
Yeah, I can tell you really believe in them. Thank you very much. There you go.
That's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gino Toretta right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, that game will be broadcast on 105.3 The Fan starting at 11 o'clock if you want to jump in on some Penn State and Ohio State. Listen for any strays from Toretta.
One word. One little word that he throws in, far better. He just said better.
Far better.
Just changes the entire approach.
Because they almost beat far better teams. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. And now, whether I like it or not, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Well,
can you believe this?
Even Noah's clapping
your
for
child
it.
is clapping. He's excited.
He wants to take a load off. He's sitting down on the floor and relaxing, and he just wants to laugh, Kevin.
If there's ever a take a load off chant,
I will tell you what. Today is November 1st. And we haven't done this yet.
True.
And the show's almost over.
Paid our bills.
So maybe this doesn't make you laugh, but I want to give you some joy. And I want to take you back a year ago in the 6th inning of the World Series, Game 5. The game is tied. The Rangers can't get a hit, but Corey Seager's on base, and Mitch Garver's up to bat.
The 0-1. Garver swings, hits it up the middle. Base knocked into center. Seager scores. Carter being held at third as Thomas fires it back into the infield. RBI single for Mitch Garver.
And that's when I was screaming in my bedroom, or not in my bedroom, in the living room.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight is our night. Tonight is our night. And so I just can remember that was breaking the seal right there. It felt like that Zach Gallen was just owning that game, and the Rangers couldn't get anything done, but Seager and Carter got on base, and then Mitch Garver got the big hit to give the Rangers the lead a year ago today.
One thing, sorry, Corey, one thing I really loved about that, and you can hear it in the clip again, that became a Rangers crowd. Maybe it already was a Rangers crowd, but as you got into the 9th, it felt like almost like you were in Arlington.
That was a team that had some significant timely home runs that they relied on throughout the entire run through the playoffs. The Marcus Semien home run was kind of a icing on the cake for a guy who hadn't had a great series. They did it like small ball style, just getting good base hits. That's wild the way that thing turned out.
So that was the run. But let's just go to the historic call. I don't think it'll ever get old for us on November 1st.
Never.
This is the Hall of Famer, Eric Nadel.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores, kicks, and fires.
He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years in the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
That last part, I mean, I love so many parts about that call. The last part when he's like, the wait is over, and the celebration has begun. I almost want to, like, flip the table over and just start to party.
All right.
Do it.
So, joy is in our hearts right now during Mike Likes It. Now, we're taking a load off.
There we go.
And we're asking some fun questions. Kevin, if you wanted to laugh and you just wanted to enjoy life, that was a moment a year ago in your sports fandom life. This isn't even from the 100 questions. I'm making question 101 up right now. Bassick, 101.
Oh, my God.
What's your favorite sports moment of your life?
So, I think it might be what you just played because, not just because they won, but just think about the next 48 hours. Like, we all went up to the station and we just partied all night. And then in 2 days after that, we got to broadcast live from the parade. Mike Bassick, ladies and gentlemen, got to be on a damn parade in the championship. And
what did he even do? You know?
I mean, he was...
I called 2 games in Washington.
Yeah.
But one game against the Yankees where Garrett Cole shoved, and then was on pre- and post-game shows.
So I think it might be that, because when I think about the Mavericks championship, it was amazing. Going to the parade was amazing. But, like, we were part of it, from the broadcast, from Broadus getting drunk, from Mike and Jared being on the floats. It was amazing.
Yeah,
Corey?
man, that was a lot of fun.
Is it because it's most recent, or is it still that moment for you?
No, here it is that for me. And the Dirk moment, him winning that championship, him singing, from the balcony. I put him on I put Avery on my shoulders. Dirk runs by and high fives Avery on his
Johnson?
way through. No, my son Avery. Which is interesting. His middle name's the letter
Avery was probably
J.
jealous and mad that it happened.
Yeah, no, that's a really special moment. But I remember specifically, I was at work at Channel 33 alone in an editing bay.
Yeah.
Like so that one, like, as great as that moment was, as much as I wanted it for Dirk, this Rangers moment was amazing because there's Adrian. She's sitting there going, "Are you about to cry?" And I was like, "Maybe just a little bit," and it was okay. And my kids were excited about it. And then, as you point out, man, I'm racing to the station. I couldn't wait to get on air.
You've named obviously 2 of mine. To be honest, the Dirk and the Mavs winning in 11 is probably mine. But I'm going to take you to a strong second, and maybe even first. And I don't have the audio because I didn't tell Alec to pull it.
When the Sidekicks won in the 80s?
I don't remember. Tattoo threw off his jersey and the ladies went crazy, right?
True.
But I'll tell you what it was for being with my family and being a huge Cowboys fan was not the Super Bowl and beating the Buffalo Bills. It was beating the San Francisco 49ers in San Francisco. And people that aren't old enough to remember, most people listening, the Cowboys were not close to being favored. That was a mismatch.
They were 7 to 7.5 point underdogs.
The Cowboys this young team is having a good year, and you can see them building, but they're not going to beat Steve Young and Jerry Rice in San Francisco. You're insane if you think that.
Yeah.
And so that moment in my lifetime, I can remember being at my grandma and grandpa's house with my uncles and father, in that game where all of our family was like, this is so awesome. We're back in the NFC Championship game. Unfortunately, we're playing a team way better, but let's just see what happens. You never know. But as that game progressed, you're like, oh my gosh, are they going to really do this? Are they going to really hold on to the lead? And the pressure that all the Cowboys were giving Steve Young on him, that he wasn't having the time to make decisions and good decisions, was so amazing. I think if you're old enough in our life to remember how bad the Cowboys were, they were bad my whole life. Being born in 77, I get they won. I was just born. So my whole life, the Cowboys were horrible. And then for 1992 to beat the 49ers and go to the Super Bowl was just one of the greatest sports moments in my life. Now we get to question number. Ooh.
Why is there an ooh before you even say
Because
what
everybody's ready,
on the edge
man.
of
They're
their
cheering,
seats,
they're ready to
Kevin.
go. Obviously, don't name something here. Everything here is awesome at Buffalo Wild Wings and Grapevine. What's the worst thing, Kevin? The worst thing, and you probably have a lot. What's the worst thing you've ever eaten?
Whoa, that is a really good
And
question.
Jess is here too, and so is your mother-in-law. They probably cook great, so don't name anything that they have tried to cook for you, okay?
Cat food.
What?
Does that count? Does cat
If
food
you
count?
put it in your mouth, it counts.
Yeah,
Mark that.
we were on a run when we were at Knights where we were doing things before the wheel started. We were sacrificing
Oh, yes, I remember
ourselves
this.
for the teams, and we were sacrificing ourselves for the stars. And we ate cat food one night, and it was disgusting. If I'm gonna go with like any other random thing, I'll go with water chestnuts. I hate water chestnuts.
Not a
so
real
much.
thing.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm with Alec. They shouldn't be.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, cat food's the worst. I'm sorry, cats.
Yeah,
I raise you
probably
dog
is.
food.
It's all right for cats, though.
Yeah, I mean, if that they don't know any better, you know.
Yeah.
I do. I've tasted good food.
Okay,
Take that, cats.
Yeah.
Can I say not eat but drink?
Sure.
So one of my friends was getting married. This was many, many years ago, and as part of the bachelor party, they all wanted to do the gallon of milk challenge. And that was before I knew the terrible things that would happen to you if you attempted this. And I was like, yeah, I like chocolate milk. I could drink regular milk. That was the worst decision ever. I didn't even finish it. I felt so terrible, and I remember when I woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. It was the longest, 12 feet walk I'd ever made in my life. Every step, I was like, oh my God.
Were they clinched together the whole way?
Yeah, and so drinking all that milk was a bad idea.
Corey, you have time for one more?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got plenty of time.
All
man.
right. Before you met Jess, you were on a dating app. You met Jess through a dating app.
That is true.
What's the
she is
worst
perked up, by
thing
the way.
you've ever seen on a dating app?
Don't say anything from her profile, man.
No. It was like,
This is question 22 for Emmett Smith
and this might be rude.
or Rolando Blackman.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
This might be
Steve
rude.
Bouchel.
But I saw one lady, she had a picture in her profile with her, what she said was her 5 kids. Mm-hmm. I was like,
that's a lot.
All right, I appreciate you being honest. Are people swiping on that? And they're like, yeah.
Was her husband in the picture too?
No, she was single. That was the point. And then you're like, how many guys is that from? And I guess she puts out. I don't know, but
Mr. Brady.
I'm sorry, that's too far. Take a load off. Yeah.
We're relaxing here.
Yeah, we're relaxing. You laughing?
So yeah, probably that, Mike. The reason why I think I hate this segment so much is because last Friday when somebody came up and asked me a question that I did not realize was from the list, and I tried to give them honest.
He's right there.
Yeah, and they were like, wow, that's a deep answer, man. I hope you got a chance to take a load off.
Well,
and I was like, son of a gun.
Hopefully I've satisfied everybody here.
Always
that
do,
is
Mike. You always do.
Mike likes it.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on
You had to wait for
105.3
the
The
clapping to be
Fan.
over, I know.
As you can tell, in front of a rowdy group of folks out here at Buffalo Wild Wings and Grapevine. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We got some Cowboys information we got to get to quickly. Plus, you know what? That's it. That's it for right now. I'll get some more on the other side.
Tolos, join me and your favorite fan hosts at the 8th Annual Swingin' for a Cause, Sunday, December 8th, on the field at Globe Life Field. It's a VIP experience with food, drinks, activities, and celebrities, all while raising money for kids with physical and intellectual disabilities. More information at 1053thefan.com/Sandlot.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's. Any size soft drink for $1. Anthony Richardson, benched in Indy this week, is the latest QB under 25 to lose his job. The list also includes Justin Fields, Will Levis, Zach Wilson, and Bryce Young, who is starting again in Carolina. But maybe it's time to stop taking so many QBs so early in the draft and then putting them on the field immediately. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
Hey there, it's Mike Bassick, and I've got something important to share with you. If you're on the hunt for an incredible deal on a diamond, listen up. I've got the inside scoop. The place you need to go to is the Diamond Factory. I've been there myself, and I can tell you firsthand, they're the real deal. I've bought plenty of things from the Diamond Factory. Why? Well, they're the only jewelry showroom in the entire United States with an on-site diamond cutting factory. That means they control every step of the process, from rough stone to sparkling gem. At the Diamond Factory, you'll be blown away by their selection of exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab-grown. And here's the best part. There's no pressure. Their true gemologists and experts are there to guide you, help you choose the perfect piece for your budget. Plus, you can eliminate the middleman, saving your hard-earned money. Who doesn't love that? So here's the deal. Head over to the Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or if you prefer, shop online, visit thediamondfactory.com. Your dream diamond is just a visit or a click away. The Diamond Factory, where quality meets affordability. Don't wait. Go shine brighter with the Diamond Factory today.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. It is Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex between Highway 80 and I-20. And right now, take advantage of the massive savings this month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep with the Black Friday sales event. Truly one of the best times to get your brand new ride. You can also start the process right now. Platinum CDRJ Tech.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine off of 114. And now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Mike, there are a lot of texts that popped in on your last question. Somebody said a bar mat shot. That is disgusting. Yeah, that was
okay.
That's all the little trickle overs that end up on the bar mat. You just pour it into a glass at the end of the night.
By the way, when we were trick-or-treating last night, somebody was giving out candy to the kids and then asked the adults if we wanted Jell-O shots.
Uh-huh.
That was nice.
And you were like, can I just have Jell-O?
Yeah, I said no, thank you.
What's your favorite flavor of Jell-O?
Red.
Red, yeah, green. Mike?
Probably red.
Okay, there you go.
But there's different flavors of red.
From the
I probably would rather
682.
have cherry red than strawberry red.
Okay.
The 682, just simple cooked spinach. That is beyond disgusting. Mike and I were just talking about that yesterday, I believe. How did Popeye never ate fresh
Popeye never
spinach?
ate raw spinach. You always had to get it out of a can.
Yeah.
Huh.
And raw spinach is far superior to cooked spinach. So unless it's cooked in like soy sauce with garlic. That's really good.
You know what I do? In a little bit of butter and olive oil with a hair of garlic,
Olive
but you
oil.
do it really quick.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
And then, you don't mush it down into a can.
A couple of updates that I wanted to get to here. Mike Jordan Montgomery is exercising his player option with the D-backs.
I bet he is.
That makes a lot of sense, and I guarantee you, I will bet a lot of money that they have the option of trading him, and they do, and eat 80 to 90% of this option.
Yeah. Don't forget the owner said if anyone wants to blame anyone for Jordan being a Diamondback, you're talking to the guy that should be blamed. Because I brought it in here. I pushed for it. They agreed. It wasn't in our game plan. And looking back in hindsight, horrible decision to have invested that money in a guy that performed as poorly as he did. It's our biggest mistake this season from a talent standpoint, and I'm the perpetrator. So there it is, the Jordan Montgomery situation.
The Rangers have Mike Maddox as their pitching coach. He's the same guy who was his pitching coach a year ago when he was great for us. To me, if I'm the Rangers, that is a person I bring back. Because if you told the Rangers, hey, you can get Jordan Montgomery back on a 1 year, before this season happened with the Diamondbacks, you can get him back on a 1 year, $5 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
You do it in a heartbeat.
Would 10 be too much?
I would do it for 10.
I would too.
But you're working for 5.
But I'll tell you what, I would, but this is a matter of budgeting. They might go for 10 million. You don't even have to trade us a person. For 5 million, they might be like, you have to trade us a decent prospect. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'd rather keep my prospect and pay the extra $5 million. But the Rangers might be in a situation where we'd rather just pay 5 and give you. I'm not saying they're giving him Sebastian Walcott. What I'm saying is they would give him a dude who maybe is an A-ball, who's a pitcher.
AJ Alexi.
The Diamondbacks think in a year or two could be a relief pitcher in the major leagues.
I do have a question, though, regarding that. Does that Jerry and Steven use this progress stop Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker at all?
I think that you have a small window with Bochy as your manager.
Yeah.
To give him one more shot, one more run?
Still going for it. And the thing is, I don't know this. I keep thinking of watching Walker Buehler close out that game. Walker Buehler, Vanderbilt guy, he went fastball, curveball for the most part in that last inning. What if, it doesn't mean Jack Leiter will never be a starter. What if, I have a lack of bullpen right now. What if I bring in Jack Leiter in spring training and I work more with him on being a dominant 2-pitch pitcher for me in the bullpen, who I can use for 2 innings, but I can also maybe use that 98-99 and his high adrenaline level.
Yeah, I wonder if that would calm him down.
That's an interesting point.
And so I just am looking.
Rocker's a starter.
Yeah,
right?
Rocker's a starter. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Jack Leiter and that he'll never be a starter, but what if next year You get Jordan Montgomery. You get Nathan Eovaldi back. You have DeGrom. You have Rocker as a younger guy. Right now, you still have John Gray. You have enough depth. And the thing is they desperately want for probably next week. We can talk about the Dodgers versus the Rangers for the Japanese starting pitcher. If you get him, then Jack Leiter pretty much, to me, has to be a bullpen guy for you.
Also, Todd Archer says Micah Parsons, Bland did not take part in the walkthrough, continued to work with the rehab group, Kevin. So I know you've been keeping track of that. And then, we got that information this morning. Mike McCarthy does say specific drills for Trayvon Diggs that he needs to go through before they say he's good to go. He's going to have to do those drills tomorrow. But he was much better today than we would have expected. He's doing everything he can to be ready for Sunday. I'm told he is a game-time decision.
So that's better than I would have guessed.
Yeah, especially after Jerry, when Jerry said what he said, we were like,
tear.
oh my gosh, I'm freaking out over here. All right, I don't know what Draymond Green is trying to accomplish here. Have you heard what he said about Oklahoma City?
No, because they're awesome.
All right. The quote from him is, the one thing I see about OKC that is alarming, so he used the word alarming. Is their post game. 7 guys in the interview. There's a certain seriousness it takes to win in this league, and there's a certain fear you have to instill in teams in order to win. I just don't think if they're instilling that fear in teams with all the bromance and stuff after the game.
Wow.
And I'm trying to figure out is he trying to drive a wedge between the team and trying to be like, stop doing the things that y'all are doing that are making you fun and good, because that's not what it takes to win. And they're like, they should really not listen to that at all, right? That's that's
let
an
us do our
opponent.
own thing.
Yeah, it's an opponent, and we're winning right now. We're hot. Don't worry about what that guy's saying, because I feel like if they go, you know what, maybe we should take that, then it could take away from who they are.
I'm with you, but this is interesting, and I'm not saying Draymond's right. He's coming from one player's perspective, not the other 250 or whatever competing against Oklahoma City. But is there something Luka has established an intimidation in the playoffs? Look at the Phoenix Suns game 7. Look at certain things he did to Rudy Gobert, for example, shot he made. Right, there's probably an intimidation factor from Luka, and Luka talks enough in games, it sounds like, to instill his will into I don't know if I want this heat right now. Dude, I'm wondering if maybe Shea and that group, who are awesome, I think they're going to have 60 wins. I think they have a great chance of making the NBA Finals. I hope they don't, because I hope the Mavs beat them. But I wonder if there is we know Shea's really good. We know Lou Dort is very physical, and Chet Holmgren can make threes and stuff. But maybe there isn't a fear amongst NBA teams or players yet from Oklahoma City.
Think about that shot that Luka made in the playoffs last year. And then what did Luka do after he hit the 1-3 that he hit in Minnesota? He said, that's what I effing do.
Yeah.
Hey, just
I can
in case
miss
y'all
7
forgot.
on you. I'll make that 8 shot.
Just in case y'all forgot, don't remember whenever I show up in this arena, what I can do to y'all. That's a really interesting point. I have no clue what Draymond's trying to accomplish there, but he is in that weird place, right, where he's playing and also being a commentator on the sport that he's playing in.
In a way, it's almost like he has a foot outside the door of playing already, and has for now 2 years.
Wow.
After winning that championship in 22. He's in a weird place, because it almost seems like he concentrates a lot on his second career after his playing career is over, yet he still plays, and he's still a pretty good player. I don't want to put him into good or great player anymore. He's not.
Are you looking for the Stars game?
Yeah, I want to see if the Stars game is up. It's starting on NHL Network. We got about 1 billion TVs here at Buffalo Wild Wings. I bet we can make it happen.
Yeah, there are lots of TVs in this room. Kevin, you've always wanted to hit the Powerball, right? You were like, if I hit the
Who
lottery.
doesn't?
Yeah, that would be great.
My wife doesn't, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. She thinks it'd bring more problems than
and you disagree.
I would say let's see.
Yeah, Mike's like, let's find out what these
problems
problems
here's the
are.
Issue. I can't tell you the last time I played the lottery.
Yeah.
I don't. So it's pretty impossible to win if you don't play.
It's true.
I
think Wayne Gretzky said that.
There is a man named, we'll call him Jerry, all right?
Oh.
That's because that's his first name. His last name has been kept secret because obviously they don't want people to go and find this guy. But He won the $44 million lottery in California.
Okay.
And he plays, quote, all the games. So he plays all the games they get out there. This was August 19th that he won this lottery. His lucky number 10, he purchased a ticket at Ralph's grocery store in southern Orange County and became the only winner of that $44.3 million. They gave us the winning numbers. I really don't give a crap about that. Here's the problem. The cash value was set at $21.9.
Okay.
And Ralph's received $220,000 for selling that ticket.
What?
The place that buys
they
that
get
you buy the
money
ticket from
from-
gets
Oh,
money.
okay. So
Yes,
they get
Ralph's.
like 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
Jerry.
Or 1%.
Jerry has still yet to see his money, any of it. He says the process is really horrible for a winner of any big lotto winnings. They won't tell you by this date you'll get the funds. They won't tell you that they leave it open-ended, so you're sitting there waiting on a daily basis for that money to come in. This is not the first time that it has happened in the lottery.
He wants to quit his job and everything, and
Yeah,
then he doesn't
exactly.
know when to quit.
I guess you can't tell everybody off and be like, but I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah. John Cheeks of Washington, D.C. claimed his Powerball tickets matched the numbers on the website for $340 million jackpot. And then they said, yeah, that matches on the website, but that's not what we drew last night. That was a mistake.
No.
And he said he was denied life-changing jackpot with the company claiming there was a mistake, and he ended up suing the D.C. lottery for $961 million in compensatory relief.
So he's like, I want 3 times as much because you didn't give it to me.
Yeah, you screwed me over, man.
I feel like the mistake is fine, as in this. Like, if you see the lottery numbers drawn on television or however they do it now, I don't follow it.
Yeah.
And then on a website, they put out different numbers. I can't give you money because you went to a website that, even though it was commissioned by us, we have the video. We didn't draw one of those numbers. I don't know what Nimrod accidentally hit the wrong button that put that out on our website. But here's the video. Here's the real numbers. Just like if you go up there a day later and like, we're sorry, we put up different numbers on the website, but here's the real numbers, you lose.
But that's the thing, though, man. I already told my boss to shove it, and now I've moved on. And because y'all screwed up, now I'm in a lot of trouble here.
Wouldn't you
Well, did the guy win the suit, like the lawsuit? I don't think he did.
It does not say whether or not he won.
Like, I'd hope that maybe, like in his case, that they gave him $1 million. But they probably didn't.
And then there was another lump sum situation where another guy, he was supposed to get $478 million, and he never saw anything of that. So I'm interested to see, like, how would you respond if they were like, hey, just wait, we'll see how it goes.
Well,
Would you
now
be
I'm
patient?
learning I need to wait until I tell off my boss or whatever until you see some of that money come into your bank account for sure.
When was the last time you played the lottery, Kevin?
See, I like doing scratch-off tickets quite a bit. I don't ever play that kind of lottery.
You can't win big money if you're just playing the scratch-off tickets, though,
I
Kevin.
like to play the games that are fun, like
You
bingo and the
You
crossword.
can't quit your job on those
That's
cards.
fine. Yeah. I'm not looking to quit
You
my
just said
job.
you're hoping to tell off your boss at one
No, I
point.
said if those people were, not me.
but you included.
It sounded like Kevin wanted to tell off his boss.
You know what, Kevin? Here you go. I'll give you something to tell
Do
off
it
your
now.
boss.
Yeah.
Alec, can you answer this question over the air for me?
Okay.
You
just
You
did.
didn't answer that. Do you have Are You Better available right now? Do you have the intro for Are You Better available at this moment?
Not really, but I can.
Okay. It's all right. It's fine. I should have asked for it in the
Reggie
first
took
place.
it to Houston.
But I did not
Along with that
expect.
basketball game
I did
last
not
night.
expect that Kevin really wanted to tell off our boss this bad. So
I do not want to tell off our boss.
today is our boss
Can't
Tim
take it
Collins'
back. You said
birthday.
it.
It's not.
It's not. Why did we get an email?
I think it says in the email it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow is his birthday, Kevin,
Uh-huh.
and today is Friday. Are you better than the guy who hired us in radio, Tim Collins?
I mean, no, because I like having this job, and he is the one who hired us. Look, fun story. I didn't think it was fun at the time. But when we got hired, Tim said, all right, we're going to give you 3 tryout shows. And they're like, oh, okay, great. So we had our first show on Sunday, and we got called into the office that week. I thought for sure we were fired. I thought for sure they were going to be like, hey, I know we said we were giving you 3 shows. That one show was worse than we could have imagined, so you're out. But instead, they said that show was better than we could have imagined, and we weren't under tryout anymore. We got the gig.
I do remember that line, too, where he said, I'm not sure exactly what y'all have, but y'all have something. And I was like, well, that's you know what? That's better than having nothing. And here we are today. So you had a chance to really tell off our boss just now, heading into his birthday, and you chose not to.
Hey.
Because you haven't won the lottery
But
yet.
at least
That's
I knew
why.
when his birthday was.
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
Advantage, Kevin.
All right,
The birthday thing came out on an email.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I would never know that.
Yeah, because
you don't read company emails, do you?
Nope.
All right, and that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides Cowboys 49ers, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. Plus, more of your shout-outs. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Seawald in his 5th big league season now faces Seager. And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5.
Love it, love it, love it. 1 year ago today, the Texas Rangers won the World Series. Now, we got some more shout-outs. We're going to get into what football game do you care the most about this weekend besides Cowboys-Falcons. And when I was doing the tease, I just stopped. And I go, oh, crap, did I just say Cowboys-49ers?
You definitely did. Yeah, you definitely
please
did.
forgive me for falling in the time travel Wayback Machine and saying 49ers. Obviously, Cowboys-Falcons, 9 a.m. pregame, noon kickoff right here on 105.3 The Fan. Also, on a shout-out Friday from the 214, shout-out to my wife, Alma. She fixed up her mom's house after the death of her stepdad so it could sell. Today, the house has been sold, and everything has been cleared up. We fixed up that dump. That is phenomenal. Congratulations to you and your wife, Alma, for getting that done. And then, from our napkin, always every week, great people who always show up to these Buffalo Wild Wings. The adventure continues on Shout Out Friday. Shout out to Dan and Steve, already good friends. To my grandma, Sharon McLeod, it is an honor to be by your side. Thank you for the wonderful memories. Thankful to be alive. That is from Ricardo, also known as, I prefer the napkin guy.
Napkin guy.
Yeah, the napkin
and it's not
guy.
like he's running around just handing out napkins to people.
It's just usually, yeah, that is
a letter from a napkin.
That is true. Now, we'll get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes, but things started out rough for the Stars in Finland. 28 seconds into the game, the Panthers scored a goal.
Okay.
So we're only a few minutes in, but the Stars are already trailing 1-0. Also, but no, don't clap for that.
That's a good update.
Okay.
Where else are you going to get that?
Besides,
it means it's going to be a dramatic come from behind.
Yeah, think about how quick you got the word from Finland that the Stars are losing. That's amazing.
Technology is amazing. Besides Cowboys-Falcons, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend?
This weekend has a great slate, honestly.
I was going to say A&M South Carolina until Gino Torretta said South Carolina has almost beaten far better teams than A&M, and so I don't know now.
On the college front, I think SMU Pittsburgh is going to be very fun because that's two teams that are have a lot of excitement. On the NFL front, Kevin, I'm very torn, because Broncos-Ravens is a game that I did not anticipate would be an interesting game. But these are 2 5-3 teams, just like we all expected, going at each other. And
I definitely did not think Denver and Baltimore would have similar records.
I don't, except for 0-0. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect out of this game, and quite honestly, I don't know what to expect on a week-by-week basis from Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense right now. They looked dumbfounded a lot of times against Cleveland, and this Broncos defense is very, very good.
Okay,
that's it for me.
Yeah,
well, I can throw another game out there if you want.
Mike, what say you?
Well, I'm seeing if on Sunday night if Luka's going to miss 14 of his first 17 shots again. as they play the Orlando Magic.
That's not a football game.
Oh, well, yeah, I thought you said just game.
He said
games.
You said games.
Football
He did
game.
say football games.
All right. Probably Green Bay and Detroit's a very good game.
That one right there for sure. That's
And Jordan Love's playing, right? He's healthy. You ready to go?
I
think he said he was hoping to.
Yeah, he feels
that changes the outlook of that game. If I don't know, Aaron Brooks has to be their starting quarterback.
It's not Aaron. It's Malik Willis, not Aaron Brooks. He's not in the NFL anymore.
Aaron Brooks.
Well, he was the backup to Brett Favre, and then he went to New Orleans.
Okay, how many years ago was that, though?
Like 1999.
Okay. Yes, I heard that. Somebody out here saying when the Cowboys were good. That's a fair point.
And unfortunately, that time had already passed.
That is a fair
Aaron
point.
Brooks, he was not even in the NFL. So a long time ago, when Aaron Brooks was a rookie, the Cowboys had already exited.
Why'd you do this?
The part where the Cowboys were great at football. Last time they were great at football, Mark Brunell was the backup in Green Bay.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. Now, on the college front, I know we talked about it when we talked with Gino Torretta, but obviously number 3, number 4, Ohio State, Penn State, right here on 105.3 The Fan at 11 a.m. That one is probably at the top of my college slate outside.
Also on TV, too.
Yes.
Is Penn State playing a
You
fun...
can't catch it on the radio.
Yes, thanks, Mike. Really? You think that these promotional opportunities would be really cut and dry, but they did not turn out to
If
be
you
that
can
way.
see, they're also on television.
You can listen to it on... listen on the radio. Kevin,
yeah, listen to it on the radio.
Penn State playing a fun brand of football, or is it still that same boring brand that I've seen Penn State play forever?
It's more fun than the Curtis Enos days, I guess I'll say.
Yeah.
And on the pro front, I was going to say Lions and Packers because, like Mike was talking about what we see in that game, but if the Packers
decide a lot of things too.
Absolutely. And the Packers have the opportunity to take another step up, not only in the division, not only in the record, but in terms of my interpretation of them. Because I think we all kind of look at the Lions right now and feel like they're probably the best team in the NFC. And if the Packers can get it done, that's interesting to me. Or Bears, Cardinals.
Well, before you get there, the Packers' defense is underrated.
I'd agree
I don't think
with
it's
that.
talked about enough right now. And the way the Lions' offense is built, I'm interested to see if the Lions can continue being as efficient as they've been with Jared Goff, because of how good the Packers' defense has actually been.
Mike, ask all the football questions before we get to audio. The Cowboys would win. You'd guarantee a win on Sunday if they played blank. What team?
Carolina.
Okay. Carolina's taken. You can't name Carolina. Kevin, is there another team?
Shut up, Alec. I heard that.
Who did he say?
He said A&M.
Oh, wow.
I'm still gonna say the Giants.
Okay.
In your face, Mike.
Who do you say then, Mike?
I think you might have named. I'll go with New England, but I'm not sure.
I was going to ask about the
I'm not
Patriots.
even sure.
I mean, the Patriots did win their last game.
I'm not. Those three teams we named, I still wouldn't feel confident if you're like, no, you have to put $1,000 of your own money on it. I would not feel confident with what the Cowboys are having to run out Sunday talent-wise in the NFL.
And right now, Corey, in case you were curious, 105.3 The Fan, Jerry Jones on Cowboys 3 and 4 start rougher than I anticipated is the second top story on ESPN right now. Now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said list this.
What's up, boys? How's it going out there in Grapevine?
Hey, Alec.
What's up, man?
Shout out to everybody at Buffalo Wild Wings. What's that, Mike?
About ready to go to Allen.
The Dallas Card Show, baby. I'll see you there.
Maybe.
Oh, but
it's a big show.
That's true. That's a fair point.
That's a wrestler. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We are going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes concerning things said on this very program. I let Kevin pick who we pick on first last week. So I'm going to let Corey pick. I'm going to give you a list of options here. You can pick on yourself.
Okay.
We have one from Kevin. We have one from Mickey Spagnola.
Oh, yeah.
We have one, multiple, from Mike Bassick.
What?
Of course.
And we have one from John Machota.
Oh, let's go with Machota. Let's go with Machota first.
All right, John Machota joined us on the show yesterday at 10:20. It is up on the website if you want to revisit his preview of Sunday's game against the Falcons. But You will hear him say this.
As loose as they might want to be, that's fine. But I don't think that whether it's too loose, too tight, whatever.
Wow.
He was talking about.
Look out, ladies of Tallahassee.
No, he was talking about.
Oh, okay.
The,
You said it, not me.
The like, are they having fun? Is what I asked him. And then they just seem a little tight, a little tense. Is what that word.
I do not necessarily agree with John Machota's breakdown there, but it's good to know.
Let's
Back
see.
to you, Alec.
Let's go with Mickey now.
Okay. Oh, we're driving the ship now. Let's see.
Oh.
You know what? I'm overruling. Mike, you get to pick.
You know what?
He's going to pick Mickey. I'm
Yeah,
going
he
to break my
is.
damn headset.
He's going to pick himself.
No, I'm going to pick Mick.
All right.
We've already shown Corey and I, man, we're cycling.
We're right there.
We're like McGuire and Canseco. We're shooting each other up.
Yeah, you're like Ricky Henderson.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, do you think? I don't think Ricky did, but I don't know. You never know.
Before the steroid talk continues, Mickey said this.
What's the longest one? 11?
I think it might have gotten up to 13 now, maybe.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh,
That's,
wow, that was Kevin. That was Kevin helping out there.
Kevin and Mick.
By the way, Stars just gave up another goal.
What the hell? Why are you cheering for that, Mike?
Because it's going to be a great comeback.
Yeah, that's.
If
They're
you're
doing the Dallas Cowboys thing.
If you were going to be with a guy and you saw it was 13, that's how long it was.
Did you hear Lucius?
Yeah, you had pauses there that were weird.
Wouldn't you be like, nah, I'm good. Never mind. Like that would scare me. It's like got a knee in it or almost.
I don't think
Did you just say that's
Yeah.
knee?
Yeah, it's so long. Isn't it?
That's too much.
Yes.
I think Fletch had a line in his movie about that.
Chevy Chase Fletch?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Mike said this about. Well, this is very topical.
I love banana pudding.
I do
I don't
too.
think I want them in my nuts. Like these nuts, guys or girls, make banana pudding nuts. It doesn't make sense.
So dumb. I'm so glad my family is gone now.
Can you imagine too if like you had banana pudding and you took a bite and then you're like crunch and like is that a nut? Like it wouldn't make sense. They would put nuts in banana pudding or make that flavor of nut.
Yeah, the vanilla wafer does soften, so it's
over
not like
time.
it's gonna be crunched or anything like that. That being said, to what Mike said, Kevin.
I'm very conflicted. Other people might enjoy that.
One day, both of my kids told me that if you dip them in soy sauce, that you can taste the soy sauce via them.
Huh.
And I was like, what?
they
Where did you hear this? And they were like, yeah, it's not true. We tried earlier. And I was like, oh my god.
What the hell?
I heard that same thing in middle school.
Yeah, Alec did it too.
I didn't do it. I just heard it. I swear I've heard
I was
this
at work. They were at home. I wasn't
But
there
you-
for it.
You keep those things to yourself.
Mike, how often do you say that at home where a family member, maybe one of your kids tells you something, you're like, hey, buddy,
let's
you
not
keep
talk
those
about
things
that
to
out loud.
I
yourself.
guess I don't have as good a relationship with my kids as Corey does.
Oh man, I've learned a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Corey did not keep this to himself.
But Kevin isn't a huge fan of nuts, so you got him the balls instead.
That is true. Remember, because we went
Christmas
to
time.
the
If we go out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, which
Yeah.
I assume we will.
Yes.
I don't know the schedule. I
I
just show
know.
up where they tell me
We'll be
to.
at the Champions location
There's
off
a-
of Highway 114 before Christmas.
Champions location?
Yes, that's what it's called.
And that's in Fort Worth?
Yeah.
All right. I'll get you some sour balls and I'll get you some nuts.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mixed nuts.
Those actually, I think
They're good, right?
I think you got me all cashews.
Okay.
I think they were
Vending
wonderful.
Nut Company has great nuts in Fort Worth, but I'm not driving that far to get those unless we're going out there anyway.
But if we're there, yeah.
I appreciate it.
You're not a fan of the nuts in your banana pudding.
I like
Balls?
honey roasted peanuts.
Okay. All right.
Oh. Would you rather have that than sour balls?
I would.
Do you like sour balls or did I?
Not really. Sorry, Mike.
Oh, great. What'd you do? Throw them in the trash?
No, I gave them to my family.
He
I
didn't
didn't
enjoy 'em.
re-gift them. I said,
Yeah.
"Would you guys like these?"
And they said.
And they said yes.
And they thought
liked
they
them
were
the
from you,
most.
huh?
Probably Brandon.
Did you say they were from Mike or
Yes,
no?
I did. I
There
said
you go.
Mike gave
You
these
got
to
credit
me.
for it.
Do you like just red sour balls?
Not really.
That's
Green?
it. That's all I got.
Not really.
Yellow?
Stop naming.
They
colors.
don't make them in just green.
I'm sure they do. I think Buc-ee's
go
does.
Find those, Alec. Go on a hunt for the all green sour ball batch.
All right, on my way back from the game I'm calling tonight, I will go to the Buc-ee's in Fort Worth, and I will confirm this. How about that? Just for you, Mike. Just for
They
you.
do have all watermelon.
Yeah, actually, will you also ask them why they stopped selling kolaches at all of their locations?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah.
I'm sure that the person behind the desk has that answer.
Maybe they do. You don't know.
Let me call it Mr. Beaver and find out.
Why would you not say it's Mr. Bucky?
Maybe it's Bucky Beaver. I'm just.
Has
calling
anybody
him-
ever called you Mr. Beaver?
His last
No.
name's Bassick.
Yeah,
Why would
not
they
even
call him
close.
that?
Okay.
And he's not a beaver.
Yeah, some people
Alliteration.
call me Ballsack.
We know. Very topical. Thanks for the transition, Mike.
I feel like this is a very specialized nut. Yeah, we're
I don't even
sticking
know-
on
I'm
the
sorry.
D's nuts. Obviously, you guys got me 3 times so far.
You did this to yourself. I hope you know.
Next.
Oh, let's see. We got options here. I'm going to go with, my favorite subcategory, Mike's total overreactions that do not need to happen.
Thought for sure, Mike, you were going to ask for the Jurassic Park theme song after that. How is that the Jurassic Park theme?
Dinosaurs make noises.
I don't
and then
even
you
know if you've ever seen that movie.
Yeah, I have.
That's the dinosaur noise.
There's a guy
though?
taking a dump, and then the dinosaur ate him.
That was the thing.
It was
and he was still
Newman.
sitting there and
Yeah.
Oh,
See, I told you I saw it. Then they reached into the dinosaur dump and pulled out stuff.
All right. I just want to say, we had the Stars have scored.
I told
you. But also, we've done our listeners a great misservice by not at least once a week having Mike Bassick's retro movie reviews. And he's like, yeah, the guy's taking a dump and the dinosaur ate him. Like, that was your main takeaway from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Okay.
he was driving a car. but
Yeah,
then
you
it-
shouldn't take porta potty dumps if there's dinosaurs around. You're S out of luck in that situation.
You're not protected very
Take
well.
notes, kids. Take notes. Corey, I'm not proud of our work that we did here.
I just used my finger.
Same.
Oh. That's nice.
Yeah, not proud of that one.
I don't know what we were talking about,
I
honestly.
really
You didn't have a utensil.
I'll tell you when you get older.
You didn't have a utensil. You
Oh,
can make
man.
a fork with 2 fingers.
That
Thanks,
is
Mike.
true. Get it on the mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
In case you missed that, Mike stuck out his 2 fingers as if he was turning his hand into a fork
Yeah.
to eat potatoes.
Yeah. That's how you do it if you don't have
This
utensils.
is a professional radio show somehow.
And there's professional people
All right,
listening
last
to it.
one.
Oh.
Wow, thanks, Mike.
He's ready.
Kevin said this.
It was a hell of an effort, gritty effort. I'm proud of him for sticking it in there. Okay.
It is gritty. That was gritty, Kevin.
I did not realize I said that until we hit the break, and you guys were like, "Hey, that's some good work that you did there, Kevin."
We were
I was like,
all
"What do you
cracking
mean?"
up, and you were just like, "What did I do?"
All right, whatever. I'm not voting for me. I'm going to vote for John Machota, professional writer
That's the
who
first one.
likes it loose.
Yeah, as loose as they might want to be, that's fine. But I don't think that whether it's too loose, too tight, whatever.
He laughed too.
Yeah, I think he realized he was like, "Oh no."
He goes, "I know what show I'm on right now."
I'm voting
Yeah.
for the banana pudding.
Okay.
I love banana pudding.
I do
I don't
too.
think I want them in my nuts. Like,
So weird.
This is awkward.
By the way, some people are responding on the fan text. I'm not saying all of them, but several Buc-ee's have just stopped selling kolaches. And
Why?
I don't know.
That should be a federal crime.
I'm going to vote for Mike's Jurassic Park theme song.
Stupid. Thought for sure, Mike, you were going to ask for the Jurassic Park theme song after that. And it was just Mike going, "Rah!"
you just did it.
All right, and to send us home,
Everybody knows what
Like
you're
Howard Dean.
drum roll. This is my vote.
Thought for sure, Mike, you were going to ask for the Jurassic Park theme song after that. And So weird. I was trying to sing it for you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I've had a super fun day here live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. It is also a shout-out Friday for the 817. Need a shout-out to my son Hayden. Tonight is senior night. Today feels different with it being his last year in high school. I am feeling all of the emotions. That is definitely understandable. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs. Plus, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And that, my friends, in Dallas, Texas, is a Rockets win. Final score tonight from the American Airlines Center. Houston 108 and Dallas 102.
Oh, sick burn right there from Houston. I'm sorry, I missed this shout out earlier from the 214. Shout out to KMC in honor of 6 years of sobriety. Can y'all have Mike just take a shot of some really hot sauce and for the take a load off and relax segment? I'm sorry, I missed it at the time. I wish I would have asked.
There's always next week.
I don't know if Mike would have done it. You're going to keep that stupid list forever, aren't you?
Yes. Not forever.
Okay.
Yeah. He's going to run out of numbers at some point.
For the rest of the football season, for sure.
Right now, courtesy of DNM Leasing, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well. I think I would do better if the Mavericks would have won last night. What did you think about the fascinating dynamic of let's exist in the game for 3 quarters, and then for like a third of the next quarter, let's just try to take over everything and pull out a win from the jaws of defeat?
Well, yeah, I think it's an issue when you're getting outplayed like that, although, the Rockets are a solid team. So
they are.
I think you have to pay respect to them and respect the fact that you've got to, put in an effort. And, one of the things I was looking at yesterday is I want to see this team build the habits of doing all the little things, and that included a good night on the boards. You allow the Rockets to get 20 second chance points. How are you hoping to win a game like that? And I just hope the Mavs can have everything buttoned up. I think this is, maybe the first major sighting of that entitled, spoiled, petulant Luka as well. So I didn't enjoy watching that either.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think that is a very fair way to put it. Are you guys following the hockey game in Finland that is not going well for the Stars thus far?
Yeah, I've got Victory Plus up on the screen right now. I was annoyed that this is blacked out on NHL Network, so can only get it on the computer here. But yeah, Panthers just scored again, it looks like. So it's
3-1. Yep.
Putting on a good show, though.
Yeah.
That's exactly how Mike's been approaching it, Kevin.
Yeah,
man.
You know what? Just give up the goals now. This is a Stanley Cup final preview, so just go ahead and give the Panthers confidence, get them back in June.
Well, there's always tomorrow, too.
That's true. We play at, 11 in the morning Central tomorrow, I do believe?
Yes, you're right.
Dueling with Ohio State, Penn State. You got to have multi-screens for that.
It's a big noon puck drop.
Of course, as I'm sure you guys know, you can listen to Ohio State and Penn State right here on 105.3 The Fan, whilst perhaps you're watching some hockey.
What was that, dude? We're not in Britain.
I did that just for you. All right. I wanted to ask you this question since we had Halloween last night. My wife hates the Nightmare Before Christmas. She thinks Jack Skellington is a no-good, selfish son of a gun, and that movie is absolute trash. My wife likes most everything, but she hates that movie. Have you guys seen The Nightmare Before Christmas? Right? And do you have thoughts about it one way or another?
I don't think I have.
I'm ashamed. Yeah, it's a blind spot for me.
Okay, so I watched it for the first time a couple of years ago.
I'm a big Danny Elfman guy, too.
You are. You love Danny Elfman. And I thought that this movie was extremely overrated. I don't get the hype when it comes to Nightmare Before Christmas. It was okay. Like, it's a quick, easy watch, but for it to be such a cult classic, I was like, there's so many better movies than this. I don't really get the love for it.
Lucy made me watch it last night.
She likes
as
it?
I was flipping through Halloween movies, she goes, that one, I want to watch Nightmare
Okay.
Before Christmas. I was like, oh, no, I don't like it. I'm not a huge fan of it either. But then whenever I watch it, I'm like, how did they do that? Claymation it's so time-consuming.
Yes, that is very true.
I can't imagine trying to make a movie that long with all that clay.
What is all that clay?
So much Play-Doh.
What's our feeling for the Falcons this weekend? Because we actually had a text or two who was like, oh, I think you guys are taking the Falcons lightly. And I'm like, I don't know which parts of the show that you heard that led you to believe that. But I don't think the Cowboys are in a position to literally take any team in the NFL lightly, let alone the Falcons.
Yeah, I just think so much is missing from this Cowboys defense right now. It's hard to imagine slowing them down. So I had the Cowboys having some success on offense against the Falcons defense. So I think it'll be an entertaining game, and maybe the Cowboys can have it close in the fourth quarter, but ultimately I have Atlanta winning by about a touchdown, 38-31.
Okay, I mean, I'll at least be excited to get 31 points. I am hopeful that the offense can show some life versus these Falcons. I think this is kind of the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, for the offense this season. If they can't really get things going and look above average, at least look competent and not turn the ball over all over the place and be able to run the football to some extent. And hopefully that Lamb and Dak connection is kind of being picked up where they left off the other night. But if you can't get going versus this Falcons defense, then I don't know when or if it'll ever happen.
I'm with you on that. I mean, we just haven't seen enough from this offense to think that they can win necessarily in a shootout, and that's probably what it's going to have to take. If Diggs plays in this game and if you had a little more health on the defensive side of the football, I actually would pick the Cowboys to win this, but I've got massive doubts. I just don't think they're going to be healthy enough on the defensive side to slow down Kirk Cousins. It's a noon game. He plays well. Yeah. They've got a lot of weapons. They can mismatch all over the place offensively. I don't know that the Cowboys can put up 34 points, 40 points, whatever it might take to win because we haven't seen it yet. So I'm doubtful that the Cowboys are going to be able to pull this one out.
Stars might pull off a shootout victory this afternoon, and we'll be here to tell you all about it, Hagee.
I love it.
All right.
I love it.
So you think it's going to be a good show? Or?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. Of course, what you drinking, what you thinking. Coming up, Stephen Jones at 420, Nick Harris 320.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. You know, somebody asked, hey, did my people in Grapevine show out or what? Guys, you showed out. Thank you very much for coming out to the show. We'll catch you next week, Buffalo Wild Wings off of Hewlin, and then we'll be back on Monday in studio, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
See you at the Dallas Card Show.
Thought for sure, Mike, you were going to ask for the Jurassic Park theme song after that.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Football Friday, GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service, salute to you. Brian Broaddus is out, taking a 3-day weekend, so salute to Krusty. And we'll do our best in his absence.
Yeah, well, and even for him, it's not, because he'll be pre-gaming Cowboys style at 9 a.m. on Sunday.
That's right. We'll see him
weekend.
Sunday.
He's really still just getting a 2-day weekend.
Wow, look at that. Hardest working man in Cowboys media, Brian Broaddus, is off on this Football Friday. It's got to be very important, whatever is keeping him from the show. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Ready to go, 5 hours flawless. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And we're ready for a big show. I'm excited. Some barbecues on the way. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. And as we open every Football Friday show, we start with our predictions. What's yours? At 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. I think the Cowboys are going to be moving the ball more than ever. So much in fact, that I believe on Monday we're going to be talking about have the Cowboys figured something out here? And the answer will be no. It's just that the Falcons' defense is terrible. So I think the Cowboys have some success here moving the football. Ultimately, it's too much to ask with as many defensive players that are out for this team to imagine them holding anybody, much less Kirk Cousins in this vaunted offense under 38 points is my call, Wolchuk, 38-31.
Yeah, it's this is an uphill battle. I mean, especially if you don't have ideally what have been your two starting corners that we haven't gotten to see play over for 2 years now, basically. Bland, I don't think is going to go. We'll talk with Steven. Maybe there's an update on that. Doesn't sound like Diggs. I mean, even though Mike McCarthy said he had a good day rehabbing with Britt Brown, if it's a tear in the calf, I mean, to me, that's like, no, you're probably not playing either. So, no Micah. You're just down too many horses. I was ready to pick the Cowboys to win this game. It was much like last night with that Jets-Texans game. Like, eventually, the NFL kind of evens out. Jets, I felt like were due for a game. Something was weird. Unfortunately, Brian went Texans. We should have all jumped on the Jets as soon as he did that. We didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't have the balls to do that one, and that's on me. But I was going to go Cowboys. These injuries, though, I think are going to be what cost them. I'm thinking 34-27. Falcons get the win. I think the Cowboys do move the football. I think Jalen Tolbert could be in for a big day, but it's just too much offensively for Atlanta.
Yeah, I went 33-30, and I do think the one path to victory here does of course Dak and Lamb just completely wake up in a crazy way and they're able to just dominate, but defensively, does Mike Zimmer have any sort of book on Kirk Cousins being around him for so long? Can he find a way to dial up the pressure? Because Kirk Cousins, I mean, he's throwing picks when he's pressured. He's definitely not the same quarterback when pressured. Unfortunately, you just don't feel confident that this Cowboys front can get pressure on him. But if the old man has one more trick up his sleeve, Mike Zimmer, to dial it up in a big way, then maybe you can force a couple of errors from Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that familiarity can really be a factor. I like that angle, Chief, if you're trying to harvest some, optimism about what could allow this Cowboys defense to play well. It would have to start with Mike Zimmer, have to start with a hell of a scheme, and everybody doing their part. Now, the Diggs injury is interesting because this morning Jerry said it's a tear in his calf, and then Mike McCarthy, painted a different picture, saying there's specific drills we'll need him to do tomorrow, but he was much better today than we could have anticipated. He's doing everything he can to try to get ready for Sunday. Are they just playing games with availability here? If it's a torn calf, I imagine like 4 to 6 weeks. What do we know, guys?
My guess is this is just Jerry using the word tear, and it really isn't a tear, but he's just using that as the description for whatever the strain or
which is technically a tiny tear.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Technically a tiny tear. When you hear tear, you think, oh my gosh, we'd be talking about like out for the season or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I guess I think it's just Jerry using a word that was probably an overstatement.
If it was a big tear, he'd be on IR and they'd be getting another player in there, right? I mean, they wouldn't be dorking around with it. So Hopefully that's good, that if Diggs does have to miss on Sunday, that he won't have to miss long. Because the path back is, as Jerry talked about as well, it's with getting the interceptions going again here with Bland and Diggs out there.
Absolutely, and I'm hopeful that Bland can get back sooner than later, but that foot setback, I thought, I was hearing he was going to play against the Lions. Like, all of a sudden, things started trending, he's going to go, and then that Friday there was some sort of setback, and ever since then, it just hasn't seemed like he's been in line to play. So, I mean, look, they know more than we do inside that building, but if you're now rocking with, Chris Carson, or Kalen Carson, seatbelt, and then you've got Jordan Lewis on the other side, and now you're going to have to play McQuamu. I mean, Andrew Booth's probably going to have to be active for this game, and they've wanted to try and keep him off the field. It's just like, damn, you're so light at corner, and without having any stability of a pass rush that's consistent at all, you're going to have to bring the pressure, and if Kirk Cousins is able to make some plays, he can pick you apart. There's just going to be so many mismatches that Atlanta can exploit with Ray McLeod and Algier and Bijan being able to make plays out of the backfield, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. Darnell Mooney has become fantastic for them this year. They've got weapons all over the field. I just don't think the Cowboys can match up body-wise right now with all the injuries that they've got.
Indeed. Okay, so
it's a body problem.
It's a body problem.
420 for Steven. Of course, we'll ask him about all these injuries and updates, and I think we'll probably have a better mood. Friday, Steven is usually in a better mood than Monday, Steven, when they asked him the D's Nuts question then. It's been 4 days for him to possibly see it on a social media feed or something. I imagine Steven's scrolling. He's seen it.
Right.
And, we got a good update on it on Wednesday. So now it's a positive story.
Yeah. We've had the reconciliation and everything like that, the peace offering. But now I'm wondering because he has been all week a GBag the Day champion.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should play him the sound, like that's his highlight. Like,
yeah.
Did you see, like, look how awesome this highlight is of you. You're a GBag of the Day champion. You have been 4 times running. You're looking for 5, isn't he?
Yes.
Is he looking for 5 today?
Maybe
he's looking for 4 today. I don't know.
It's close. It's one or the other.
I think 4.
Should we run that back for him?
I think we should. I think it's peak disappointed dad kind of moment in there. I just think he's at the top of his game.
Yeah. No, 100%.
If you're sitting there on a Cowboys Monday and you don't have time for goofing around and horsing around, that's what you do. I got stuff to do, boys. We got a football team to fix. This isn't a bad thing.
I think he'd get a chuckle out of it.
Yeah, I do too.
Like, Steven, can you appreciate just how funny these 19 seconds are? Boom. And then just yes or no.
I'm tickled.
I think, Jerry Jones, I think we're having a rougher go than I anticipated, is another quote from him this morning. Mm-hmm. It is rougher, and I did not anticipate the challenges that we're having with this team.
That's rich, by the way. That is rich.
Isn't it?
Yeah, because I feel like everybody was screaming, "Hey, Jerry, let's do something right here."
Yeah.
I didn't see that one coming.
Don't speak truth over there, Lucius, okay?
Yeah, and he's kind of like 2 weeks ago looking down his nose at everybody because we don't know anything about football, Like, look, can we follow back on that now? Like, who knows more? Like, is this just one of many examples, or did we just get lucky this time? How would Jerry look at that? Do you think everybody just got lucky that everybody knew your football team was mediocre at best and you didn't know? Mm-hmm. Or could it be, that there's a genuine blind spot in there? I'd have to ask my official Jerry Cape correspondent, Brian Broaddus, but he's not here today.
Oh, look at you. Look at you with the shots.
That's so dirty.
He felt that from the
shots.
From
10 minutes into the broadcast. Here's what shots Broaddus not here.
I've been thinking up that all night. Since our pretty good throwdown last night.
It was good. It was a good back and forth. But, I mean, hey, that's his right as a GM to be able to go down the hall and say, hey, I want you to play Zeke and I don't want you to play anybody else. I do wonder what it's going to look like this week. I mean, Rico can't have another fever of 102 degrees. So what are they going to do? Is Dalvin Cook going to be up? Is it Deuce Vaughn that's going to be inactive?
It'll
and then
be
what's the running back? I mean, yeah, it makes too much sense, right? It should be, Rico, Cook, Zeke, but I wonder how they're going to operate with that. Like every series, we're changing it out. It could just be feed Rico.
Yeah, no doubt. I think my belief that they'd have a chance to win is significantly higher if you tell me Rico's going to play. I think they can get a run game going against quite a few teams.
I mean, the one game you got a run game going was the one that Wolchuk was at. Sunday night in Pittsburgh, and that was a Rico game. So it seems like a no-brainer.
Maybe they're saving him for next year, huh? Keeping him fresh.
That could be. Well, they're supposedly saving Zeke. later in the season.
Want to keep him healthy for a playoff run. When asked on the possibility of Dallas doing something significant before next week's trade deadline, Jera, if I see something, we look for all the meat on the bone that can improve our team. All right, so he's looking. All right, rest assured. The Jets outscored the Texans 21-6 second half, beat Houston for a second consecutive season, 21-13 last night. Texans fall to 6-3. It's a good win for the Jets.
It's a real good win for the Jets.
Maybe that guy shouldn't sell his parlay card.
Oh, my gosh. Are they going to the Super Bowl now?
Oh, yeah, that guy shouldn't pull on the parlay. No, well, maybe it went up a touch, for him. Maybe it went over 5K now for him to cash out. Hit 4 legs of a undeniably awesome parlay, and he's 1 leg away. And, of course, it's the Jets winning the Super Bowl. That's not happening. Last night was cool, and they clearly were just so much better than the Texans last night, because the Texans, the Jets were doing everything in their power while winning the game, everything in their power to lose the game. They're fumbling intentionally, dropping the ball. Yes, they're going full Deshaun Jackson at the goal line. There's a sequence there in the fourth quarter where they sack C.J. Stroud for a huge loss. You force him to settle for the field goal, and then you go unsportsmanlike. You run into the long snapper, and now you give the Texans a free new opportunity there inside the 10-yard line to score a touchdown, and the Texans can't do it.
No.
And then they missed the field goal.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
I felt like they had about 20 plays there inside the red zone, and they
couldn't do
weren't able
anything,
to get into the end zone.
That Texans offense is definitely a problem. And the defense was certainly a problem last night as well. But they can't do much. The offensive line is broken, and C.J. Stroud was awful last night.
Well, and they just lost
crazy.
a guard for the season in Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M. So it's going to continue to be an issue for Houston. But that Garrett Wilson catch, holy crap! Oh my gosh, that was outstanding. Catch of the year right now.
For sure. Yeah, Stroud finished 11 of 30. He was sacked 8 times in the game. So Houston has big problems.
That's Anthony Richardson. Isn't that 11 of 30?
I did.
Who just did an 11 of 30? We just had one of those.
He was like 11 of 34 or something like that. I did see somebody on Twitter say that C.J. Stroud went as Anthony Richardson for Halloween, and that's what we saw.
That's good.
I like that.
Had an awesome night last night doing Halloween with the family. Hope everybody did as well. And she woke up this morning with quite a tummy ache.
Yeah.
Did she?
But it was worth it. There's nothing better with little kids, and they're getting to experience that whole deal. They're a little scared, and it's just a lot of fun to get to know the neighbors a little bit. Okay, it was not the Mavs night against the Rockets, though, and a tough watch, I'd say. Frustrated Luka making an appearance. Mavs were dominated on the glass, 20-second chance points. And the role players were bad. This was the first time where it was like, hey, our role players are amazing. I don't think anybody else besides Luka and Kyrie even had double digits. But Houston's a good team. So you accept that there's going to be losses. 3-2 is disappointing. To be honest with you, I was hoping they would come out absolutely on fire and get everybody excited. They'll be off the next 2 nights and host the Magic on Sunday. And of course, Banchero is out for Orlando. I look up at the clock. GBag of the day at 2:30. We do have time for 60 on soccer.
Yes.
Inter Miami head coach Gerardo Martino has addressed the rumors linking Neymar to the club. Insists a deal would currently be impossible given MLS's salary restrictions. Neymar has a contract in the Saudi Pro League. He's making over $100 million a year. Has been linked with Miami ever since the club signed his former Barcelona teammates Messi, Suarez, Alba, and Busquets. Speculation heightened earlier this week after a report Neymar had purchased a waterfront property in Miami, but Martino said it's ridiculous to link a player to a team because of real estate, saying you have to analyze what the league offers and if this is really possible. They bent over backwards, did a deal with like Apple TV and Adidas just to get Messi there, and I don't think they could do another one, but it would be exciting if they could.
Sure would.
Yeah.
It's earmarked.
I'd love to see it.
Damn well it is.
Right? Let's just everybody say
we want to pay our own guys.
It's all earmarked.
Who cares if it's unfair? Neymar wants to come. Find a team for him, please.
Yeah.
He wants to
me
play
up.
with Messi. Sounds good. We can have Messi and Neymar on an MLS team.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
That would be crazy. Even though the Messi stuff has just totally died down.
Gosh,
it was so hot, and then it's like, does anybody even care anymore?
Yeah. They went on a historic run. It's an incredible story, but you're right. The American sports public just kind of...
We had our fix. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
You did it. Great.
Maybe that Apple TV deal, cost them like the NHL when it left ESPN. It was, kind of out there. Maybe got to get it back on a major platform. I don't know. GBag of the day is coming up 2:30. Quick pucking around the bases next, Wolchuk.
Let's do it. We got to celebrate this anniversary and an update from Finland. That's next in the nation.
It's afternoons with the GBag Boys on 105.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBag Nation here on the Fan. GBag of the Day is coming up at 8 minutes. I've just been reminded this is the 1-year anniversary of Jared getting emotional and Mike Bassick rummaging through the pot porn in the background, which was a 5-time champion, one of the all-time great moments. And maybe we'll find some time a little bit later on to relive that. Time now to go a little back-to-back quick puck and around the bases. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one is injured in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. And here he is, Zach with an H. Wolchuk.
Second period underway in Finland. The NHL Global Series. Your Dallas Stars taking on the reigning Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Stars were down 3-1 at the first intermission. Tyler Seguin had his 5th goal of the season to make it 2-1. Florida with the lead, and then a late goal there from Lundell from the Panthers put him back up 3-1. But Esa Lundell, one of the Finns, it's a homecoming for him. He just had his first goal of the season, so it's now 3-2. Stars trying to cut into this Panther lead. So we'll keep you updated on this. This one's a good back and forth, and I do think this very likely could be a Stanley Cup Finals preview. Florida is an outstanding team. We know that. They just won the Stanley Cup. Stars have been banging on that door. They just need a breakthrough this year and find a way to win the West. But this could be the matchup in June for Lord Stanley.
There's some banging sons of guns, Wolchuk.
They are.
I just want to salute them for the work they're doing over there, and salute the NHL for knowing how to properly, promote the program overseas here. I mean, this would be like sending Patrick Mahomes over there to take on the Lions right now. Yeah. Here you go, Finland. Here you go, Germany. An amazing game.
Sorry, Germany. We're actually giving you Daniel Jones versus Bryce Young.
Ooh, ouch.
Oh, that's rough.
That's what the NFL's doing.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Actually, guys, I'm going to probably go with my riskiest survivor pick of the season.
What?
Yeah.
Your friskiest?
My riskiest. Yeah. I thought I should have gone with the Jets last night. The gut was telling me, my Thursday Night Football gut that's been really on a hot streak here was saying Jets are going to win last night. I tried to warn Brian. He didn't listen.
Your friend's gut was on a hot streak down your couch the other week.
That's very true. Yeah, I haven't seen him since.
It was a gutsy performance.
I don't think that I will. But I'm going to go with this hot streak of the team that plays the Lions is losing the next week. And I don't really love any of the options this season or this week for the NFL picks. Patriots on the road against the Titans. Both teams stink. But I'm just going to take New England.
Wow, that's gutsy.
I know. Probably going to be wrong. On that one. You guys can get your picks in whenever you're ready, but no pressure on that. And shout out to the Stars. They have nearly doubled their franchise value over the last year. When you have back-to-back trips to the Western Conference Finals, you have a 49% year-over-year increase for the Dallas Stars, according to Sportico. The Stars, as a team, were valued $1.65 billion for the 2024 season. So that's pretty good for them. I mean, good. Shout out to the Stars. Most valuable franchise in hockey is indeed the Toronto Maple Leafs at $3.66 billion. Stars are right in the middle of the pack, 16th out of the 32 NHL teams.
I love it. It's amazing how considerable winning can also be extremely profitable for you. It's a route to go if you want to up the value of your franchise.
I just wish you had to win to still be profitable, right? I mean, unfortunately,
for some,
there might be a team that, you can just kind of be average and still be earning billions of dollars every year. And so maybe the incentive of winning, not quite there. At least I wanted to fight against that, but it's seeming to be very true, as Gavin Dawson's been saying for years. And I wanted to just tell you, hey, go kick rocks, bro. It's a terrible take, but nope, I think it's an accurate take.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll take Buffalo -6, hosting Miami.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
The points too.
I'm just yeah. You'd probably be fine with that. Buffalo's had Miami's number plenty. I'm gonna keep looking here. I don't know. I got to text Broadus and see. He's got to give me my rap sheet. I don't even know if I might have already taken the Bills.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you have. You do need to ask him on that. Rope Hentz of the Stars has a love for fashion. He's also from Finland, and he is going to release a new shoe line. 15 euros will be donated to the Dreams Come True project by SOS Children's Village, supporting extracurricular activities for underprivileged Finnish children. So his new shoe line will be giving back to the community in which he grew up in Finland. Pretty awesome move here from Rope. And the shoes do look pretty sick. You can go ahead and look at our friend Leah Asimakopoulos and her Twitter and she's got them posted. The Ace of Spades shoe. It's white with some light blue or some baby blue trim along the sides. Pretty cool looking shoe here from Rope. So giving back to the community. But
it's a nice sneaker.
It is. It's pretty cool looking.
And a great performance by Wolchuk there, flowing through Lisa's name like that.
I was nervous.
Outstanding.
But Gavin's been nailing it. I'm like, I got to step up my game here. I got to make sure
That's our hockey gal.
It is.
But usually you have to get into school zone speed to say that.
Did I say Lisa though?
You did say Lisa,
it's
right?
Leah. Damn it.
Okay, I take it back everything I said.
It's not Lisa. It's Leah. I believe to myself. Okay, let's get happy again. It is the 1-year anniversary of this incredible moment.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years in the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
Amazing. It will never get old hearing that clip. You heard it on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan 1 year ago tonight. The Rangers won their first World Series in franchise history. We were up here doing radio all night long. An amazing moment. I think we all remember probably where we were during that final out for Sportsy. I was huddled up in my old apartment with a couple of buddies of mine, one of which is the Charter, Jared Hannon, also my buddy Brandon Bordenaro, Tim Rowe. We were just living this moment together, came up here, partied with my best friends up at the radio station. 2 days later, November 3rd, will be the anniversary of the parade, which is one of the greatest days in the station's history of my life, certainly of drunk Brian Broaddus' life as well, but gosh dang it. We need to get back there and win another one of these because I want to relive that moment.
Yes. I know, dude. Those kind of moments nourish you for years. You need them occasionally. Unless you're the Cowboys, apparently, I guess they got so many of them that we continue to feast on that. But the Mavs championship, the Rangers championship, what it does for a fan base, for a community when it comes to sport, and the amount of time that it buys you to be considered like a satisfied sports fan. The fact that Dirk did win a championship will forever make our sports lives better. And what the Rangers did last year, even if they don't ever get another one, our sports lives will be infinitely better. As a result of what CY and Bochy and Seager and the guys were able to do for us last year.
What a run! What a time! The parade celebrations. I guess so. Sunday is going to be the year anniversary of that.
Mm-hmm.
So Monday on the show, we'll have to relive some of the.
Ooh,
the party.
that'll be awesome. Do we have that audio? Hammered Brian.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Hammered Brian.
Our GM Brian Purdy said it was some of the greatest radio he'd ever heard. Okay,
all time.
It's what we witnessed that fateful day. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup for some more great radio. It's the GBag of the day with Lucius.
Big Godzilla. Big Godzilla coming. Yeah, hey. Big Godzilla here, lizard, and all that other good stuff. How's everybody doing and everything? And everybody's
amazing. It's awesome. Friday.
Yeah, it is Friday. Brian Purdy said,
on the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
What did I eat? I forgot what I ate. And I had a Jimmy John's wrap.
Yeah.
You were trying to go healthy.
I'm trying.
I thought you were going to go with the pickle sandwich and give us the review.
I would never do that, but I forgot to get one for you. I forgot to get one for you.
I'd be crunching down on that thing right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Sound like that stork that eats those pickles.
Yes.
Classic.
Pickle.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. Man, I'm glad that Brian Purdy enjoys the drunk broadcasting because I deserve hazardous duty pay. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, you do.
I'll be like, okay, what's going on? Oh, my God. What's happening?
Can't do 4 jobs at once when drunk broadcasting.
When you got drunk broadcasting. Wolchuk lost his mind last week. I was like, man, is it Friday yet, fam?
Oh, yeah.
You was wildin', fam.
Richardson Bar and Grill.
I love that place. We should go back.
Hey,
clearly.
Flagtober, man. It'll bring it out of you.
Yeah, I get that. All right, let's see here. I was tagged, not heard. I was tagged into something that said it was Godzilla's birthday. Big Godzilla.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I did see Godzilla -1, the director of it. They're doing another Godzilla.
Oh, that is so good.
So
Godzilla -1 might be the best Godzilla. I really think so. All right, I win it right here so far in GBag of the day. comes from the KMC Masterpiece, where they asked Stephen Jones, Cowboys COO, basically a billionaire, basically own the Cowboys too, about us nuts.
Are you familiar with the incident between Trayvon Diggs and Mike Leslie yesterday? And if so, can you give us any feedback about that?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trayvon Diggs was doing. And he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trayvon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much for your time, man. We will get back with you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Go get Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lucius, you think we should play that for him?
So disappointed.
At 420?
It matters how you set it up, bro, because it's over the phone. But this
room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well,
Just so disappointed.
Yeah.
still gets me.
Just dejected, yeah.
Just another
Tell
thing.
you, he was looking at the clock on the wall when it got. He's like, "Oh my god!" Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
Want to get away?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeez, is this over with? All right, let's see here, boys. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good, man. That's some generational audio right there.
It's hilarious to me, man. I gotta get focused. I'm sorry. Hey, the vibes. Let's go to ESPN's George Sedano.
Yeah, it's our guy, friend of the program.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a national.
Carter sent me this right here. Carter knows my bag. I've never felt so seen until Carter came around. But yesterday was Halloween. And Dawson mentioned this, how at ESPN, they were dressed up like each other.
Yeah.
Their personalities were dressing up like each other and like impersonating each other and going the whole bit for the whole show.
It was like a bet payoff show.
Yes,
really.
yes.
They were going hard, dude. They earned those paydays.
Because we could see George doing the Mad Dog, but we couldn't see, hear what he was saying.
He smoked it.
Did he? Okay.
Smoked
Hell
it.
yeah.
Tony, I feel like everybody on this panel
What?
is taking up from my bowl of gummies here, especially that Gunray over there. I don't know what she's doing down there, but I mean, let me tell you something. I saved those gummies for later. But here's the thing. I told Stevie and Molly that I wasn't going to talk about the Jets anymore until they were at least 500. But you're twisting my arm, Tony. You're twisting my arm here. So I'll tell you this. The Jets are a disaster. The season was over, Tony, last year when Aaron Rodgers went down on the fourth play. So to me, the Jets, I don't want to talk about them anymore. You already made me talk about them. I'm not going to talk about them anymore.
That's strong.
Nah, that's real good.
Pure gold.
Man, that's really good.
Got the lisping, the gummy reference.
Yeah. And he's just like a sports reporter. He doesn't do like improv.
I think he does radio.
Okay. Yeah, he is a radio guy at heart.
Oh, yeah.
And he's grown into a TV guy.
I'll tell you about those radio guys.
But I was wondering, how do they motivate all these like high-profile media members, to do this? I figure they got to be like, you're doing Halloween or you're fired. You
think so?
I think so.
Nah, they probably made it fun.
It's probably like, dude, you're getting
cover
paid
your
like
expenses on it if it's too much. I don't know, but it's fun.
You're probably getting paid. What do you think?
couldn't get Dawson to do it.
500. It's like I'm thinking it's $500 to $1,000 to just do around the horn. I bet George Sedano made a minimum $500, maybe $1,000 just to sit there for 30 minutes, including commercials.
Mad Dog was making $10K a week at one point doing this, so I don't know what it is now. Probably more, but
I guess
his is only 2 appearances.
Yeah. You pay well enough. But they all capitulate.
They did.
I know some of them are like, you got to be kidding me. What did I sign up for? Is this in my contract? I'm doing what today? I'm pretending to be Darth Vader talking sports? Screw you guys.
Now, if Perkins is having the same type of feeling that you are today, I understand, because they put him in that Batman suit, and that was unfair.
Yeah, it was not good.
Completely unfair to him.
I would have dressed up like L. Duncan and got HR called on me.
Just be touching yourself the whole time.
Oh my God.
Rubbing all over your body.
You see me.
This is amazing.
Yeah, we got escorted off the premises. All right, let's see here. What are they doing up there in Philly? 97.5, The Fanatic. Have you guys heard of that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I'm more familiar with the whip.
Like if they really hold it down against these guys are talented.
I think they can.
If they do,
I've been the one pumping his D all week.
What?
610-632-0975. The word of the day today is challenge. Coming up, we'll update the Twitter poll, continue our conversation on 97.5 The Fanatic, NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Get to break. Really?
If they do,
I've been the one pumping his D all week.
Wow.
Yes, you have.
He's excited about that D.
My goodness.
I had to hear it the second time to know what he was talking. I was like, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, how? What context? What? Oh, okay.
You really stepped up when you were needed most.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Not sure what I just heard. Could win Masterpiece of the
Pumping
Week and
that D all
G-Bag of the Day
week.
at the same time.
He doesn't need Dr. Peter Stahl. I love that name. by
He
the
embraces his role, man. Anything for the team.
Yeah.
Love
That's
that
one
name.
viral D.
Guy.
Okay, you don't know ball.
That's a clubhouse guy right there. That's a guy who's teammate oriented.
Hagee with the breakdown for Steve, our 4-time champ, 3-time champ, something like that. George Sedano doing Mad Dog Russo for Halloween.
I checked that station's videos.
Yeah.
Not a lot of them went viral or anything. That's the only one that kind of went viral about pumping some D.
Yeah.
So congratulations up there in Philly.
We did it.
Congratulations.
We figured out what the algorithm really wants.
Philly stands up.
Great work at that today, guys. You killed it. Run it back
proud.
tomorrow.
I got to do Hagee with Steve.
Me too, yeah.
Lucius.
Sure.
Walter.
I'll go Mad Dog. George Sedano.
That was epic. It deserves at least one vote, but by a score of 3-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Hagee with Steve Jones, who's coming up at 4:20 here in the nation. Nick Harris at 3:20. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. But, Chief, what do we got next?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub. Next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Nick Harris, Star-Telegram Cowboys writer at 3:20. Here's Chief with the biggest L's and biggest dubs.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Even though the Yankees are the only MLB team to blow a 5+ run lead, allow 5 or more earned runs, commit 3 or more errors, commit catcher's interference, and commit a balk or balk, all in the same game, regular season or postseason, since earned runs became an official stat in both leagues in 1913, those Yankees aren't your biggest L of the week because a Dodgers fan had his hand blown off by a firework by way of celebration after doing that to the Yankees.
Yeah, perhaps one of the most disturbing videos I've seen on social in a long time. And that's saying a lot.
Yeah, and Wolchuk got a different angle, a different POV that is even more explicit from what I understand. Fingers are flying everywhere. That dude had 6 fingers.
With the initial view,
now he's got none.
Oh my goodness, there it is. With the initial view, it was behind him.
Yeah.
And we really couldn't tell what was happening because we kind of saw his back, but that one.
Back up, Terry.
Yeah.
Seriously, back up. My fingers are about to go all over the place.
Yeah, man. This has like a very graphic view of everything.
It's like Kill Bill of like blood squirting.
Like fingers are dangling.
It's unbelievable.
Oh my goodness!
And it's without
I just
question.
saw what Wolchuk was talking about.
It's horrible.
Without question, the biggest L of the week goes to a champion. A Dodgers fan champion, 25 years old, celebrating with his buddies in the middle of a random Los Angeles street, lighting a firework, holding it in his hand.
That's
too
like
long.
an M80 or a cherry bomb or whatever it is, and I'm just so appreciative that I could never get a hold of those in my youth. You know, because I did love the firecrackers back in the day when you could get like real firecrackers. I took some on a plane with me once, like 4 bricks of firecrackers in like maybe 1988 in a flight.
No issues?
Yeah, no issues at all. Yeah, that's cool. You know, just a kid with firecrackers. So it was a different time back then, but I could never get the M80s, you know, the big ones.
Could.
Yeah.
How about this? Would you rather be that Dodgers fan?
No.
Or would you rather be this guy? 254, biggest L. My quote-unquote girl, he says, came home at 3:40 in the morning last night. R.I.P. Thirsty Thursday night out with the ladies.
On a Halloween.
Goes to 3:40, yeah, on a Halloween.
Smelling like baby wipes.
Oh, no.
Is that motor oil? What have you been doing?
Not again.
Yeah.
I'm just, my heart
I'd much
goes
rather
out
be
to
that guy, you know.
I would too, honestly.
Girl knows how to party, obviously.
Whoa.
817, biggest
At
dub.
least I got both my hands.
Yeah. True, yeah. Biggest dub in the 817, future wife came home from ICU. Biggest L, I came down with the flu this week.
Oh, no.
You'll take that trade.
Yeah, hopefully
Future
our immune
wife's
system's not compromised.
She's out ICU, and you get the flu. I think that's definitely a trade that you would make. So the dub outweighs the L there, but we appreciate that 817. Hope you get on the mend there.
Soccer team dropped 6-1 Tuesday night. Thanks for picking me up. Had to leave a little bit early to get up there to UTD and coach them up. And,
that was that star-studded all-pro.
Yeah, we scored a goal against them. We nearly tied it 2-2 late in the first half.
Yeah.
They've only given up like 2 or 3 goals all year long. So we were like, dub.
Yeah.
You know, we also lost, so it was the dub and an L at the same time.
Moral victory, huh?
Absolutely. That was fun.
Improvement.
817 just picked up a ring from Diamonds Direct. Never thought I'd see the day, boys. We got love floating around the Metroplex right now. That's the place to go. Diamonds Direct, always getting it done. 817. Let us know how it goes, man. Send us the proposal details that you plan on unveiling. Maybe you're going to go to a local putting green, similar to your quarterback, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
You know? Take a page out of the quarterback's book.
Some adventure landing.
And you got to have a cameraman laying like in the weeds or something, right?
You
Behind-
do. Oh yeah. It's got to be. It's got to be
Hiding.
photographed. And that's really where the challenge lies, because now there's a coordinating factor.
Yeah.
If you're trying to go that route, So Godspeed, bro. But congratulations. 972 Biggest L buying Madden. Can't even sim a face of a franchise game. Who TF wants to play all 17 games of the season? So you can't simulate it. You have to play. But you're the face of the franchise, so you're the individual. I mean, who else is going to do your work for you? Like, this is kind of the problem of where we're at now. You don't want to put in the work. You want to get to the glory. You want to sim to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
how about you
similar
grind away with your guys, man? I mean, it's September football is
You got to
important.
put in the work. If you want to be victorious, put in the effort.
You don't just show up on Super Bowl Sunday and expect to be at your best. Certainly
Boy,
can't expect to win.
that memory card changed everything. Because other than that, bro, you would have to hope you saved your game. If somebody tripped over your little cords, that's
right.
it. You lost, dog.
Yeah.
And you probably played 2-3 games.
Yeah. Now you got to go back.
Now you got to go all the
You
way
lost your
back.
level ups.
Oh my God!
See, in this case, I'd rather be that Dodgers fan who lost his hand than be the guy that's going through that right now. That is just miserable. Put all that time and effort in. 817 Biggest L. I came in 5th place in my office costume contest. $150 went to first place, but he came in 5th place. I'm assuming there was only 5 people in the running, so this is a terrible time. That's a huge L. But I would love to know what the costume was. I really would. Hey, big dub to local haunted house. Any haunted house attendees?
Yes,
Okay,
this Saturday. Yep.
Oh, wow, this Saturday.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yeah.
All right, let me know which one you're going to.
The big one in, hold on.
Cutting Edge?
It's got to be the number one.
Fort Worth.
So it's not too late for a Halloween party.
Cutting Edge is the number one
Yeah, Cutting Edge is fantastic.
haunted house in the United States.
Wow.
According to USA Today,
Been
America's
one time,
paper.
One time, and it was the best I've been to by far. I usually go to Dark Hour, which is right by Love and War, our buddy Red's restaurant there in Plano.
Shout out to Red.
Salute to Red.
Just didn't get over there this year, man. Things have changed.
Thanksgiving turkey once there. It was very good.
Yeah.
100-year-old abandoned meat packing plant. That's what Cutting Edge is.
Wow.
And they've turned it into the greatest haunted house in all of America. I cannot
badass.
wait to get your review of that, Lucius. That's going to be
I
fantastic.
think that's where the real Texas Chainsaw Massacre happened.
Yes. Yeah, you have that. That's a fact. You can look it up, Walchuk.
I won't.
Starbucks is taking an L. I know you won't. I know you lazy. You really are.
I got to channel my inner Bryant. I need people to do it for me.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
That clip we played, that Fanatic 97.5 the Fanatic from Philly, the G-Bag of the day.
D-Pump.
You know those fools came and attacked our YouTube page before?
Really?
Yeah.
The D-Pumpers?
Carter.
Carter, you want revenge?
Carter told me the game. He was like, yeah, man, those people, they attacked our YouTube chat.
They were spamming us?
Yeah, dude.
DDoS?
Screw
Trying
those
to pump
guys.
ours?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Don't be so jealous.
Yeah, bro.
Well, big L to Starbucks. Their percentages or whatever.
And that haunted house supposed to take like 50 minutes to get through, by the way.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's the best part about
it's
it.
a whole hour.
And it's expensive, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
A lot of the time you go and you feel like you're overpaying because it's like I'm in and out in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then they pack everybody, so you can't really even enjoy it. And somebody gets scared right in front of you. So now I know what's coming. But this one's fantastic.
That was definitely personal.
Yeah.
Chili's is a dub because their numbers are through the roof right now. They're getting all sorts of growth, and it's because they got some of the best deals going in all of culinary opportunities throughout the better part of America right
We got
now.
those baby back ribs on special.
Yeah, well they
back,
they
back,
got like the $10.99 Big Smash Burger, and it is, dude. It's a solid size burger. You have the $17 Triple Dipper appetizer.
They're fighting shrinkflation and stagflation all by themselves.
Yes, dude, and they're being rewarded for it. So
Let's
it's
go.
a big dub to the people, and it's
Giving
a
the
big
market
dub to
what we
Chili's.
want.
On the other side of things, Starbucks, who just keeps cranking up. Next thing you're spending $9 on a coffee now. You go to Starbucks and they're dipping.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, dude, come on.
History.
I can't do this. I can't do it. An $8 latte. What do I look like?
This is amazing that $11 chili burger is a score right now. Like, dude, they got the hookup. Burger, $11.
That is where we are now. I do think you get the burger, you'll get the chips and salsa. Hopefully endless style. But yeah, Chili's is on the up right now, and I've had that burger when we were in Surprise first night. What did we do? We stormed Chili's. And that burger was fantastic.
Bassick loves that Chili's.
Yeah, I was with
We
Bassick.
stormed
We were storming
Chili's.
Hey, and also
I'm
big.
from Knoxville, Tennessee. We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
We were starving, man. It was, we were a little hangry. Texas has the cheapest gas prices in the nation, according to AAA. So I guess that's a big dub for us.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of the folks that, there's a rookie player right now who plays for a California team, and he's like, the biggest adjustment is getting used to like $6 gas.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, oh dude, I feel for you, man. I'm always looking, whenever I see it's like under $2.50 or something, which it dipped the other day that low, and you're like, oh, I'll top off right now just because. Let's go ahead and get in the mix here, please.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to fill that up right there.
Do you use like Sam's or Costco? I use Sam's gas.
Dude, the Sam's gas.
I've done the Sam's gas.
Yeah.
Done the Sam's.
Pretty cheap.
HEB gas.
Yep.
I don't think I don't know do all HEBs have the gas station? I don't know if mine has the pumps.
Does.
I don't think ours has the pumps. We're gonna need that guy from Philly to come over to my HEB and get our pumps right.
Murphy's is good too.
Yes, Murphy's is good.
Murphy's.
Murphy's gas?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, the USA. That's like Walmart, right?
Yeah, Walmart.
Yes.
Yep.
My Walmart is usually the cheapest. Like within striking distance of my place, Walmart's usually the one getting it done the best. So there it is. Biggest sell, biggest up.
Well done, Chief. Thank you so much. Now, Stars are going to have to come back in the third. They trail 4-2 now going to the final period in, is this Helsinki? Where are they at in Finland? They're in Finland somewhere.
Hey, your guess is as good as mine, man. I can't pronounce these cities.
Not sure which Finnish town they're in exactly, but they're there, and they need 2 to tie there in the third period or 3 to win. NFL News Today coming up. Chuck, where are we going?
It's official. A couple of Cowboys have been ruled out. We'll tell you who that is next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All right, let's hit some NFL news of the day. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside the General Gavin Dotson getting some barbecue right now. He'll be back here in just a second. We got Eric Chiafalo. Brian Broaddus doing some sort of reunion of sorts, dodging bet payoffs. He's now up to 2 after you had the Jets losing last night. We got Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman rocking with you. 877-881-1053. Your chances of Cowboys victory, as it is official. The injury report has come out here, General, and
what do we got, Wolchuk?
Out for Micah Parsons, out for Deron Bland. Questionable is Trayvon Diggs with that calf. Eric Kendricks, Zach Martin, Linval Joseph, all listed as questionable as well. So it was 6 to 8 weeks, right, for Deron Bland. Now he's...
I thought it was... I don't know. Was it 6 to 8 weeks?
I think they initially said 6 to 8 weeks, but they were hoping the shorter side of that.
Yeah, they were thinking the...
And then now you're at, 9 weeks?
Yeah.
So this is. I mean,
it was August, dude.
The setback, whatever he's had here, is something that is concerning me. When you're dealing with that foot, man, I don't know. And the Cowboys have the best in the business with Britt Brown and Jim Maurer, and I'm sure they're getting that thing worked on constantly. And Deron Bland's in good hands, but that is a bummer as he continues to miss a game. And if Diggs can't go, now you're looking at Andrew Booth's going to have to play. Izzy McCwamu. They just put AO on IR to activate Deron Bland because the 21-day practice window is out. Kalen Carson's going to be good to go. He doesn't have a designation, so he should be back the rookie. But you got Lewis and Carson. Those are going to be your 2 starting corners. Then after that, I mean, God forbid you have one of your corners go down. I mean, this is really, really thin in that DB room.
You're at code red at this point.
And you'd rather Deron Bland take as much time as necessary. These stress fractures in feet can be incredibly difficult and tricky to recover from. But you're right. And I think as we sit at the 9-week mark now, after, maybe 6 to 8 weeks was optimistic, I think 8 to 10 weeks is a typical recovery time for a stress fracture. But still, taking beyond the minimum now, and as we get into 10, 11 weeks, there's 2 sides to me. Number one, you don't want this to be the kind of foot injury that all of a sudden is re-aggravated and it goes into the offseason at this point, because that would be the case. And I don't think we have any indication of that. Number two, it's just that unfortunate reality is the best thing that could happen as a result of this season is for you to have as good of a draft pick as possible. And these injuries make that happen. I don't think Jerry would ever in any way tank, but maybe the injury gods are actually smiling on you a little bit and helping you be bad enough to draft a meaningful player.
These are starting to pile up in a way where it's like, hey, I mean, even I know Zim's been getting a lot of heat and the defense hasn't been good, but he's doing everything in his power to just try and keep this thing patched up with Band-Aids and rubber bands. And, I mean, gosh, he just doesn't have the horses right now. It's hard to line up and play.
It is. It absolutely is. And for the most part, he gets a lot of grace for that, unlike where the offense is, where they haven't been just littered with injuries. Defensively, you have that excuse, but you also have moments where, like last week, it feels like you don't totally understand your own personnel when you're going Donovan Wilson on George Kittle for 3 out of the 4 quarters, and George Kittle is having the best night of his season because, I mean, McCwamu would have been a better player in that scenario. Wanye Thomas ended up being a better player in that scenario. So there are still some, that's some coaching issues.
Doubt. Last night, Garrett Wilson, maybe the catch of the season, that one-handed touchdown grab as the Jets knock off the Texans in an ugly Thursday night football game. Possibly a season-saving win there for the Jets. I don't know. I think that's a little bit of an overreaction.
I mean, okay, so they were 2-1 at one point. They lose 5 games in a row, and now to be sitting at 3-6, just no.
Yeah, me either.
No.
I'm out. I'm not really buying it.
We've seen so much. I think it's just hopium and a big market team that the media pays attention to. There's nothing there, though.
Well, Adam Schefter, I thought this was pretty brilliant. So he put out a clip of the fumble that ended up happening during that game that was ruled a touchback, and the Texans got the ball. But I guess even Adam Schefter's like, I'm not paying for Amazon Prime. I'm not paying to watch football, because he clips the play, and you can see in the corner of it, it says methstreams.com. So now everyone,
Meth?
methstreams.com.
So he'd rather have meth streams instead of Amazon right there in the corner. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the watermark over in the corner.
Cool.
So he didn't, I guess, want to pay for Amazon Prime. So now the internet has taken that, and they're even Adam Schefter is illegally streaming Thursday Night Football.
You guys have Amazon Prime?
I do.
Yeah. See,
just for the shipping.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand why he wouldn't want to.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't order anything.
It's pretty awesome.
Well, it's just easier. I think, I've heard once you go down the pirating rabbit hole, it's just so easy that everything is sitting right there for you, and you don't have to go around to different apps and stuff. So I could see just for the convenience of it, he might not have even installed the Amazon Video app. He's got Amazon. Yeah.
You said you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that. Chat rooms, you go down that rabbit hole.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, there's outstanding things that can come from that.
But he only makes like $9 million a year or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, dude, where are you cheaping?
You got to cut corners somewhere.
Maybe he just couldn't remember the password. He's like, well, I got to watch the game. This is the only way I could do it. But I thought that was pretty great. Even the great Adam Schefter is saying, no, thank you. I'll stream this game. We do have a lot of injury news for second straight week. Bengals likely going to be without T. Higgins. He's being listed as doubtful for their game against the Raiders. Zach Moss also being listed as doubtful. Their running back. Giants are hopeful. Running back Tyrone Tracy Jr. can be cleared from concussion protocol. He's been fantastic for them. Dolphins have Tyreek Hill. He's expected to play. Not so much for their defensive lineman, Zach Seiler, or safety Javon Holland. And Amari Cooper, game-time decision for the Buffalo Bills with a wrist injury, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. So hopefully for Amari, he can go ahead and circle them wagons as well.
For Tracy, it looks like he has cleared the protocol.
Perfect.
So he's expected to play versus Washington. That's a big fantasy nugget right there.
That is big. Set your lineups accordingly. Right now, Lamar Jackson also looks like he's going to be able to go. He has missed the last 2 days of practice. He says he's 100% going to play against the Broncos. It wasn't a doubt, just resting his body. It's been a long season, says Lamar. So, hey, Lamar doesn't play, they don't win, and that Denver defense is very, very good. I would have leaned maybe even taking the Broncos in that matchup, but it seems like Lamar's going to be good to go for Baltimore.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's that team, and if he's there, they win. If not, I don't even think that's a 7-win team, 6-win team. So it's huge.
DK Metcalf officially ruled out for Seattle. He's got that MCL sprain. That's another game missed for him. Puka Nacua, that knee injury we talked about yesterday in the show, not believed to be serious. So fingers crossed there for Puka as they play Seattle. That's a game the Rams got. Look, they started the season with injuries last year. Then they became one of the hottest teams in all of football, made the playoffs, lost in the wild card round to a good Lions team. Maybe something similar this year for them. They battled injuries early in the season, get some parts back, but Puka, a big, big piece of that. Vikings will get a boost. TJ Hawkinson is back as he got injured at the end of last season, and he is off IR. He's going to make his season debut this week for Minnesota as they take on the Colts. Of course, we'll be having Joe Flacco starting at quarterback and not Anthony Richardson.
Suddenly losers of 2 in a row, your Vikings.
They are. Now, speaking of the Colts, they kind of gave the Heisman to one outstanding draft pick. That would be rookie wide receiver Xavier Worthy. He jumped on with Rich Eisen, and he was talking about his draft night.
So on draft night, I'm in Austin, Texas, in the hills in Westlake. I did my draft party there.
Mm-hmm.
And really, draft day was crazy. I had got a call at like 15, 16. I think it was the Colts. Hung up the phone in my face. It was a little crazy. But
What happened?
The Colts called my phone on draft day and hung up the phone.
What? You said hello, and then that was a click? There was a
They
click?
said, hello, this is so-and-so with the Colts. And then for the call, like, they stopped talking and then they hung up.
Oops. Wow. So they did. Are you sure there wasn't like a disconnection or?
I'm positive.
Okay. All right.
Positive.
And so then what happened, Xavier?
Then the night going on, ended up getting a call from the Chiefs when they traded with Buffalo. I really originally didn't know they traded with Buffalo. So when it was on the clock, I'm seeing the call. I'm like, oh, this is Buffalo. And then I look at the thing, it said KC. I'm like, okay, this is Chiefs. All right, exactly where I want to be.
Man,
wow,
Biggest
talk about a
blessing.
lockout. Yeah, it's live.
Like,
dude.
it works out big time. You get to go to Kansas City, but Man, Indianapolis doing him dirty.
That is, I love that he just knows that. Like, he could tell by the way the phone hung up on him that it was somebody's thumb intentionally hammering it, and it wasn't a disconnection of sorts. I mean, we've seen guys get prank called before.
Oh, yeah.
I think they'd call you right back, but I think more than that, I think the Colts called the wrong guy.
I think that.
Oh, they just clicked the wrong Xavier?
Yes, or it was two different numbers they had in mind, and they looked down, called the number, and then they realized they're talking with Xavier. They're like, we're not taking him. Yeah.
Oops. Damn it. They ended up drafting his teammate, A.D. Mitchell, in the second round, but they took Laitu Latu, the first defensive player taken there at 14 overall. But, man.
I would love to see the text exchanges between Xavier Worthy and his former teammate, A.D. Mitchell, who is now on the Colts. And he's like, dude, I would do anything to trade with you. You get Mahomes. I mean, gosh, that's awesome. We're seeing it all over the place with Amari Cooper leaving the Browns, getting to go play with Josh Allen, Deontay Johnson leaving the Panthers, getting to go play with Lamar Jackson.
Upgrades.
I mean, trades used to be very rare in the NFL, especially midseason trades. Nobody wanted to give up their draft picks. They realized that there was a huge opportunity here. And once that dam burst, the smart teams are making their teams significantly better while the season's going on.
It's true.
Hope next time the Cowboys are in position to take advantage of that, they do.
I would. I'm hopeful. Now, I did like what KNC did today, just like floating out, hey, trade deadline is the same day as the election.
Yes.
Is there any chance that you can make a bigger headline than the election? And Jerry just,
his
laughed.
response is amazing.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Maybe. Hey, do I want to just screw the election? We're the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go out there and make a big-time trade. Maybe that's just some motive.
Yeah, go steal the headlines.
He knows what drives ratings.
Yeah, right.
It's American sports, and I guess that would be trading Micah. He's probably getting lots of calls. Micah to Detroit or something would do it.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I know Detroit is, Dan Campbell seems to think they're making some kind of move. He was giddy this week, taking the podium, talking to the reporters there. Like, I can't say for sure.
He had a wiggle butt.
Yeah, he
look
was.
At you, look
he
at
was.
you. He's a happy coach. He's a happy coach.
Something's happening. We're adding another lion to bite some kneecaps off. Let's go. Lions, by the way, just the third team in NFL history in 54 years to be hit with a weird scheduling quirk. All of their games so far have been indoors. They've yet to play an outdoor game until this week when they go to Lambeau Field. And we know the splits. Jared Goff, much better indoors versus outdoors. So we'll see. Maybe this is a good week to fade the Lions and take the Packers. I don't know. I think last year they did go to Lambeau on a Thursday night and kick Green Bay's ass. So maybe there's nothing here, but haven't played outside yet.
Well, they did a few years ago at the end of the season that was Aaron Rodgers' final game. And they ended the Packers season there when the Packers were playing for the playoffs and the Lions were only playing for pride.
14 of their
that's what the Lions
games.
do.
Yeah, they do. The pride. Okay.
By the way, if you're trading Micah Parsons to the Lions, I still need whatever the fair trade compensation is. I still need like a petty third thrown in there.
So 3 ones
for the
third.
Disrespect.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen. DJ Moore was pretty critical about that. Hand the ball off to the offensive lineman.
Oh, the Bears?
They ran of the Bears, yeah. And I guess he got in some trouble for just being honest, and this was the exchange that he had yesterday.
How do you feel that's received by, or how is it received by the coaching staff, just from when you voiced what you said about the Doug Kramer play and all of that? How do coaches receive that?
We all talked about it, and me and Flus talked about it with the captains, and just gotta stay in house next time. I'm not going to say sorry for what I said, but at the same time, it should have just stayed in house. But I said what I said.
Is that kind of the meeting? Is that when you guys had that captain's meeting with Flus? Was that something he tried to express, keeping stuff in house? Yeah,
and going forward, that's probably going to be what it is. Stuff slipped, and I answered the question. Truthfully.
There you go.
It was a stupid play. I think the rest of the country looked at that and said that was a stupid play. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to take the bullet for this guy.
You got to own it as a coach. He's right. That was a stupid play. No need to handle it in-house. My bad for the dumb call, right?
100%.
And the dumb call,
trying their hardest.
The dumb call was made outside of the house.
These players are out here risking damn CTE and things going spinal. And I'm calling up crap plays.
And you let the entire neighborhood see what you just did in the front yard. You made one of the worst decisions ever, and you did it in the front yard. in front of the entire neighborhood.
Unbelievable.
It was a block party going on, and that's what you did.
It was. Shout out to DJ Moore. All right, there's your info news of the day.
We'll interview Nick Harris in front of God and everybody coming up next year in the GBag Nation. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with that frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience. Hope you got in there last night and enjoyed the basketball. You know, every Cowboys game day at the Twin Peaks near you, they give away a Cowboys game day jersey. Just get in there, ask your Twin Peaks girl for details, and then enjoy the football game and maybe take home a brand new Cowboys jersey. I love Twin Peaks, and I'm always bragging that they have the best kitchen in sports, and you go in there, you'll see for yourself whatever you have a hankering for, Twin Peaks will satisfy it. You know, some of the best burgers, Tex-Mex, some of the best salad dressings. I do say it is the best kitchen in sports, and if you go there real soon, college football, pro football, whatever you want, hockey right now, you're going to see for yourself and absolutely love it just as much as I do at Twin Peaks. Eats, drink, scenic views.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members enjoy free breakfast at the Mesquite Lowe's on weekdays now through November 1st. Fuel up with a breakfast burrito, quesadilla, or burrito with your choice of chicken or beef. Stop by the Pro Desk at 4444 North Galloway Avenue for your breakfast ticket from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Not a member? Join today. Available at select locations only while supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for full details.
Morning. I'm starting my health journey with my new blender. I got 2% cash back on it with the new Cash Rewards Plus card from Navy Federal Credit Union. I got unlimited 2% cash back on these carrots, apples, bananas.
It's 6.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time to talk with Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, here about the Cowboys, all the storylines about them, how healthy are they, how do they match up with the Falcons. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. And a good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you?
Doing well, guys. How are y'all?
Wonderful, thank you. And there's so much to talk about here with you. Thanks for joining us. And we'll get to the matchups. But first things first, what's been your perspective this week on the D's Nuts saga?
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. I've questioned to use that phrase in the newspaper, and I've had to find AP-style D's Nuts over the course of this week, too. So my Google search thinks I'm all over the place this week.
Well, quite a story there, and quite a frustrating night, I think, for a lot of people. What'd you think about Trayvon Diggs playing, and how much more physical he was, where he is in his comeback from that injury?
Yeah, I honestly thought he did take a step forward in that game against the 49ers. I think he's still finding his way back, though. And Mike McCarthy even admitted that earlier in the week. He said it was fair to kind of assume that, Trayvon is still trying to get his feet completely back under him and the comeback from that ACL injury that he suffered a year ago. But you definitely want to see the turnovers start to come back in Trayvon Diggs' repertoire. We haven't seen that yet in the entire defensive outlook. Obviously, Deron Bland not being in the equation affects that as well. But Trayvon, he got that big contract off the legs of having those double-digit interceptions back a few years ago. So you would like to see that turnover ability come back for Diggs. That's what makes him so special in this defense. And so I think whenever you start to see that come back, I think that's when everybody can kind of look around the room and be like, okay, I think Trayvon, what we saw before the injury, is now back too.
And what about his calf, though? This morning with the guys, Jerry said that it was a torn calf. Mike saying he had a pretty good little practice today, and he'd be a game-time decision. Do you think Trayvon will play Sunday?
Yeah, it's truly looking like a game time decision. Tomorrow's practice that they do on Saturdays before the team heads out to Atlanta, that'll be able to determine a lot. And then they'll work him out pregame and try to get an understanding of where he's at before the Atlanta game. But injury report just came out. It looks more like a laundry list. There's a lot of guys that are questionable and a couple of guys that are out. One of those is Deron Bland, so they need a presence at corner, and Trayvon Diggs is kind of their only hope there. So if he can't go, you're looking at a situation on the outside where you're maybe relying on Israel McQuamu or Andrew Booth or having to elevate a guy from the practice squad and either Josh Butler or Keemon Hall. It's definitely trying to get all the assets into the middle and figuring out how to make it work if Trayvon can't go too.
Next man up, Keemon Hall, North Texas, Mean Green. Let's go, baby. Come on, it's your time. It's your time. Nick Harris with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You know, you mentioned the Diggs contract, and that was something when I was doing posts with Brian on Sunday. And, you know, we talk about the laundry list of things that we can criticize the team for and what's not going well. But they went ahead and they draft and develop, and they're all about bringing back and re-signing their own. You look at the guys they've given second and third contracts to. They're just not performing right now, and I wonder your take on that moving forward for the Cowboys, where these are players that they've identified as foundational pieces, and they're not really living up to their side of that.
Yeah, I think it's a circumstantial basis. I think if you look at the case of Trayvon Diggs or Terrence Steele, both of those guys have been, coming off injuries the last couple of years. Granted, that contract was given to Terrence Steele after the injury, but you certainly look at that one. I think is probably one that stands out when you bring up that statement there, Zach. But I think whenever you look at Dak, whenever you look at CD's case, it's still early for them as far as how much time they have left on their contracts and things of that nature. But I also think about the safety room and Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson. Those are guys that have not performed well this season. Those are guys that the Cowboys have given second contracts to since they brought them into the building. So it's definitely a situation where you would like to see those guys perform a little bit better. And you wonder how much hesitancy whenever these second and third contracts do start coming around again next offseason, that if there's any hesitancy from the front office to maybe pull triggers on some of those, especially with guys that have injury history. So, I think it's a fascinating case study, but I think it's pretty circumstantial too. I think you can look at each guy in a vacuum, understand what they've done or haven't done since those new contracts have been agreed to. And I think there's probably a trending line somewhere along the lines of that.
How surprised are you about the Bland return being so delayed?
Yeah, surprised. It sounded like he was going to be, trending in the right direction before that Lions game, before the bye week. And then that setback that he suffered on that Thursday right before the game, he went from being limited, and then DNP. And that's kind of what we've seen since. And so they're trying to slowly work him back into where he was right before that week. And I think, honestly, they just sent him out a little too early. And fortunately, they didn't have to use a roster spot all the way until this week. But if they can't get him onto the field next week against the Eagles, then that roster spot is starting to become, a little bit of a liability as far as when they could have brought him back. So, I'm definitely surprised.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram here with you, talking Cowboys. Did I just lose my mic? You guys can hear me? I can't hear me. Check.
I got you. I can hear you.
Are we on? Guys, can anybody hear anything? Carter, can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay, we cannot hear anything. All right, but we do have.
It's okay. We just lost our.
Nick,
boom, we're back. It's
Thank
back.
you.
Woo, we're back, baby. We're back.
That was wild. All righty.
I was maybe losing my mind a little bit.
I'm sorry, Nick. It's not you, it's us.
Okay, Nick, has Rico recovered from that nuclear grade fever that suddenly overcame him last weekend?
Yes, it is all good. He's found the Tylenol bottle. He's working towards playing this week. He'll be ready to go on Sunday.
Okay, now, how about, do you think the Cowboys have a chance of stopping this Falcons defense with all these guys that are out? I think this might be one of those no-punt kind of days for the Dirty Birds.
You said Falcons defense. Did you mean Falcons offense, though?
Yeah, yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, the Falcons offense it's certainly got some playmakers. I mean, you look around the running game. We could start there. Obviously, the Cowboys have had their fair issues in defending the run, and it's a talented 1-2 punch in Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. It's going to put a lot of stress on those first two levels. specifically the linebacking core. You know, if you can dedicate a lot of resources in the secondary to stopping these guys through the air, which if you don't have Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland, that's only going to make it that much more difficult. But if you can dedicate some resources in the secondary to taking those guys out of the equation, then that can allow that linebacking core to really focus on just being able to stop the run. But the number one thing I am looking at going into this game, Kyle Pitts is having his best 4-game stretch of his entire career since he started with the Falcons a few years back. And after the game that Donovan Wilson had against George Kittle a week ago, specifically in defending crossing patterns across the formation and, trying to account for speed across the middle with those big guys, Kyle Pitts does the same exact thing, but with a little bit longer strides, and that kind of translates into speed as well. So if early in the game Wilson is having struggles with those crossing patterns, trying to guard a guy like Kyle Pitts, or if Darnell Mooney, using his speed, is able to get across the field, I wonder if they rotate Wanye Thomas in earlier in the game than they did last week against the 49ers. I think that's definitely one thing to keep an eye on.
Dak was asked about running this week, and the stat is pretty crazy. I mean, Joe Flacco, who isn't even played the majority of the season, has got more rushing yards than he does.
And he's 50 years old.
Right. I mean, do you think that's something that is just no longer in Dak's repertoire, that he just doesn't want to do, or is this even a team mandate? It seemed like Jerry on our station doesn't want him to do it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating look. And, we were able to talk to Dak about that yesterday. And you even look at last season specifically, and he was using his legs so much more than he is this year. So it's not even really a situation of, like, you having to look back to college when he was this legit dual threat quarterback, or even early in his career. You could just look back to 2023, and there's a clear difference. I think Dak can do a lot more. And it's not even necessarily rushing yards, but it's just escaping the pocket and getting outside of pressure and trying to extend the play a little bit. That's when the Cowboys were able to find a lot of success last year, was when Dak was going off script with his receivers and extending plays outside of, that 2.3 threshold that they try to operate under. So I think he definitely needs to use it more for this offense to be a little bit more effective, especially given that, you got 2 rookies up front. You got a regressing Zach Martin. You got a Terrence Steele that's still trying to figure things out. If Dak Prescott can escape pressure and extend plays, scrambling to his left or right, and that can help open up this offense so much more. So it's got to happen. Whether that's in his repertoire still or not, it's something that they need from him. It's a big reason why his paycheck is going to be what it's going to be whenever it does kick in and he becomes the NFL's highest paid player.
Nick, does this feel like kind of the final straw for the offense? If they can't get going versus this Falcons defense, you have to feel like this is just, they're not going to be able to really get it going at all. Dak and Lamb are talking about being now finally on the same page. Something's clicked. I know Dak is bullish on this week's game plan, so it's like, and he's calling it a must-win.
Yeah, it certainly is a must-win. If you fall down and you go 3-5 with the Eagles and Texans on the horizon, then the Commanders, you're only looking at stiffer challenges moving forward. But I do think whenever you bring that up, I think about the offensive line going up against an Atlanta defensive line that has only generated 6 sacks on the season coming into this week. If the offensive line cannot find consistency against that defensive line, it's a Matthew Judon who has just not found his rhythm with the Falcons yet. A Grady Jarrett that does not look like a Grady Jarrett, and then it's just kind of a names around those guys. They have not been able to find any sort of establishment in the pass rush game. If they are able to get home and get to Dak Prescott like other teams have against this offensive line, then yeah, I'm going to kind of throw my hands over this offensive line and just be like, man, this is going to be a tough work in progress throughout the season. So I think that it would be more of an indictment against the O-line rather than the entire offense, just because I still have a lot of respect for some of those guys that they have in the secondary, guys like A.J. Terrell and Jesse Bates.
Nick, I've seen a lot of spooky things over the last 24 hours. I don't think I've heard or seen anything as scary as Dak's new contract hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, for sure. And if the interceptions keep coming along, then that's only going to get scarier. But if he's able to find the rhythm that he found in the last 10 games last season, then maybe it's not as scary. Who knows?
Let's go. I like that. That's a good note to end on, Nick, and enjoy the game and have a great weekend.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram here. The GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Krusty's Corners brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We'll Krusty it up with you coming up next. The GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Send Brian some love on social. Let him know he's missed. I know that would make his day. You know, and the corner's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Wolchuk, you're our substitute Krusty for the day.
Should I just tell like some random story and take up the first 5 to 8 minutes of the segment, then get into what we're actually going to do in like true Krusty fashion?
Yeah, well, make sure you save some time to cape for Jerry.
You're right. I got to put my Jerry cape on. We'll talk with Stephen Jones about 420. I wasted money on Halloween candy. Like, you didn't get a single trick-or-treater in our neighborhood, from what I was told.
We had to double up. We got it blown out like the first hour and a half. Had to run back up to the dollar store and reload.
Are you serious, dude?
It was great.
Your neighborhood's the real deal. Bravo to you guys.
I couldn't pull into the main entrance. I tried. It was so backed up. I was like, I'm not going to get home for 25 minutes if I sit here and try to go the quarter mile this way. So I circled around to the back, got to Remy in time to get her some trick-or-treating done. And it was glorious because after about 12 houses, she said, Dad, I got enough candy. I'm ready to go home.
Nice, dude.
I said, That's my girl.
That's my girl.
So what was the candy tax looking like? Did we get good stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did. And
you're in a king-size neighborhood, right? Isn't that HOA regulated?
Oh, man, we had some just absolute superstars where they got this whole walkway entry with a tunnel, and then you actually walk into their house and go on like a tour of trick-or-treating where you're picking up like rubber duckies and glow sticks. And,
wow.
Candy bags. You got the tamales. You got the trompo around the corner from the taco folks.
Jeez,
it was outstanding.
That's a full-on neighborhood block party. That's communal.
Absolutely.
That
like,
is just
I would say
awesome.
over 5 houses had music going and like just dozens of people hanging out in their front yard.
Incredible.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some bold predictions, shall we, for this Falcons-Cowboys game. If you got some bold predictions, 877-881-1053. You can let us know. 203 says, same here. I just had 2 kids with a lightsaber battle in my driveway, but they didn't even want any candy.
They didn't want candy?
So, I don't know.
That's surprising.
Maybe they were candied out, but being Star Wars, Jedis for Halloween, I don't think that ever gets old.
I think every kind of area has their certain neighborhoods and communities that go hard, and people flock to those. And so they'll leave behind their own community to go jump aboard another one that they know is hotter. So, like, I guess my neighborhood's not that hot.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty dead once again, 2 years running now.
You're right. Probably about 2 miles up the road, there was a long line. I saw a lot of car headlights. That's probably where everybody was. And they just said, screw this neighborhood over here. But I had the good candy. But next year, I think I'm going to save the money. I'm just not going to get it.
What'd you do with the candy?
I still got it at the house. I'll probably have to bring it up here.
Yeah.
You should have brought it up today.
What are you doing, dog?
Yeah, I should have.
Really should have done that today.
Because I don't really want it in my house, especially if we're going to go.
I want it in my mouth.
Now, I'll tell you what, there is a downside to
right.
it. Not only that, but
pause.
There's all kinds of stuff that you got to be on the lookout for, like the intoxicated parents.
Oh, yeah.
They will gather in sidewalks as you're trying to come through with your tiny toddlers who literally cannot walk on the grass or off a curb without falling. And they're just sitting there with their, Yeti cups full of booze, hammered, 8:15 in the evening. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Thirsty Thursday, man. It's not my fault that Halloween fell on a Thirsty Thursday.
Damn you.
That's right.
All right, here's a bold prediction for you. You think this is going to happen? Falcons rush for 150-plus yards as a team. Bijan has 2 TDs.
Yeah, I think all of that is very, very plausible.
Yeah, that's just a good prediction. I don't think there's a damn thing
That's not even bold.
that.
That's not even bold at this point. It's like, that's probably likely. Maybe the Bijan 2 touchdowns. Like, if he gets 1, I think.
That feels pretty standard here.
Bold starts, I think, at 49 points. A full 7 touchdowns. Bold starts with not punting.
All right, let's change this rating, these bold predictions. If they're bold or are they not?
Yeah, I think bold or not.
Bold is like they score points on every single offensive possession.
No punting. For the Falcons?
Yeah, the Falcons score on every single possible possession.
Cowboys offense, here's one for you. CeeDee Lamb continues to find his all-pro form. He gets his second straight 145-plus receiving day.
What was that one again?
CeeDee Lamb gets 145-plus yards receiving.
I'll buy that. I think that this Falcons defense is bad enough. I think the Cowboys are going to score.
Yeah, I mean, some of the receivers you look at against Atlanta this year, Devontae Smith, 7 for 76 in a TD. Rashee Rice, 12 for 110 in a TD. Evans, 5 for 62, 2 touchdowns. DK, 4 for 99 in a touchdown. Like, this should be Dak to CD maybe every play.
Yeah. That should be the offense moving forward. It really should be. And you just know that there's going to be 2 plays where they're not on the same page and it's going to be interceptions. But those are going to happen anyways. So you might as well throw the interception when you're throwing it to Lamb instead of watching me, you're throwing an interception when you're throwing it to Turpin.
Okay,
Give me a break.
I got a bold prediction for you, Wolchuk.
All right, is this bold or not, Chief?
No member of the Cowboys organization overreacts to a regular question in the postgame.
Whoa.
It's all status quo this week?
Yeah.
You know what? That's pretty damn bold because if they lose, they're going to be 3-5 and things are going to start to continue to unravel.
And the idea has gone viral,
Right.
Now Jerry, Mike, Trayvon, star players are doing it. You look at your phone, you see trash being talked, you wish a mofo would walk into that room and ask you a question about it. You're going off on it.
Shut up, bitch.
But they're gonna reel it in this week, huh?
Yeah, that is bold.
Yeah,
dude.
I do think they're gonna reel it in. That's my bold prediction.
Okay, what would you think would be, if they don't reel it in, like the top excuse for Mike McCarthy after this loss? Injuries? Penalties?
I think the
execution.
Yeah, just inexperienced overall.
The
young players
for sure.
He's trying to slide in that the front office has left him a bad team. That's what all the execution talk and inexperience talk.
Yeah, I mean,
is all about.
you had a bunch of players walk out. Now, regardless on if we wanted them to bring back said players, you still needed to replace them, and they didn't really do a great job. And the depth is showing now of replacing the guys that you lost. I mean, Dorrance, Armstrong, Fowler. I mean, the list goes on, and really
the injuries have really made it horrible.
Oh, it's decimating, especially on defense. There's no doubt about that. Okay, how about this one? Offense headlines the day. Both teams score 27-plus points.
Yeah, lock it up. I don't know what the over-under
bold
is, but I'd make a wager on the over for this one.
I do think it's bold. Anytime you're going to predict 27 points for the Cowboys right now, that is bold. Even versus the Falcons defense, it doesn't matter. That is bold.
This is a pretty crazy stat. Atlanta's given up 110 points over their last 4 games. Cowboys have given up 109. So if you think the Cowboys defense has been bad, which they have, Atlanta really has. To put that into perspective, they've been a point worse than you. So these are 2 really bad defensive football teams.
Mm-hmm.
Really bad.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is all time. I will have a football's finest Falcons stat of the day for you, and they're struggling in a huge way. That pass rush is nada. They might as well be playing with 0 guys on their D line. They're just dropping 11 into coverage.
Morning News has the keys to victory. One of them is go wild and get creative. Well, what would that look like for you if they were to go wild and get creative?
That looks like a double reverse Turpin loss for 9 on first down.
Yeah, we don't want crazy trick plays. We just want what they do more consistently. There were a handful of plays against San Francisco where I was like, man, maybe they went across the hall and decided to bring in some motion and creativity. It's in there. Just run what's in your playbook.
Yeah, there's 12% of your playbook that involves motion at the snap, at least in terms of the playbook that you were using last week in San Francisco. Let's make that more like 36%.
Yeah.
Or 48% or something. Let's add it up, because there's a couple of plays there. The 2 CeeDee Lamb touchdowns are drawn up nicely. If you could just do that more than twice a game.
Outside of CeeDee Lamb, who is the other offensive player that has a good day?
I always want to say Ferguson, but I think Tolbert certainly could be that guy. But this is going to be a Rico Sunday.
Rico Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be
cherry on top.
That's right.
Yeah,
the Dirty Birds.
I would like to believe the coaching staff has said, okay, we've done this for a couple of weeks now. Clearly, we should go back to Rico, right? We tried what you wanted, but I think this is a Jerry double down on Zeke type of season, because if we're not going to be good, at least we're going to be recognizable with so-called star players on TV. I think that matters to Jerry, so I'd probably have to go with Jake Ferguson. I think this is going to be one of those Jake hurdling defenders type of outings.
I like the Fergie pick. I'm hopeful for that. I guess I'll go Jalen Tolbert just on the other side and hope somebody else can take some pressure off of CD. I want to play the crusty audio clip of the day. This would be from Up and Adams, Kay Adams' show. Yesterday she had John Randall, former Minnesota Vikings defensive tackle, and she also asked the question, like we did for the top 10 yesterday, scariest player you ever played, and an answer that is near and dear to all of our hearts.
Who's
scariest player?
Who's a nightmare?
I would say Larry Allen for the Cowboys. We used to battle. I got my 100th sack over Larry Allen, but Larry was such a different player because he didn't talk. And I would try him multiple times to try to get something out of him, but he was such a different guy, but so strong. I mean, he bench pressed 692 pounds, and like I said, we would battle. I would get a sack. He would knock me down. I would come back, but facing Larry Allen, you had to be very precise on where you stepped. You had to make sure that you didn't you didn't swim Larry Allen, because if you tried to swim him, you could maybe have a rib or two broken. And but man, he was such a dominant player. And but I always made sure that when I played Larry Allen, I was at my best.
An absolute legend. Rest in peace to Larry Allen.
Yeah, that puts it in an incredible perspective. You try to get your arm over that dude, and he's going to pop you in the chest so hard that you got broken bones. That's fear. Fear is not being embarrassed by a slick running back or quarterback. You know, fear is like, actually, this dude can hurt you with technique.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and then after he buries you into the dirt, he'll spit some snuff into your face.
Dude,
because that's just the kind of guy that Larry Allen was.
Unbelievable. Just an absolute monster. R.I.P. to Larry Allen. It is
still doesn't scare me more than Aaron Hernandez.
No,
right. Still doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody else is fighting for second. You're right.
Yeah, everybody.
Lucius.
Yeah. Aaron Hernandez wants to invite you to the VIP and hang out all night. Hell no.
I'm good, man. You have
Oh my
fun.
God, what did I do?
He takes your no as disrespect.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you shouldn't say no. But, oh, gosh, that's a terrifying thought.
I feel like I need to go into witness protection the moment he invites me.
Yeah, it's all over after
For sale
that.
sign is up. Panthers did just beat the Dallas Stars in Finland for the NHL Global Series 6-4. Florida gets the win. It was 6-2. Maverick Bork and Jamie Benn with a couple of late goals for the Stars to make the score look respectable. But they'll be back tomorrow, early puck drop at 11 a.m. our time, and hopefully the Stars can even up this NHL Global Series before they come back home.
No zebra report, huh? Krusty?
No zebra report, no. Well, he'll do that on Sunday, I'm sure.
Yes, he will. It's Steve Novak, and I know nothing about him.
Nobody does.
Did you feel like Nick Harris was transitioning from young and upcoming talented media member to maybe a little crusty himself with how he wanted nothing to do with the D's nuts topic?
Yeah, he works for the Telegram.
I mean, is this guy even 30 yet? No, he's giving me like middle-aged man energy coming over, and I love Nick. I do.
No, he's incredible. Yeah.
I was just surprised.
He's one of us.
I mean, it's newspaper vibes, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought Steven had a great disappointed dad reaction to Hagee's question.
Not everybody can be Mac Engel.
That's right.
Not everybody.
We got a sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where you taking it?
We have a Clay Thompson stat of the day, and Mike Tyson is starting to reel me in, boys, for this fight next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Coming up at 4:20, Stephen Jones is going to join you. Talk Cowboys here on a proper football Friday. Going into Sunday's game against Atlanta. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
On this day in Rangers history, sports history, we were world champions 1 year ago. And one of the great moments from that championship celebration was a very, very honest and emotional, vulnerable champion himself, Jared Sandler, talking about the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. And Mike Bassick ended up stealing the show. This is the 1-year anniversary of that moment.
Eric has been a part of this organization for 45 years.
Yep.
And he has experienced way more losing than winning. And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment.
If you hear a popcorn sounding bag or Halloween candy sounding bag there ruffling in the background, that of course is Mike Bassick rummaging through his Halloween goodies.
It lasted so long, like he was struggling with that opening.
Just won't open. They were playing this in crosstalk, Shan RJ and KNC Masterpiece the other day, and I was just dying in my car at how funny it is. You don't realize I forgot how long it was. Like the hang time on this is just crazy. Let's run it back one more time, Lucius. Here's Mike Bassick stealing the show during Jared's emotional championship celebration.
Eric has been a part of this organization for 45 years.
Yep.
And he has experienced way more losing than winning. And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment.
There's no situational awareness. It's like, nah, I've got to get to this popcorn right now. I can't wait till my man expresses himself. I got to get to it right now, bro.
Definitely a guy, Game 5 of the World Series, and he's like, yeah, these players just want to go home. Screw it. We don't want to force a Game 6.
It's a long flight, Chuck. I mean, it's
a
New
long
York
flight,
to L.A., dude. I mean, we're only talking about a World Series championship.
Season's over. We'll try it again next year.
Yeah, you're right, Lucius. Like his MLB The Show awareness is historically low.
Amazing,
it's a bagel, but that's why we love him.
What'd you think about Jared's sports cry moment there? Was that an acceptable cry?
I mean, there was no video footage of it, so he's got that going for him. I would say it lingered a little bit too long. I think
it was a little forced.
But overall, I would say he was fighting through it. I'd say, he was doing his best. He wasn't totally overcome by it. I'm just hung up on Bassick. I can't decide if he knows there's noise and he's like, fine, you want me to come to work in the middle of the night? Then I guess I'm just going to have to eat snacks. And I don't care if the mic picks it up because you wanted me to come in the middle of the night,
See, okay, I can see that being real, but he was the most giddy about being here that night because of...
See, my shift didn't overlap with him, so I didn't... Yeah, I came in much later.
He was fired up about it. I just think this is honest to goodness, like having just no clue what was going on at the time.
I love it.
Kind of tuning out Jared to some extent.
Just total accident.
Being more worried about his candy, but he thought he was doing it in the shadows.
Well, I will say Mike will talk the most out of anybody in this staff. Like if you have a live spot or you're on air next to him and he wants to talk to the other person, he's not too worried about the mics picking it up.
No, he's not.
Freaking legend.
He is, yeah. One of one.
He was on one today. It was hilarious listening
My
to him.
goodness.
Brian, can you turn your mic off?
The audience at the B-Dubs is starting to fuel Mike in a very special way.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the more they cheer, the wackier he gets.
And the angrier Kevin gets. It's amazing.
I love it.
Well, you now have the Dodgers celebrating their championship today. And they're celebrating at Dodger Stadium. I haven't seen much of the footage or the sound, but I did see this particular one here. Kike Hernandez taking shots at New York City's own Fat Joe.
Then we go to New York, and this guy, he used to be fat. He's not fat anymore. His name is Joe. He came out and sang, and guess what? We didn't even need to play because after that performance, we had already won.
Just completely taking out Fat Joe there in his pregame performance before one of the Yankee home games during the World Series there. So I don't know. I don't know if there's always been some disdain from Kike to Fat Joe, or maybe in the building the acoustics were just so bad that it was like Kike had no choice but to ridicule it because it was just awful.
I thought you were going a different route with this one, with what you saw. Was it Shohei Ohtani and his dog at the parade?
I didn't see this.
Yep, Shohei and Decoy. That's his dog's name. He's holding them on the float and everything. His dog's part of the parade too. I think it's adorable.
His dog Decoy?
I think it's exactly that. It's a decoy for what the real name is. Remember, there was this whole
we weren't sure.
I bet that's not even his real name.
Did he get that dog right as he was under suspicion for gambling?
No, it's before, because I know when we were waiting to see where he was going to sign. That's where everyone was wondering what's the name of the dog. Like, is it Dodger? There was a report. No,
I got ball sacked. Remember, I thought it was Ranger.
Yeah. So he had the dog then.
I bet Decoy's not even the actual name.
Probably not.
Now, final baseball clip of the day. We got word late yesterday that Bob Costas was going to be hanging up the play-by-play microphone, if you will, and he is going to be done now. But I just can't help but play this sound every time we discuss Bob Costas, which I believe is the most disrespectful thing ever said about a player into a microphone. This is about a Cubs pitcher, Cubs and Cardinals, some years ago. Bob Costas, take it away.
Mott is on his way in. Strope is on his way out, pointing toward the heavens. We can only ask or wonder that he is asking some departed relative for forgiveness for this atrocious performance.
The most dramatic thing ever.
It is so mean, but it's so funny
and random. Like, how would you go there? You're Bob Costas with one of the most ill-advised improvs in the history of sports announcing. It just seems so out of character for him. Maybe he was hanging out with Mad Dog, got into the gummies before that inning. I think that would be an explanation.
One of the only things that could explain it away.
Unexpected extra innings. Popped a gummy before the ninth. Next thing you know, they're in the 12th.
Yeah, he was timing it all out to like it would hit him right when the game ended. But that game went a little long. That was pre-pitch clock, so things can get away from you. All right, here's your Klay Thompson stat of the day. I wasn't aware of this, but thanks to the Athletic Mike Vorkunov for this particular nugget here. But right now, Klay Thompson shooting almost 40% from the three-point line. It was over that, but last night was not a great shooting night for him. He's at 38.8% from three. And the reason why this is a little bit notable is because Klay has actually been a historically slow starter from a shooting percentage coming out of the gates. He's under 36% from the three-point line in October for his career.
Okay.
So he's usually a guy that kind of gets a little bit better.
Shakes the rust off.
He's already 3% better than that right now in the early portions of this season. So I think that's exciting. I didn't know that about him, being kind of a slow starter.
He's laser-focused, probably has something to prove, and may have played quite a bit in the preseason that allowed him to get those misses out of his system.
Yeah, and honestly, I just think his shot quality is just so much better here. Honestly, I think that's it's obviously a bunch of different things, but I do think the shot quality is that to where, like, dude, if I'm trying to miss these shots, I can't. They're so open all the time.
And the quick shot, the defense starts to sag a little bit on either Kyrie or Luka. The ball's in his hands, and it's out before the guy can close. It's incredible.
It is, man. It is the quick release factor is crazy. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little bit excited for the build-up here.
Okay.
Tyson and Paul.
There we go.
I don't know how you guys are feeling. Did you guys see the Instagram photo and caption from Iron Mike?
Yeah, so he looks to be in tremendous shape.
He looks fantastic. I was like, is this the throwback photo? It's a shirtless photo of him. He's drenched in sweat. He's worked up a nice lubrication there in the sparring gym, and it's a nice post. And then the caption just simply reads one word: homicidal.
I love it.
Wait, say that again?
He is clicked into that mode, like the eat your children, bite your ear off mode.
I saw this picture. I think I might even commented on it. I hope we get this Mike moment. It would be amazing at this age to get it done, but I'm not buying the hype.
Not buying it.
I think there's a filter on that photo. I think it has something to do with the sweat and the lighting to make it look good. I don't think a man of his age can possibly look that good once the live video happens on fight night. We're going to see what it is. A nearly 60-year-old man.
Solid 4-pack. Traps are popping. Biceps looks like he just got done doing curls. The forearms are exploding out of his skin. His epidermis is having trouble containing the muscle and the vascularity there. I see at least on his right shoulder, he's got a nice vein popping out there. I think he's dialed right now, man. And the one word, and it being the H word, I just think the calendar flipped to November. It's fight month, and all of a sudden it's that murder switch just got flipped in his brain.
Well,
So
I hope
I'm
he doesn't.
fired up for this.
I hope he doesn't get another ulcer or Crohn's disease or anything like that.
What you think, Mike? Huh? What you think about this guy saying, "Hey, you can't be in shape at your age, Mike? Come on."
Probably wants to eat my children. If he has gone off the meds in the build up to the fight as he usually does.
Right.
I would expect no less of Mike.
It's the only
I see
play.
what you're doing, Woolchuck. I see you, bro.
He's trying to tee it up.
Yeah,
Lucius can do it so well. The hot saddle.
On
I
Friday.
got brisket in between my teeth and everything. Yo, Zavalas came through, fam.
They did.
Zavalas came from
Big way. 11 out of 10. Absolutely delicious. On Friday, consulting firm Elevate unveiled renderings of its premium hospitality package for the fight, AT&T Stadium.
Okay.
Oh, so it's still here?
Yep.
Okay.
It's going down. 10-ticket MVP owners experience that will seat 2 people in a private suite less than 6 feet from the action at AT&T Stadium. All right. Ringside apron suite at Tyson's first professional fight in 19 years. It's the closest to the ring that patron seating has ever been approved by Texas boxing regulators.
Damn.
So, and it features premium leather chairs. So, that's going to fire up a guy like, Jared Hannon or whatever. Sharder.
Yeah. He's going to shard everywhere.
So it's comfy seating. It's premium. It's as close as you could ever be to the ring for a Texas fight. And you're also going to get a pre-fight locker room visit with Tyson and Paul. Chance to be on stage during the weigh-in.
That's wild.
Autographed gloves from both individuals.
Holy cow, I'm
and
so in.
Personal concierge.
Switch over the price.
That's $2 million.
What?
Wow. Once in a lifetime experience.
That is a lot, though. I mean, for $2
I guess,
million.
and you only get billionaires, if you put it that high. There's only going to be a couple of them.
There really is, dude.
Yeah.
Ticket prices low as $37 though. So if you want to be up in the rafters,
I would like to be there. I think that'd be pretty neat to go to a Tyson fight.
Yeah. It's a bucket list item right there.
There are 3.
It's the 13th, right?
They have, I don't know what the actual.
I think it's November 13th. Or maybe I'm
No, that's a Wednesday. It's probably the 16th.
The 16th, okay.
Yeah, it's the 16th.
16th.
$50,000 a piece, by the way, for some ringside seats that were listed there on SeatGeek as well. So $50K a pop if you just want a generic ringside seat and you don't want to go with the full MVP experience. But yeah, man, the Tyson photo, I encourage you to go look at it. I know Dawson's poo-pooing it right there, but I think Mike is ready to go full bore on this one. And Jake Paul's fired up. I think he responded too.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
He said, "Fair play, Mike. You look incredible. Hulk bleep, but I'm still bleeping you up."
Yeah,
so
that's what I'd bet on. If anybody wants to bet me, I'm going with the young man in the sport of boxing. As much of a respect as I have for the legend that is Mike Tyson, that's all it is at this point. He's a washed-up old man. I don't think he's going to prove me wrong.
If Jake wins, I feel like it's a
rigged.
100%.
Yeah.
I'll just be sad.
I think it's a setup if Jake wins. 100%.
Could you imagine the spectacle of Tyson down?
That's what I'm
looking
saying,
for his
man.
mouth guard as Jake Paul, a YouTuber, has beat up one of our legends from the 80s? That ain't right.
That won't happen.
Hope not. Okay, coming up next, it's time for Stephen Jones. Join us for a Cowboys conversation going into this Falcons weekend is next on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Time for our weekly conversation with Stephen Jones here on your home of the Cowboys. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us again. How you doing?
Good afternoon, guys. Good.
Right on, man. Dak says he's fired up about the offensive game plan that they have put together up there going into this game. How you feeling about this opportunity against the Falcons?
Yeah, I think obviously, we've had a difficult run here the past couple of games, and I think everybody's drilled in and ready to get back in the win column. And I think we had a really nice week of practice, and I feel like that we'll go up there and we'll play well.
Now, how do you look at just the overwhelming amount of injuries you guys have had on the defensive side of the football, and how possible it is to ask some of these guys to step up and do just as good of a job?
Well, it's just it's the part of our business, and things can happen like this. Any given season where you have a tough patch. The good news with our injuries is, they're not for the season, and we're expecting a lot of to get a lot of guys back over the next couple of weeks. But in the meantime, we do have to have guys step up and play well. And we're not totally ruled out some of the guys yet. We'll see how things go tomorrow in terms of where we think they are. But certainly a challenge. But I think it's something that Coach Zim and the defensive group will step up, and I think we can get the job done.
Yeah, we saw Micah ruled out along with Deron Bland. Any timeline to get them back? And then anything you can add on Trayvon Diggs with him being questionable and what he's dealing with?
Yeah, I think everything's just week to week, at this point with guys like Bland, guys like Micah. You just have to take it week to week. Diggs will take another long look at tomorrow and then make a decision.
Dak and Lamb were talking about kind of maybe finding something late in that San Francisco game, getting back onto the same page. Do you have reason to believe that as well here moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to believe it because they played so well together in the past. And certainly, it did feel like things were coming together for them. Obviously, a big game for CD. And, the guys kept competing out there and making plays. Certainly, they wanted to continue that into the last drive. But that's, a work in progress. And we just, it's a long season. We got 10 football games left. Certainly, as Bill Parcells used to say, you are what you are. Right now, we're 3-4, and not playing above average football. But I do think that's something. We got the right group of guys, the right group of coaches that'll, that have been in situations like this before, and I think we'll respond.
With Rico being back, how do you see the running back situation playing out on Sunday?
Yeah, I think it'll be great to have Rico back, and certainly, Dalvin's getting his feet wet now, and certainly we'll finalize everything tomorrow and go from there.
Should Rico, I mean, you look at the stats, and I know the stats don't say everything, Stephen, but it's 4.2, and then no other running back is above 3.1. Should Rico be a bigger priority in the second half of the season, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think he was certainly something that, before, he ended up having to miss the game last Sunday night. It was, the thought process was he'd start out the game and get the majority of the carries. But certainly that changed. But he, when given the opportunity, he's doing a good job with it. And certainly I know Mike will make the right call there as we move forward, but I know he thinks a lot of Rico and, what he can do for us. And certainly, that's the way the thing's starting to shape up.
Would you like to see Dak run a little bit more?
I think if the opportunities are there and he's, selective, strategic in how he goes about it, I think it's good when they give him that. And, at the same time, you just got to look around the league and a lot of the quarterbacks, that have been hurt this year from running the football. So, all these quarterbacks around the league are taught to be smart about it. And certainly Dak's been in the league now 9 years, and he knows when the opportunities are there. And I know he knows how important each and every game is now that we've had done quite as well as we'd like to do. And he knows how important each win can be for us. So, as we move forward, I know he'll look for those opportunities, but at the same time, he's going to be smart about it. And, he can't help us if he's not out there playing.
Yeah, he's got a younger team around him. He's facing more pressure than before, and he's having to thread the needle more with tight window throws than ever. And his turnover-worthy plays are up, Steve. And I'm wondering if, you want to see him continue to take risks in pursuit of points here, or if you want to see him throw it away. How would you, prefer that Dak and the offense approach that dynamic in the second half?
Well, I would start with this, and no one knows it more than him. I mean, when you lose the turnover battle, it's been long projected in this league. You don't win games if you lose the turnover battle, and he knows how important protecting the ball is. And, at the same time, there's a proper time for risk. But, one of the staples have been of the last 3 seasons, when we've won the 12 football games is, we were winning the turnover battles. And certainly right now we're not. And he knows better than anybody we got to protect it. The flip side of that is we need defensively to go get some turnovers. So, it's a fine line there, as you said, between trying to make plays, put the ball in some tight windows at times. But no one knows more than Dak how important it is to protect the football.
Stephen Jones with us here on The Fan. Your draft and develop strategy, you've been one of the best drafting teams in the league, but then when it comes to the second and third contracts, I wonder, are you getting the return on those investments for some of the players that you've handed out those contracts to?
Well, obviously, we just did CD, so we'll see. Diggs, obviously coming off an injury year and, not, getting the picks that, he likes to have under his belt. That one's a work in progress. Same with Steele, a work in progress. But, you do have to pick and choose, especially when you're, signing even, some of the bigger ones. Yeah. You certainly want to hit on them. So we'll continue to monitor that and see that. And, most of the guys we are paying, as you said, we're drafting and developing and, we're spending the money on the guys that usually that we've drafted here. So, we're always looking for ways to be better. I think you always have to evaluate exactly what you're doing. And, if for some reason you're not having success, which happens, to be the case up to the point in where we are this season, then you always have to evaluate, should we do something different or should we, be evaluating this in a different way. It's never, I think in this league, it's always a work in progress in terms of, how we move forward. So we'll continue to evaluate it. Like you said, I think we still feel good about our process in terms of how we're drafting players. And certainly as we move forward, it'll be something that we'll evaluate throughout the season, as well as a complete evaluation at the end of the season in terms of, if we want to change any strategies that we're using in terms of how we're putting our football teams together.
Steven, other than winning in general or winning a Super Bowl, what would you say? Because we got the NFL, we got the trade deadline coming up. I'm curious, just like in terms of pure fun of your job and what you get to do, is wheeling and dealing around trade deadline day, putting deals together that way. Is that the funnest part of your job? Is it draft day perhaps, or maybe it's something else?
Well, the best part is winning, and nothing's near as enjoyable when you don't win. And certainly, we're not where we projected in our thought process. We're not where we thought we'd be sitting here at 3-4. So, that's the first part of it. But yes, I mean, certainly, whether you're drafting players, whether you're putting your roster together, whether you're tweaking your roster, all that is a great part of what we get to do. And, but it sure is a lot better when you're putting these things together and doing them and you're winning versus the flip side is when you're not having as much success as you thought you'd be having right now. But as I said, there's a lot of football left to play. We've had, some challenges on the injury front, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And, but it's still early in the season. We got 10 football games left to play and feel like we can right the ship.
Now, speaking of the frustrations of losing, Stephen, it looked like Mike Leslie and Trayvon Diggs patched things up pretty good. Did you see that?
Well, that's good to see that happen. I mean, Mike Leslie's a respected reporter, and I know Trayvon's a good man, and it was just one of those unfortunate incidences, and I'm glad they worked it out.
Now, I got to tell you, though, when Kevin asked you that question Monday on the Fan here, your reaction was just textbook disappointed dad. So I wanted to give you credit for that. That was high entertainment. It actually wins our GBag of the day 4 days in a row, which is a little contest we do for the best audio in sports.
Amazing, Steven.
Yeah. Can you run it back for him, Lucius? Yeah. I don't know if you realize how this went down, but your sigh is just legendary. Here we go.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs comes out and talks to Mike Leslie while he's still in his pads about a tweet that he sent out asking what Trayvon Diggs was doing, and he said to Mike Leslie, "You don't know ball. You can't do what I can do." Mike Leslie responds, "I'd love to talk to you about it." And Trayvon Diggs walks back into the locker room and says, "You can talk about D's nuts."
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say because I don't know about it firsthand and not going to comment on that.
Just a legendary sigh and a yeah, Steven. So,
so good, man.
Wanted to give your flowers on air for that one.
Oh, well, you guys are great. And, good to be on with you. And let's get this team back on track. We have a lot more fun when we're winning than not talking about things like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
do it.
Real quick, serious question, though. Has the media gone overboard this season in your estimation?
No, I mean, I think, you know, we're 3-4. I understand the criticism. I understand the disappointment. And you know, with our fans, that, you know, they would have to be disappointed. Their expectations are high as well. And so, you know, it's what we signed up for. And when it's going real well, it's a great thing. And, you know, when you're having your challenges and struggles, that's what that's what you get. So, you know, we're at peace with you know, the media's criticism, and we just have to go out and do something about it.
Well, we'll drink to that. Sounds good. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Salute. There you go. Stephen Jones with you here on 105.3 The Fan. I kind of got excited when he said change strategies for how they're putting their football team together.
I know. I saw you perk up, and I was jumping in with the other question. I was like, man, Dawson would have probably grilled him on something there. You might have had a good follow-up to what would that look like. Or
yeah, no, I wasn't thinking anything. I was just stunned.
It was pretty
like,
awesome.
Cool.
Well, no, I mean, you're looking at it right now, and it's just kind of fact. I mean, they gave a second contract to Terrence Steele. That's not really benefiting them right now. I mean, he's right about, you know, Dak and CD and Trayvon. Those are relatively fresh, so the jury's still out on that. But some of these others, you know, I don't know. They're going to have to evaluate that.
All right, we got to run. Thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us. We're back.
Great execution on the D's nuts, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I was concerned about how that was going to go across and who was going to do it.
Yeah, I'm glad you took
happened.
that.
I was nervous, but I felt like it had to happen one way or
You led
another.
from the front on that one.
Top 10 at 4:40 coming up. Woolchuck, where are you taking it?
It's National Jersey Friday, so I've got the top 10 best jerseys in the history of sports. What's your favorite? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. Thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us here in the GBag Nation. Okay, we're going to get our clock back in order. An edition of football's finest awaits you coming up at 5 o'clock. The Expressway at 5:20. You know it's Friday. It'll be a what you drinking, what you thinking Friday. Taking your phone calls here. So if you are day drinking, maybe set an alarm. You're going to be requested here in about 40 minutes. Okay, 5:20. What you drinking, what you thinking is going to get underway. And then LA Live with Lucius Alexander and all that. Wolchuk's Top 10 coming up next year on The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 5 o'clock hours coming up. Crack them if you got them. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, we got the top 10 best jerseys in sports. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite jersey? It's National Jersey Friday. We do have Ohio State, Penn State tomorrow right here on The Fan. Biggest game of the day. Top 5 showdown in the Big Ten. Buckeyes and the Nittany Lions. Can Penn State finally knock off Ohio State? Some injuries could certainly maybe go in the favor of Penn State. There's Ohio State could be without a couple of linemen. And then Sunday morning, pregame, Brian Broaddus, Eric Giafalo. You're going to have Greg Olson on. First time this year. Used to be a staple on the pregame show. Excited to get to hear Greg.
Greg the Leg. Haven't heard from him in years, man. Missed that guy.
Me too.
He used to, I mean, he was calling every Cowboys game for a while. We built a great rapport and relationship with him. I know he's fired up to get back with us.
Now, if you had to guess, like, who's the top jersey seller of all time, individual player?
Michael Jordan.
Number 1. Boom. Michael Jordan 1.
LeBron James.
LeBron is 4.
Messi.
Messi is 2. Oh, you guys are knocking him down.
You
boom,
Messi.
boom, 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 boom.
Let's go with Joe Montana.
Nope, no Joe. No Joe in the
Tom
top
Brady.
10. Tommy Brady is indeed number 5.
Kobe.
Kobe 7.
Kobe.
Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter 6.
Wow, that's
so
really
we've got
strong.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 2 more soccer players.
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo is indeed number 3.
Neymar.
Neymar is 8. 9 and 10.
That's all we're missing?
Just 9 and 10. You guys are crushing this.
Let's go.
Obviously, Dirk.
International
hero.
No, neither are NBA players.
Oh, they're okay. Okay, they're not
Both
NBA
still
players.
playing in their sport.
Both still playing in their sport.
Yep.
Patrick
Okay.
Mahomes.
Mahomes is 10.
Wow, Mahomes is already there?
Yep, and 9 is the only player representing his sport.
Oh, okay.
We've talked about that sport today, actually.
Gretzky.
Not Gretzky, but that's a great guess.
That LA
Lucius.
Kings, John.
It's a great guess.
Wow, we can't get a Wayne jersey in
It's
there?
not Wayne, it's Sidney Crosby. Sid the Kid.
Sid the Kid.
Comes in at number 9. But what are your favorite jerseys ever? And for me, and this got texted in, 214 Cowboys, Thanksgiving, white shoulders, navy chest, white helmet.
Yeah.
The ones that they wore, and I've talked about this, like the 94 season, those were, and they wore them in that NFC Championship game. Unfortunately, that didn't go the Cowboys' way, but those are my favorite unis when it comes to Cowboy jerseys.
Probably the Texas Rangers red ones.
You like the Rangers Reds?
Yeah.
Desmond Howard. I like that
Michigan?
Desmond Howard, Michigan jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice. The powder blue Expos.
Yeah.
Very good.
I like that one. Throwback.
The Denver Broncos with the blue helmets.
I love the Orange Crush. Those are outstanding. Those are fantastic unis. We've got on here, number 10 is the Washington Nationals City Connect uniforms, which I don't know.
Wow.
I think these are kind of overrated.
Those are not ringing any sort of bells.
I don't love these at all, but I guess people do. 9 are the Utah Jazz late 90s, early 2000s mountain jerseys. And those are pretty damn classic.
Yes, those are awesome.
Those are sweet.
I mean, can we give some love to the Anaheim Mighty Ducks?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Quack, 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 quack.
Yeah.
Those are going to be on here in the top 10.
Dude, I mean, those need to be making a comeback.
I think they are wearing them. Anaheim is.
Forever?
No, not.
Oh, they're going to have like a couple
an
nights?
alternate kind of thing. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, they're going to put
At least they could do it.
They should.
You mentioned the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
You got to go with the Chicago Bulls, the pinstripe ones.
Ooh.
The pinstripes.
Yes, dude.
See, do they have the Bulls? No,
Chef's kiss.
the Bulls didn't end up making the top 10 here. Do you guys
Haters.
still buy jerseys?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I'm not against it.
Is Jesse kind of like Jesse Holly got me second guessing that? Like, are you going to wear another band's?
No, don't
Yeah,
listen to him.
yeah.
He's doing shtick.
Yeah. Now I would buy it if you're like a great player or you're like family or a friend or something like that. Yeah, I'm putting you on for sure.
If you're a really big fan, a couple of jerseys here for your game day, I think absolutely. Maybe more a fan of the T-shirt jersey these days.
Yeah, that seems like people are rocking with that a lot.
I mean, it's tough as you get older and your arms are just looking pathetic and pale. If you put on a basketball jersey,
Just throw an undershirt on
you
that
got to throw an
thing,
undershirt
man.
on there. Yes,
That's a must.
And now you're just thinking maybe I'm just too washed in general for the jersey.
Get a good pump in before you put it on.
But once it's a game day, there's no rules or limits on that. No
Okay.
limitations.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I'll put a jersey on top of a 3-piece suit. Be like, we're going to the game. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's Jersey Day.
Middle-aged dude, and he's wearing a jersey of a current like rookie or second-year player on that team right now.
Yeah.
That's chill.
Yeah, just a big fan.
Okay. All right. Because I was thinking, like, the older you get, the more like throwback jersey you want to wear. It's still a Cowboys jersey, but maybe it's the Emmett jersey.
Right.
Because you're a middle-aged, you're repping the Emmett jersey still. You're at the Cowboys game.
Like if I'm showing up
youngster
with my Cooper
wearing
BB,
old school.
Yeah, Walchuk's wearing his Cooper BB jersey, and,
You know?
and that makes a lot of sense.
I think that's
because
fanmanship at its finest.
Okay.
You're
All
still
right.
youthful enough, you
Glad.
know?
You guys made me feel better about this. 8 is the Green Bay Packers jerseys. That's a classic. You don't like the green?
I mean,
bland. 7 is the Notre Dame green alternate jerseys. Those are actually pretty sweet. Yeah, those are sweet.
And I wonder, are they made sweeter because of the gold dome?
Probably.
Probably so.
Yeah,
Like
it
just that
does.
combination.
Yeah, it looks really good.
But it is awesome.
6 is the Anaheim Mighty Ducks original jersey. Quack, quack,
Oh,
quack,
good.
quack, quack.
Yes. Nice.
5 is Tulane. The Tulane University football jerseys. A lot of green.
Dude, and they do like a powder blue.
Powder blue, yeah.
That's actually a pretty good call.
It is a good look. It is.
It's underrated.
4 is the LA Lakers. That's a classic.
Man, it just makes me want to vomit whenever I see the Lakers, though.
Purple or the yellow? Which
I
one's
know.
better?
It's tough because I actually really like their whites.
You like the whites? I got the yellow on here.
what about that throwback Astros? The throwback Nolan Ryan
Like
Jones.
Space City ones?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
I know.
stripes on it.
Yeah, I know which one. Yes.
The yellow and orange stripes.
Yeah. It's just, if it wasn't Houston, I'd
those
like
ones.
it more.
Yeah.
But those did
Yeah.
look good.
Got like a Southwestern flavor in
They
it.
are pretty sick.
I think they rocked theirs. That was like the first run. They went to the World Series back in like the mid-2000s with Roger Clemens.
Yeah, I was alive for that throwback jersey addiction age.
Yeah.
And this one right here was one of them. No, you ain't got the Nolan Ryan, cuz. Oh, my God. Killing us out here.
That was the one?
Yeah, one of them.
That's really nice.
Ooh, the TCU black and purple is a good look.
That
I'm
is a
with you.
great
TCU
look.
has fantastic uniforms. And what SMU's doing now is pretty damn dope as well.
It's hard to make purple and green look good, but TCU, UNT, the Stars, they pull it off. I just don't like that the Astros take the star. I think that's just very little brother of them. I think the Cowboys claimed it.
I agree with you on that. Number 3, and this is the only soccer uniform or football uniform or kit in the top 10. It's Argentina.
Oh, it's a
The
beaut.
national. Is that the best one you think? That's the most classic?
I guess.
Is that powder? Is that like a powder?
It's kind of
it
like
is
powder
like a blue,
and
and
white.
then
There's the stripes.
vertical stripes.
It is pretty sharp.
Black
yeah.
trim. 2 is the Yankee pinstripes.
Yeah, them stripes set it off.
It is classic.
Orlando, the black jersey with the white pinstripes.
Oh, I love those.
Pinstripes is such a situation.
I love those. But number 1, the all-time best sports jersey, they're going with the Carolina Blue, the University of UNC men's basketball.
Yeah.
Good look.
Yeah.
Hard to push back on that.
It's clean.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Better late than never. Wolchuk's top 10, usually at 420 here in the GBag Nation, but Stephen Jones wanted that slot. And we said, whatever the heck you want, Steve. We'll float the sked, no problem. Okay, in addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, what do we got?
Well, we got a Falcons stat of the day, and we asked the question, did Jerry really say that? Next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. We're 20 minutes now from what you drinking, what you thinking as we enter hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. 5-time Super Bowl champion Cowboys and 1-time World Series champion Texas Rangers. Thanks for making us part of your day. What you drinking, what you thinking is it's on deck. And here's the Chief, who's at the batter's box with an edition of the finest.
Man, I cannot wait to play this Jerry clip here in a minute for you guys and see how y'all took it in with KNC earlier today, because I thought it was hilarious. It was very honest, and it was kind of poking at somebody. But first, here's a Falcons stat of the day for you. The Falcons are last in the NFL with 6 sacks. And that puts them on pace to finish with 13, which would tie for the second fewest by any team since at least the 2000 season, according to True Media. So, if this offensive line can't look like good, I'm not even thinking average. If the offensive line can't look good and they can't open up some respectable holes, like if you come out of this game and you're not averaging over 4 yards per carry, and if Dak has any more than maybe 1 sack, then it's like, okay, what is going on here? This should be the opportunity. This has to be the get-right game offensively.
Yeah, and the Falcons are probably seeing this as a get-right game, as it was in 2018, maybe, the Adrian Claiborne 6-sack game.
Yeah, Chaz Green.
I wouldn't be surprised if they double their sack total in this outing, Chief.
Goodness. Yeah.
Well, offensively, we know what they want to do, but, man, I didn't realize they divvy it up pretty nicely. Between Drake London and Darnell Mooney, that's the only 2 teammates to each have more than 500 receiving yards this season.
Wow.
So, they get it.
Pitts has been going off, too.
Pitts has definitely been good. Better than he's been, starting to at least look solid. And after seeing what George Kittle just did to you, we should fear him greatly. But hopefully there's a better plan than Donovan Wilson on Kyle Pitts, even though it is going to be slim pickings in the secondary with the way this injury outlook is right now. Yeah. Trayvon Diggs will be a game-time decision. Bland's out. And so this is going to be a challenge for sure. Now, in the red zone, Drake London leads the league in red zone target share.
Okay.
So, that's the guy that once they get down inside the 20, you would think maybe it'd be Kyle Pitts. But Drake London, he's obviously a bigger body wide receiver, and they're feeding him there. And it's working out for him. He's scoring some touchdowns this year and having himself a nice season. But that's the guy. You get down into the red zone. I'm interested to see what the plan is, and do they just say, hey, we got to double Drake London when we get down here, because clearly that's their main plan. And then they're going to run the ball at you, and they want to get to the edges. Bobby had a great breakdown earlier today with Shan and RJ, and some of the numbers are pretty wild with just how well they get outside off tackle, and Bijan in particular. My goodness, that dude can really hurt you out there on the edge. So we heard Mark Schlereth with us 2 weeks ago, Stink, every Tuesday with us at 4:40. This is the type of mindset. We got to have a Mark Schlereth type of mindset on Sunday for the defense, and particularly that defensive line.
I'm better than you, and I know that I'm better than you. And so there is no chance of you ever edging me.
And that's it. Okay. There's got to be no chance of it. That has to be when you're in the tunnel right there, walking out and you're hyping up the defense, whoever that leader's going to be. Hopefully it's our guy Eric Kendricks. I think he's got it in him. But they are going to attack your edges, and Mark Schlereth would never let that happen to him. Please don't let it happen to you.
Well, and the Cowboys have faced the highest percentage of carries outside of the tackles this season. So this is something that teams are exploiting. It's the highest rate any defense has faced since 2016 when Next Gen Stats started. So the Cowboys have not been good when it comes to perimeter runs, and they've been exploited all season long. So this won't be new for them, but I'm sure Atlanta is going to be a challenge.
I do feel like as a side result, maybe they've been more sound, playing less hero ball, so maybe they can avoid a massive edging, on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm to the point now where if I was McCarthy, I'd be thinking about doing at least like a Saturday night celebrity shot style, bring in Stink and just have him break it down for the team. You know what I mean? Like this is the mindset, fellas. At the very least, we can send him the clip and just play it on a loop for like whatever McCarthy was going to dedicate Saturday night before everybody goes night for like a pregame, get your mind right. Yeah. Just Stink on a loop for 5 minutes or so. All right, fellas, go to bed.
I feel like just listening to him talk about play in the trenches is inspiring for me. And I'm not even a football player.
It'll get you fired up.
I love Stink, man. 440s on Tuesdays are just fantastic up in here. Okay, did you guys see Bill Belichick's little couples costume?
Yeah.
And the bit that was involved?
Good for you, Bill.
This dude
Do you think her friends are texting her like, honey, are you serious?
Yes, I guarantee it's happening, bro. Or, I mean, who knows?
Out there with the Gordon's fishermen.
They probably see her Cash App get blessed on the regular, and so they don't ask questions anymore.
Yeah, they probably want to trust a Gordon's fisherman, too.
Girl, he sleep by 9:30? Are you serious? We can still go out.
Yes. Shortly after the Wheel of Fortune, we'll swing by for happy hour.
The photos of Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old girlfriend in the couple's costume where he's a fisherman and she is a mermaid, and she is there right at the shoreline, and he has caught his big fish, one great catch as a 78-year-old dude or whatever. And the comments and everything, everybody was going pretty hard, but I felt like the best one came from Fitzmagic. He said, for all you 48-year-old hopeless romantics out there, just think your future person may not even be born yet.
That's a great shot. Right
do we have any Tolos that have a spread like that, like a 50-year spread in their? I mean,
that's an all-time spread, dude.
I mean, I get it, right? You're at that age, you only live once. You're like, what? This gal is interested in me. I guess I'm going to date her, But wouldn't you like stay home? I wouldn't want my kids finding these photos. It's just crazy,
I'm just hiding.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about the former Mrs. Belichick.
Right?
Oh my God.
Do you say I understand, or
you didn't dress up with me as a mermaid?
Bro, she's dressing up as Kill Bill. That was her Halloween costume, bro. She dressed up as Uma Thurman, Kill Bill.
There's still some vindictiveness.
Oh yeah, there's no question, dude.
Still some feelings there.
Hey, well, because Bill's out here flexing, dude.
I mean, the most. You've never felt so happy and stuff like that. Those.
It's crazy.
He found the fountain of youth.
We saw that ring cam.
If you want to know,
yeah.
If you want to know, gosh, that ring cam, it feels like it's very, very much so Bill Belichick in that ring cam. If you ever wanted any reason to just know for sure definitively why Reese's Peanut Butter Cup is the #1 candy and the #1 Halloween candy, it's because Dan Orlovsky has it as the #1 most overrated candy for Halloween. So that's how common sense people who have normal palates and working taste buds will say, okay, that locks in Reese's as the #1 definitive Halloween candy.
It's like counter trading Jim Cramer in the financial world. If he's bearish, you be bullish. And you're gonna be on the right track.
He's the what not to do guy.
Yes.
Like if Dan Orlovsky's your waiter, you say like what would you get here, and then you stay as far away from that particular item as possible.
Not getting that.
Here's Jim Harbaugh throwback story where he's the head coach of Michigan. It's Halloween time. He takes Halloween very seriously, and it's another opportunity for coaching points for his own children.
Yeah, they've been working on them. I've tried to advise them to get 2 costumes. There's to be go-getters. You can hit the neighborhood in 1 costume, and better to jog and to run from house to house. Then you can get more candy than anybody else. Then you can come home, make a quick change into a 2nd costume.
Come on.
Go hit those same houses again.
Is that what you did? Is it?
I did, yeah.
Come on.
I did.
2 costumes. You run. You gotta be on the hustle, man. You gotta have a high motor. If you want all the candy, you got to outwork everybody. He's coaching football at all hours of the day.
Yeah.
I love him.
That's great parenting. That's great coaching. Does anybody? I mean, he's starting to sound elderly.
And that's 5 years ago.
He is.
That
was 5 years ago
clip. Yes. I wish I would have saw it yesterday because I would have played it because it would have been more apropos on Halloween. But hey, such is.
Wow.
Now, here is Jerry Jones. And KNC asked him a question today. Just what stands out to you here, gentlemen? Because Michael Irvin, the playmaker, is he's being pretty loud and vocal right now about the Cowboys need to make a trade. They need to do something like Amari Cooper style from 2018. Go get a guy and let's turn this season around. And the fellas in the masterpiece today asked Jerry that question.
Listen, first of all, let me talk about Michael. It's no secret, but for those who haven't heard me say it, Mike's probably one of the favorite people I've had in my life, much less as a player. And so when Michael talks, I listen. For instance, it was about 6 or 7 years ago that Michael passionately, publicly said, Jerry, pay Zeke. Pay him. He's the heart and soul. He's what the team is built around. Pay Zeke. Pay him what he's asking. Get him in here. So I'm smiling when I say that. But the point is, at a given time, we've all had that go. I've had it, and I've done it. And some of them work, and some of them don't work as well. But obviously, just to make a trade, but I know Michael would like for us to upgrade with that trade, not just make a trade to be traded.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be trite while you're trading either. I think Jerry would probably, say. But, I don't know what he means. Is he saying, sometimes I listen to Mike and it goes great, like when we signed Zeke? Sometimes I do, but I got to be my own man here. And this time I'm gonna turn down the wisdom. Or is he actually acknowledging that contract was horrible?
I think he's acknowledging that was a bad one.
I think he is.
I mean, they did end up cutting him, and then they bring him back, but I think he's
doing the thing where it's like, yeah, guys, I know
I love Mike and I listen, and I did once and it backfired.
Exactly. I think that's what he's doing, because then he says I'm smiling when I say that. Like,
love him still to this day. I love Zeke too, but that didn't go well for us.
And on the other hand, he's saying he thinks Zeke is great right now. And, from what I understand, is the active participant in pushing him into the rotation instead of Rico Dowdle. So I don't know. I don't know how much you can take seriously what Jerry Jones is saying. I think he lost a lot of credibility in the offseason when he said he's all in. And ever since there, I just think he's losing his grip on being able to stir that drink, Chief.
Yeah, man. I think he's acknowledging that the playmaker had the idea of paying the money to Zeke, and we all miss on some of these.
And that has to be a mistake from Jerry, right? He's not keeping his ducks in a row.
Definitely. Yes. Wow. I wouldn't expect him to fully admit or acknowledge that, but he did in sort of a roundabout way there. It's pretty great. And then this was an awesome interaction here. And
so my takeaway, I'm sorry to belabor this point.
No, you're
but
fine, yeah.
Not an idiot, right?
Right.
This is all calculated. Everything is, he knows what the real is. He can see football. He still knows football. He's just not managing the team to optimize football ability.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Like yes. It's so confusing because he sells it so well on like, this guy really thinks that Zeke's awesome still right now.
Yeah.
But he's also a great salesman.
Yeah.
And what Zeke brings right now is not necessarily production on the field, but in other ways that makes Jerry happy. With the big name and the jerseys and that kind of stuff. Okay, so here's Corey asked, like, hey, is there a trade that you could make on Tuesday that could steal headlines from the election?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Do it.
I mean, this is one of the biggest elections once again. I think the entire world is going to be tuned in. I don't know what that trade would look like to become a bigger story on election night than.
I know. There probably isn't one unless it's like Dak or Micah.
Yeah, Micah.
Right.
Micah would. I mean, Micah's the only one that is even, I guess, feasible.
877-881-1053. They trade Dak and Micah. Are you coming off of the election coverage to watch the NFL Network? For how long?
Oh, dude, yes. I mean, obviously, we're more sportsy that way, but I certainly would. I mean, my goodness, that would be insane. Now, this hypothetical involves Dak waiving his no trade clause and everything like that, but I'm here to play along.
I mean, early in the evening, you break that thing at 5 o'clock, I could see, but like as you get to 10:30, 11 o'clock, and the final swing states are getting their tallies in there, assuming we don't have to have a recount or anything, hanging chads like 2000, anything like that. I don't know.
It'll be 2 weeks later before we get that thing figured out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Fox News is going to throw it over to Jay Glazer for some reporting here on what's going on with the Cowboys.
No doubt. Hey, Jay, what do we break away from Pennsylvania here to go to the Star in Frisco, where the biggest story of the night is happening.
You won't believe it.
Yeah, Jay Glazer would be all over that thing. Football's finest on a Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. It's time now at 877-881-1053 for you to ring us up and tell us what you're drinking and thinking here on a football Friday night. Nothing's out of bounds. Maybe you want to touch on the Mavs and that disappointment from last night, what you think they need to do to get right, or Cowboys-Falcons, anything at 877-881-1053. And we're back with it here in the GBag Nation.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like,
Your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, time now for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. At 877-881-1053, your one opportunity to call in to the fan while intoxicated in the process of catching a buzz. Only a couple of rules. Number one, you answer the questions. And number two, you're not operating heavy machinery, including an automobile at the time of the phone call. We'll go around the room, tell you what we're drinking, what we're thinking, then we'll get to your phone calls. Then LA Live is coming up about 5:40. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the On-Time Experts and by Soda. That is state-of-the-art. It's a hell of a football hour, isn't it, Wolchuk?
Oh, it sure is. The 5 o'clock football hour presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-dubs is football.
Currently, I'm drinking my 20-ounce Diet Coke, and I'm thinking about what Stephen Jones told us an hour ago. Maybe they'll consider changing their strategies for how they're putting their football team together in the offseason. That sounds exciting. You know, maybe this has been a crossroads type of season where, you know, up until this point, they could say our plan is working. The only thing that stops us is when we have massive, unpredictable injuries. And other than that, for the last 10 years, we've been in the championship hunt. Maybe they actually looked at it and said, wow, we had all those trips to the playoffs, but we're never a real threat. Maybe the folks in social media and on the fan are actually barking up the right tree here with this one. And I'm just excited because to even hear that maybe we need to rethink how we're doing this is something to be optimistic about.
That's the one reason to pull for rock bottom.
Yes,
is to hope that there's you get some clarity after that.
Yeah, and what a great time to reconsider all your options when, your plan has blown up in your face. If you don't do it then, I don't think you ever would. Wolchuk, drinking, thinking?
I've been sipping on some water over here, and it's hard on today not to think about what a year ago today the moment was as the Rangers were able to win the World Series, and we want more of that. And that's why I think, after 30 years, you're starting to feel that sense of irritation and frustration, and we're not buying the BS and the sales pitch anymore. Because the Cowboys, I think, are a lot of fans in DFW. They're their number one. I know I grew up, they're my number one. And I don't think anything would quite feel the same as to finally see the Cowboys back on top of the football mountain as Super Bowl champions. But what an amazing run that was, and the memories that we'll have forever a year ago today with the Rangers winning it, and then with the parade. And I'm hoping that, maybe the Mavs and the Stars can do it, but the Cowboys just feel so far away right now compared to our other DFW teams.
Enchanted. I was just talking about that with my dad last weekend, how they were in town, and it was just such a special time. And I know so many generations of fans got to, experience that with loved ones. And it is, it's a core memory for me for the rest of my life, Chief.
Amen, dude.
What you drinking, what you thinking?
Amen. I'm drinking some organic coffee from, I believe, the soils of Peru.
Nice.
Alongside
Lima?
some delicious water. I'm not totally sure if it was the capital or not, Walter. That was a good question. I'm thinking that we might have a new stat to monitor here. And we all love Stevie B, owner of the Clippers. Spent $2 billion out of his own pocket. Okay, didn't make the fan base or the community pay for it, the taxpayers, out of his own pocket, with the vision of the Intuit Dome having the best home court advantage in the NBA. Of course, they start the season 0-3 at home.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's something for us to monitor here. Not to poke fun at Steve per se, but just the Clippers in general.
Yeah.
We have enough reasons to hate them. This is a fun reason to continue to laugh at them. How far can we take this? I would love to get to 0 in double digits. That's really all I'm asking for. And I feel like that's not too much to ask.
No.
Give me 0-10.
That would be pretty hilarious.
The first 10 games we'll have historically, we'll always remember forever, the first 10 games of the Intuit Dome didn't see a Clippers victory.
I feel like the Mavs-Clippers rivalry is underrated, and we should embrace this narrative a little bit more.
Them.
Yes, exactly. That's sort of where this is all stemming from.
I love what you're doing over there. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by drinking and thinking.
We all troll Steve Ballmer about holding up deodorant sticks. Yours doesn't work. Yours doesn't work. I want to see that man invest in some shirts.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like he's been doing yard work by the second quarter.
Got all those towels in there, or those toilets in there, but we need some more showers.
Come on, man. Help that guy out.
The great Dr. Jack Ramsey was self-conscious about that back in the day. You know, they'd wear the suits, and he put baby Pampers in his armpits so he wouldn't pit out.
Oh.
And the style was so loose-fitting back in the day, he went to fire his arm out to tell his guys to get back on defense. The diaper went flying out his sleeve.
No.
No. Hilarious story.
That's
incredible. That's amazing.
All your authority is gone after that moment.
Wait, what just happened?
Wait, is there pee in that thing?
Yeah. Dude, what was that? What am I drinking? I'm drinking coffee. I've had my second cup. I think it's the same coffee you're drinking there, Cheech.
Oh, the Peru stuff, right?
Yeah,
this is Peruvian. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah, that's what I guess.
I thought that's what he said.
Yeah.
That's a great word, Peruvian.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he said it, it fired me up. It's like, wait, what? I'll take two.
Got my sage with me. What am I thinking? I have thoughts. I don't think I should share them.
Yeah. Safe space.
I don't think I should share. It's not a safe space. It's not. That's what I want to tell RG3 too. Every time he tweets, this is a safe space. Then he asks a question, be like, "Dog, this is Twitter. This is not a safe space."
Not safe.
RG3, stop gaslighting us like that.
Pretty toxic.
The comments are
Very hopeful.
Clearly not safe.
Nah, let's just go do the fans.
Okay.
Yeah.
At 877-881-1053, we start at the top here. Line one is Tim in Carthage. What you drinking? What you thinking, Timbo?
Hey, Gavin. How are you doing, man?
Terrific.
I'm drinking, like all the legends do on a Friday afternoon, a little bit of tequila in honor of Kenny.
Salute.
And, Gavin, I need you to do me a favor, Gavin. I need you to tell me, when did we lose the 2025 World Series?
I haven't done that yet. I don't know where you're going.
Right. That's right. We haven't. So what we need to do is we need to start saying we celebrate last year and we look forward to 2025 because we're going to win one then. That's going to be our motivation for 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers. Now,
hell yeah.
That brings me to Zach. Zach, my favorite moment last year during the parade is whenever I called. I was driving, I called, and you said, Pappy, number one, I normally don't call you during working hours, and you said, Pappy, I'm working. And I said, I know you are, and I love you, and I wish I was there. And you said, well, we love you too, and goodbye. And Lucius said, when I grow up, I want to be Tim McCarthy. Yeah. And then old drunk Brian, he jumped in and he said, when I grow up, I want to be Tim from Carthage, too.
Yeah.
Well, hell, Brian's only 8 years younger than me right now as it is. But after yesterday's rant, I'll tell you right now, he grew up real quick yesterday, and he became a classic Tim. Now, that brings me to Lucius. And, Lucius, I haven't forgot you. I know that Veterans Day is coming up a couple of weeks from now. And you still ain't getting no weed or women, but you are going to get something. And that brings me to Fred and Blake. Fred, one of them two boys is a veteran, and I can't figure out which one it is. So I'm going to have to send them both these nuts.
There you go, Pappy. Saddest ones of all time.
Thanks, Pappy.
Open to line at 877-881-1053 here on your home of the future World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Damn
Rodeo Ron's on line, too. What you drinking, Ronnie?
We're drinking a little bit of Jim Beam and a splash of Dr. Pepper. But thank God it's not NyQuil no more because the flu is gone. The woman, the future wife, she's home from the ICU from last week, which is a great thing.
Yeah.
But you know what? My greatest memory about last year it was Sunday last year. It was game 1 of the World Series where I proposed to my beautiful woman right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sure did.
And then on November 1st last year, the Rangers did what I said they're going to do. They won the World Series. Now, when I was at the hospital last week with my beautiful Angel, while she was getting, fixed up, and they had her on the wires and all that stuff, I found a new floor. It's on the 7th floor of Dallas Medical Center. It's called the ISU. And that's where the Dallas Cowboys need to go. It's called the I Suck unit. But thank God, though, don't bet on the Cowboys. Don't bet against the Cowboys because you're going to lose either way. And remember one thing.
Yeah.
If you're not rolling with 105.3 The Fan, drinking Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron on a Friday evening, where the F you at, baby?
I love it. Fiance's in the ICU. The man's working his next what you drinking, what you thinking phone call.
It's the ISU. The I Suck You.
Hold on, honey. This is genius. I got to write this down.
Oh, he was right. He was on
The I Suck
there.
unit.
He nailed it.
Love you, Black. Love you, Rodeo Ron. Line 3 is another gentleman we have feelings for. It's Black and Gold B out there, and a good evening. What you drinking, sir?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Man, I'm still dropping right now, so I'm just drinking a bottle of water. But as soon as I get home, I'm going to crack open a cold Yingling Light.
Cheers.
And I'm thinking that this is going to be a really great weekend, man. I got a 4-day weekend coming up, and my little man turns 4 on Tuesday, so we're just going to have a blast and just celebrate him all weekend. Try to just have a good time. Hope he enjoys every day. And that's pretty much it, man.
Salute.
And before I go, the song I'm going to recommend, whenever my son was born, my wife said that this was his song, so that's the song I'm going to recommend. It's The New Kid in Town. It's by the Eagles.
Nice.
Y'all have a great weekend, fellas.
It's a classic. Thank you, Black and Gold B. Yeah, happy birthday.
What a guy.
Must have had a great time at Halloween with the little one last night. And thanks for that barbecue seasoning that you gave me last week. It really did the trick. Here, line 4 is, I think, when I think of this caller, I think like if there was a president of the United States and he was from Texas, he would talk like this. Next caller, Big Jim on line 4. What you drinking, Big Jim?
Yeah. Well, my fellow Tolos.
Yeah.
Well, hey, fellas, thank you, Gavin. That's a real nice thing to say.
Salute.
I'm drinking anything right now. I'm actually heading to go get me some catfish, and quite frankly, I'm a little parched. So I'm gonna get me something to sip on. I was thinking, well, Steve Jones, when he came on, he said that he thought that maybe they'd think about doing things different. Let me tell you, the last time I said I'd maybe think about something is when I had to go get my hemorrhoid operated on. I was like, well, maybe I'll think about it. Everybody says that's minor surgery, but you know what the definition of minor surgery is? It's when somebody else has it done. But I tell you one thing, the Cowboys have turned into quite the hemorrhoid. It's a major irritant, and I think you're probably right. They're going to think about it because I figure they're going to go after Bill Belichick and his mermaid. They're going to bring her to town and him to town, and he ain't going to go along with the way they've been doing stuff. Well, so second thing, I just figure this. You guys are all good on the social medias. I think leading up to the game on Sunday, y'all need to do one of them hashtags, and it needs to be Free Rico. Because we need that fella to get out there and get some yards. I'm done with Zeke. Let's put him out to pasture. Maybe he'll get in the Hall of Fame or something. But let's get us a hashtag going, Free Rico.
I love it.
Fellas, I appreciate you. Thank you for all the joy this week. And I'll talk to Walchuk and Browdus on Sunday night, and we'll have a good one. Y'all have a good one, fellas.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes, Jim. Big Jim. Yeah, I caught his call last week as I was on my way home from a Cowboys watch party, and yeah, we can hope. I think it's
Free Rico.
Yeah, Free Rico. I think you might need a pardon from Big Jim first. Here's line 5, Cody. You're in the nation. What you drinking, Cody?
Oh, I'm drinking a good old Mr. Pibb.
Very nice. What you thinking?
Man, I don't know. They say it's not as good as Dr. Pepper, but respectfully, I disagree. I think it's just as good.
Okay.
Man, what I'm thinking is two things. The first one is, I want y'all's take on the Rangers and the possibility of signing Max Fried from the Braves to bring us in another strong starter. And then the other thing is, what do you think the chances are? I know they're probably not high, but what if we traded Parsons for some high capital in the draft this upcoming year, and just say screw it and tank the rest of the season?
I'm with you on that, Cody. I would definitely do that. Now, Max Fried sounds good. I want to spend my money elsewhere than starters, though. I want to think that our starters are probably good for next year.
Yeah, I think they're done spending big money on pitchers. I think you're more likely to re-sign a Nathan Eovaldi than you would to go and bring in Max Fried. Maybe even a trade for Jordan Montgomery to bring him back here if the Diamondbacks are willing to eat some of that and you're able to get him back cheaper. But I'm with you. We've talked about the Micah thing, and it's no disrespect to Micah, but he's your best player. He'd go ahead and net you the best return. I'd love to do that.
Line 6.
He got mad at the media for talking like that, too.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
Yeah, talking about trying to trade me. Y'all didn't see that story?
I didn't see that one.
Dude, I would love to see that.
We should get that audio.
Was it on his podcast?
Yeah.
Was that on the
Yeah, he
Edge?
was talking something like that. About,
Trade deadline next week.
Yeah, they don't like talking about Micah being traded at you.
I understand. I wouldn't want to be talked about being traded as a player either. And, no disrespect to him, but our job's on the radio is to talk about, all the options. And, I think if you're in cap issues, you don't necessarily have the championship window open now. Any defensive player in his mid-20s, I think, is liable to get traded off my team because I think you age quickly on defense. And then on top of that, if you're not helping in coverage or against run, like all you do is rush the passer, do we want to make you the highest paid defensive player in the world? You kind of... I don't know. I think there's a very compelling case. I don't think the Cowboys would do it, though. Polo and Garland, you're up next in the GBag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I had a car wreck back August 25th, and what's kind of crazy is I went to go see my attorney today, and we were discussing me going to therapy because I'm sick of going to therapy. You know what this guy did? He gave me a bottle of Crown Royal XO, of all things to give me. Yeah, seriously. He's like, here, enjoy it, because we got to talk about college football. You guys know I'm passionate about my Longhorns, about my Mustangs, and he was real passionate about Ohio State. And I told him, I said, if you guys had Quinn Ewers, you guys would probably suck. Because the dude, Quinn Ewers, don't get me wrong, he's used to throwing the people in South Lake Carroll. Like I told y'all, Arch Man's from New Orleans, so he used to throw the ball to some brothers, people that could run. For real, like when Matthew Stafford came from Harley Park, going to Georgia, I was like, I want to see you to throw in the black people because, people from Highland Park, it's maybe 2 black people living in the whole entire city. And I'm thinking they probably try like Carlson from Fresh Prince. And my thing is this, y'all. I want to send a shout out to my homeboy Marcus Foster. For the last 4 years, he's invited me to his church, and he gives us Halloween candy. His church gives us Halloween candy. And I can honestly tell that the candy that he gives us wasn't no poison, wasn't no razor blades, and everybody had a good time. And, I love him. So y'all go out to Eastside Church of Christ next year in Garland on Deer Road and Miller. Get y'all kids some candy. Now, my thing is this SU Mustangs, Pitt coming to Dallas tomorrow, y'all better stand up, represent, Highland Park, University Park, whatever y'all want to do. But since y'all got some brothers that play for SMU now, all the cheerleaders, I've never seen a black cheerleader there at all. They still doing that thing. Come on, SMU. And I love y'all, Gavin. I love you to death, Woodchuck, Bully Bully. And my boy Lucius, do me a favor.
What's up?
Play Don't Disturb This Groove by the System, man. I know you've been jamming. I want you to hear Don't Disturb This Groove by the System, man.
Yeah.
I heard Michael McDonald in the background. I love y'all, Dallas. Bye.
There he goes, Polo in Garland.
What a beast. He's always bringing the fire.
Quinn Ewers needs to lead those guys a little bit more. Is that what he's saying? That's good. That's funny content. Line 7 is Allen.
He said he don't know how to throw to black people.
Yeah.
Just put it over there in his vicinity. He'll get it.
Yeah.
Just throw it over there.
Lay it out there.
Throw it up.
Yeah, you can throw it high, too. Line 7 is Allen in Oak Cliff. You're in the GBag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Al?
Yo, what's up, fellas? I'm drinking the Dos Equis, and I'm thinking, so I got a homegirl that teaches abroad in Japan, and the other day she posted pictures of Japanese citizens in Cowboys gear. And I was like, you know what? That's mission accomplished right there for Jerry. That's what we looking. That's what he's looking for. Not the fact that we can't run the ball, but the fact that he got people over in Japan buying Cowboys gear. So if I'm crazy, tell me I'm crazy.
No, you're on it, Alan. Have a good weekend. You nailed it. We know what Jerry really cares about. Line 8's Mr. Nasty here in the GBag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
I'm halfway through a pint of some Don Julio 1942 Don Miel.
Very nice.
Chasing it with a Diet Coke, as always. Got to watch the calories.
There you go.
I want to touch a real sensitive subject here. I feel like, we're all calling, we're all, expressing our feelings about the Cowboys, but we're not expressing our feelings of 11 plus years of Flagtober.
Thank you.
You guys come out to the community. You always, touch base with the fans. I went out to greets. And, obviously I didn't make it out this year. I've been busy as hell, but my fiance got out there, got me a flag when Eric showed up to Lowe's.
Let's go.
I got pictures with, Lucius. I got pictures with Gavin. So that leads me to my other point. All summer long, Brian was, trying to sell me on, Larry Allen and Travis Frederick and DeMarco Murray and Rocket Ishmael. And I told him, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. This man got his panties in the wad, and here we are.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Great guy. Love the guy. But the issue is we're not expressing more love to the Mavericks. This is the home of the Cowboys. I understand that.
Yeah.
But this is not the Cowboys' time. Look at the record. Look at what they display on the field. Look at the Cowboys and look at the quarterback and his parties. We got other stuff going on.
Thank you, Nasty. I think that's a heck of a call, and we'll take that under advisement for sure as we look forward to future show sheets here on the DFW Sports Station.
Dawson's wearing his Maverick shirt today.
That's right.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's just the kind of guy he is.
Right under the champion Rangers World Series shirt.
Yeah, I'm all DFW'd
Hell
up.
yeah, he is.
Here we go, line 9.
Wish he would have worn some pants, but
Heard that was optional.
it is a
Scott.
fun Friday.
Those Brian's panties?
You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, bro? Scott?
Oh, I got a Colt 45 lager.
Very
Lovely.
nice. Yeah.
Damn, Scott.
And it's
Custom
actually,
made.
I'm thinking about the Tolos and how they mistake sometimes y'all's opinions for fact. Y'all with me?
Yeah, we got you.
We got you,
Scott.
Okay, we hear, Zeke's numbers are down and this sort of thing, and that's fact.
Yep.
And then you say Zeke's washed and he'll be retired next year. That's an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got a lot of listeners. My truck ain't played music for a long time because I've been hooked. I told them.
Thank you.
And do